reincarnated as a card maker, but my cards are weird. CH 61 120. Chapter 61. Don't worry, no normal student would kill his classmates. Durkin smiled and handed the spreading pain to Croix. The orange halo on the card disappeared instantly, turning into a mediocre card with a faint blue light. Fake card. Category: Equipment card. Grade: Blue Precious. Level: 3. Effect: It can be disguised as a magic card of level 3 epic quality or below. Remarks: Let you experience real on-site card printing. Volume 2, Blizzard in the Barren Mountains, 067. The trio of bullies in the capital. There is no unreasonable card like spreading pain. It requires legendary time-based materials to be possible. Dickon spread his hands and explained helplessly. Even if I could get the materials, I wouldn't be able to make it. Actually, I didn't use the heartache attack at all. I didn't even bring the cursed doll in this time. Frato is stupid and put on a pain shield so he can't tell whether I inflicted pain on him. After hearing Dickon's explanation, many people breathed a sigh of relief. I also gradually understood some of the inconsistencies. No matter how high Dickon's card production level is, making 2 epic cards of the same level in 1 week is still too exaggerated. What's more, the effect of spreading pain is so terrible that it is not an exaggeration to call it a legendary card. It's just that Frater, who was mentally broken, didn't realize that Dickon was using a fraudulent card. Now Frater is still hiding in the shadow world and trembling, being publicly executed by all the viewers. Looking at him like that, he seemed to be afraid to come out. At least until midnight. But being out in the middle of the night is scarier. Even if you hide in Phantom Canyon for 2 or 3 days, it's not safe to come out again. What if Dickon is a timing man? Frater finally cried in despair. Croix looked at Frater's appearance on the screen and didn't know how to evaluate it for a moment. So, even if Frater comes out, he won't suffer any injuries at all? Yes, I have told him a long time ago that I will not hurt him. If he treats a gentleman with a villain's heart, there is nothing he can do about it. The cat's mouth twitched when he heard it. Kanzi, be a human being, meow. I'm quite a human being, okay? Let's change it to a villain. Maybe Frater will be missing a few parts. Cat. But, food. K and D, okay. Cat, what are you talking about? We are going to visit the royal capital and then have dinner together in the evening. Cat, I want to meow too. Cornelia is treating me to a treat. You have to thank her properly. At least you have to let her touch you. Cat, I suddenly remembered that I had something to do this afternoon. However, before it started running, Dickon had already grabbed it by the back of the neck and picked it up. Come on, why are you so polite? Meow meow meow. So the second team building activity of the Beautiful Mind team began. The last celebration party after returning from Demon Academy was only Dickon and Cornelia, and it felt like the cooking classroom at Demon Academy was not yet lively. This time it's different. There are more people and non-people. Finally, Mr. Cat finally gave in and let Cornelia hug him while he was still. Even Cornelia, who was expressionless most of the time, smiled from the bottom of her heart. And in the Phantom Arena, Frater did not dare to come out until dark. In the end, the technical staff of the Alchemy Institute held an emergency meeting and used administrator rights to forcibly teleport Frater out. The moment Frater came out, he held his head and screamed, but the pain that was expected to kill him never appeared. He was so shocked that he froze on the spot as if he had stopped. He asked with a trembling voice, "Why am I okay?" Alchemy Academy teacher You were deceived by Dickon, and that pain spreading card is fake. Frater was silent for a long time. Cry and laugh. Then he was so angry that he turned his back. A week later, the streets of the royal capital. Late at night, the moonlight was occasionally blocked by passing dark clouds, and the shadows under the lights looked particularly dark. There are basically no pedestrians on the streets now. Frater was lost and walking aimlessly. He was always meticulous about his clothes, but now he was wearing his coat casually, letting the folds of the collar hang crookedly. He looked drunk, his head drooped, and his hair was messy. Frater has been absent from school for a week. He didn't want to go back to school, and he didn't know what the point of continuing to study was. Now he has become a joke. HMPH. At this moment, a ghostly figure walked beside him without knowing it, and a silver bell-like laughter floated in his ears. "Do you want to crush Dickon under your feet?" A woman's voice has a kind of bewitching magic, just like a poppy flower. It is easy to make people fall in love. After hearing what she said, Frater's body suddenly stiffened. He raised his dull eyes and looked at the woman without answering. "I believe you already understand that if you want to deal with him, ordinary methods will not work, and we can give you the power to fight against him. Only black can fight against darkness." The woman circled around Frater like a phantom, and lightly stuffed a card into Frater's chest pocket. Then he pressed his shoulders with both hands and whispered in his ear, "Frater, if you figure it out, you can come to us at any time." Then the figure, accompanied by faint laughter, turned into black mist that was blown away and dissipated on the street. Frater was left standing there blankly. When the woman appeared again, she was in an alley on the other side of the street. "A good chess piece. With him, we can start to eat away at Dickon step by step." With a murmur, she lifted her disguise from being wrapped in shadow. She turned into a gentle and pleasant young woman wearing a linen dress. This is her original appearance, and this is her normal state of hiding in the capital. It doesn't make people think that she is a powerful cultist at all. "Dickon, you are destined to fall into our arms." The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve in pleasure. When she was about to leave the alley and go home, she seemed to notice the sound of the air being sliced through at high speed. Before her brain could analyze the sense of violation, a heavy blow came from nowhere and made her faint. The crow was startled by the sudden movement and flew up. Along with a burst of noise, the sky became a little darker again. Black fog began to fill the alley, as if it had become the entrance to hell. A red-haired girl jumped down from a high place and picked up the hammer that was thrown just now. Then she took out a black linen bag and put it over the woman's head, then tied it around her neck with a rope. He grabbed the woman's feet and dragged her deeper into the alley. Dickon stood on the high side of the building next to the alley, looked down at the ground, sneered and shook his head. The moonlight shone on his back, casting just the right amount of shadow on his face, leaving only his pupils particularly clear. Croix beside him also released his disguise magic, and both of them and the ruined poet appeared. "I have long suspected that someone with evil intentions will take the opportunity to seduce the heartbroken young man. I will catch him now." Volume 2, Blizzard Movies in Barren Mountains, 068. Dickon's life experience. Someone actually comes to contact Frater. Croix sighed. "Although he didn't hate running out with Dickon Cornelia every night these days, but I always feel that Dickon's ideas are very clear." Germany. A good jungler will always be in a position where the enemy doesn't expect it. "Kay, have you been convinced that she would appear?" "I don't know, it's just that my life experience tells me that I should squat like this. Anyway, I won't lose if I don't squat, but I will make a lot of money if I squat." Graham. Chapter 62. At this time, a black kitten also jumped nimbly to Dickon's feet. Frater ended up throwing that card into the river. "Meow." "Oh? The road is widening, young man." "After being punished like that, how can I still have the guts to commit suicide again?" "Meow." "What I call it is convincing people with virtue and influencing the dandy." "Ah, fuck you, meow." This is the deal between Dickon and Mr. Cat. He promised to take Teacher Cat to the Shadow World once, but Teacher Cat wanted to help him track Frater. So Mr. Tmall has been hiding in Frater's shadow these days and uses its magic to deliver messages to Dickon. So every day after school, Dickon would take Cornelia and Croix to a camp not far from Frater's location. "What should we do next?" "To influence her, we have to rely on you, the most kind-hearted member of our team." Dickon patted Croix on the shoulder. Then the two of them walked down the stairs together. The two of them couldn't dance as coolly as Cornelia. Although you can ask Croix to perform a set of magic tricks, but Dickon didn't feel safe. It's better to go downstairs in a regulated manner. When the three people and the cat met again, Cornelia had brought the prey to the basement of a cabin rented by Dickon as planned. This basement was simply decorated and reinforced by Dickon, and when Dickon arrived, he also used their soundproofing magic, borrowed from Mia. I don't know how long it took, but the woman finally regained consciousness. When she opened her heavy eyelids, she found herself sitting on a chair. His hands were locked with a pair of handcuffs, and some drug must have been injected into her while she was in coma. She just felt that her head was dizzy and she couldn't exert any strength. There was still a large bruise on her back, and the sting from the previous blow that had knocked her unconscious was still making her unbearable. She raised her head hard and saw a square table in front of her, with two people sitting behind the table. On the wall behind them is a row of words: leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Dickon leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of tea in his hand, blowing on the hot air from time to time. Next to him, Croix was holding a pen, ready to take notes. As if she noticed that the woman was waking up, a strong light shone on the woman's face, causing her to instinctively close her eyes and desperately avoid the dazzling light. You, do you know why you came in? Dickon put down the teacup, looked at her carefully, and asked calmly. What you are doing is illegal. I have human rights. The woman's voice trembled, but she put on a brave and strong look, trying hard to act like a good citizen. Keep pretending. Dickon slapped a card on the table. With all the physical evidence, you, a resurrectionist, still dare to talk to me about human rights? This card was exactly what the woman gave to Frater at the time and was then thrown away by Frater. Finally, Teacher Cat secretly picked it up. Then it shouldn't be your turn to lynch me. Dickon had a playful expression on his face, looked at her, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. What are you talking about? A woman accidentally fell into the river and died, and was later found to be a member of the Resurrection Church. This is what was written in the newspaper the day after tomorrow. After hearing Dickon's words, the woman gradually felt a little creepy and her face became increasingly pale. She believed that Dickon could really do such a thing. Thinking about it carefully, how on earth was he caught by Dickon? Everything is wrong. It was obviously Dickon who was showing the light and she was hiding the secret. Could it be? She now gradually had some terrible guesses in her mind, but she didn't dare to think about it anymore. It was an abyss she couldn't fathom. The more you try to touch it, the more likely it is that you will be in trouble. She was now filled with fear and regret. Why bother with this guy? Now it is impossible to escape even if you have wings. Dickon took another sip of tea, guessing that the resurrectionist must have understood the seriousness of the matter. So he put his arms on the table, leaned forward, and tapped his fingers on the table to attract her attention. I hope it comes to this. Can you just be happy? If you speak now, I will listen now and won't let you suffer. It doesn't matter if you don't tell us. You should have investigated the methods of the three of us. After saying that, Dickon summoned the ruined poet, and then patted Croix on the shoulder beside him. There's no way I'm betraying the church. The woman gritted her teeth and said. Her face was pale, her eyes were closed, and her body was trembling. Even if she can survive by betraying the church, what awaits her will be an ending more terrifying than death. What's more, she didn't believe that Dickon would let her go easily after extracting the information. Dickon shook his head helplessly. Cornelia nodded understandingly. She grabbed the woman's chin and stuffed a rolled-up wet washcloth into her mouth. Croix, give her a set of ice magic first, and then a set of fire magic. If she doesn't do it by then, start using wind magic. Then, in the woman's horrified eyes, Croix walked up to her with a complicated expression and pointed his staff at her. This is their terror staff, made by Dickon for Croix. It is the same model as Cornelia's terror hammer. Although it has no attack bonus, it can double the pain caused. The woman's eyes became extremely frightened, her body kept shaking violently, and her eyes widened. She was filled with fear and helplessness. But now she couldn't speak even if she wanted to beg for mercy. The basement was filled with ice and fog, and after a while, fire suddenly appeared. There was also the shrill scream. First came the extreme cold hell, and then the steamer hell. Whenever she was about to faint, she would be awakened again by the pain that was about to break her nerves. What's even more frightening is that she is very sure that her body does not show any signs of damage. On the contrary, even the bruises on her body have been healed. It seemed that this pain could continue indefinitely until Croix ran out of mana. Is this okay? Croix completed the treatment as requested by Durkin, looked back at Durkin and asked. It's wonderful. I feel scared when I think about this school almost burying your talents. Durkin marveled at Croix's healing powers. With a teammate like this, what more could I ask for? Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie. 069. Dickon founded the church. Croix's expression was full of confusion, but in the end he smiled helplessly. This was the first time that he was asked by his teammates to use magic without any scruples. Very peculiar. Having suffered from low self-esteem since childhood, This was the first time he truly realized the feeling of I am born with talents that will be useful. After the treatment, the woman's clothes were soaked. Her face was covered with tears, and the tears mixed with sweat kept sliding down her cheeks. Although her eyes were quite hollow, there still seemed to be a trace of fire beating in them. That is a signal from the soul to survive. How about it? Do you want to continue? The next step is the wind magic, which will let you experience the feeling of being cut all over your body. Of course, it will be 20 times more painful. Dukan asked with a smile. Croix's attack magic will not cause substantial damage or physical damage, but will all be converted into an equivalent amount of healing. This is also the reason why Croix's healing power as a dad is so explosive. Without considering other functions, his healing capacity is several times higher than that of a priest of the same level. But Croix was in great pain. For example, his fire magic will not cause burns, but the pain of being burned by the fire will be fully endured by teammates. His wind magic will not cut off people's bodies, but will make people clearly experience the pain of being cut while they are still alive. This has always been considered one of the side effects of Croix, but in Durkin's opinion, this is Croix's greatest talent. He even helped Croix amplify the pain 20 times. Woo! The woman shook her head wildly. She didn't want to be tortured like that again for a second. Okay, let's talk about it. Following Durkin's instructions, Cornelia removed the towel from the woman's mouth. Chapter 63. For a moment, she was like a person who had just been rescued from drowning, breathing heavily. Durkin didn't rush to ask her anything, and gave her a little time to calm down. Durkin didn't ask questions until he was sure she had recovered her breath. Croix, the scribe on the side, was also ready. What's your name? Alara. Age? 24. Be quick when you answer. Do you know what time it is now? Will your conscience be at ease if we teenagers stay up late with you here? Are you doing a teenage thing? Tell me your identity and address lurking in the royal capital, your position in the Church of Resurrection, your superiors, and other internal information you know. I advise you not to tell lies, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Don't I blame you for not reminding you? What followed was an hour-long interrogation. Alara became extremely cooperative and confessed a lot of information. The Resurrection Church has multiple strongholds in the Kingdom of Norton, with the largest stronghold set up in the border city. But the location is always changing, and Alara doesn't know where the big stronghold is. Since the Church of Resurrection did not dare to infiltrate its power into the Norton capital where strong men gathered, they only placed a few intelligence agents in the capital. They don't know each other's identities, and they usually look no different from civilians. There is only one single line contact with them from the top. And now their primary purpose in the Norton Kingdom is to win over Durkin. Or if you are sure that he has no intention of joining, you will try your best to get rid of him. It's interesting. I only accidentally came up with the idea of getting rid of the Resurrection Church. Fortunately, they actually targeted me directly. It's really the evil ones who strike first, Durkin said to himself while dragging his chin. This sentence startled Croix. Durkin, are you kidding? Do you really want to eradicate the Church of Resurrection? Of course, otherwise how can we do it once and for all? Croix opened his mouth and could not say a word for a long time. The Church of Resurrection is an evil ancient organization that gives the Kingdom Federation a headache. As an individual, it is no longer easy to avoid being disturbed. Durkin actually wanted to kill them all from the beginning. But soon, Croix's eyes became serious. Durkin, if you are serious, I will definitely help you. They and I are at odds with each other. It's not an exaggeration to say that we have deep hatred. It's just that I always feel that I don't have the ability. But now, here's a guy who can tap into his abilities to the fullest. Then it's decided. Set a small goal to eradicate the Church of Resurrection. But what about you, Nalia? Listening to the conversation between the three people, Alara began to sweat again on her back, and the clothes that stuck to her body made her even more uncomfortable. If these three people were not insane, they would definitely be the biggest disaster since the establishment of the Resurrection Church. Durkin suddenly remembered something. He took out a shot of potion and walked to Alara. Alara's eyes became frightened again. Are you really going to kill people and silence them? Don't worry, this is a shot of truth serum. I will ask you the question again to confirm the accuracy of the information. Why didn't you use it earlier? I just want to give you a chance to confess and be lenient first, and confirm whether you have the possibility of development. On the one hand, I am not sure whether the effect of this medicine is reliable. On the other hand, Dickon wanted to test whether Alara had really surrendered to them from the bottom of her heart just now. After saying that, Dickon injected the medicine made by me into Alara. Alara didn't struggle. She had given up any resistance. In the following time, Dickon asked the questions again from beginning to end based on the interrogation record written down by Croix. Okay, except that my age is 3 years younger, everything else is true. His words brought a trace of color back to Alara's pale face, but her eyes were a little ashamed and angry. Originally, you had only one choice, go to the Royal Capital Prison and spend time in jail. Of course, you will most likely end up being sent to the Kingdom Federation for another interrogation. Although their interrogation is many times gentler than ours, they are definitely not as easy to talk to as us. The corners of Alara's mouth twitched. She has never seen such a talkative guy. But because of your honesty, there is now an option. You can also join our church. Then I will let you go directly. Dickon continued. Then he looked at Alara and waited for her to express her stance. Alara seemed to doubt that she heard something wrong. Your church? Yes, we, Happy Church, believe in love and peace, and our goal is to bring smiles to everyone. If you choose to join, you will be our church's senior spy agent lurking in the Church of Resurrection. I will also do my best to cooperate with you and help. The higher you climb, the higher you go. Volume 2. Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 070. Dickon's infiltration plan. Alara's expression became very complicated. Although Dickon extended an olive branch to her, but this could be a throw from hell. No matter how you listen to it, the doctrines of the Happy Church feel even more evil than those of the Resurrection Church. The Resurrection Church is at least real. Dickon snapped his fingers. But Nelia quickly unlocked Alara's handcuffs and handed her a cup of warm fruit tea. Miss Alara, you can think about it slowly, and you can feel free to raise any concerns you have. After all, I sincerely want you to become a member of our organization. According to your confession, you have never believed in the teachings of the Resurrection Church from the bottom of your heart, and you have never done anything heinous. So I want to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Dickon's tone suddenly became more polite, which made Alara feel uncomfortable. She didn't dare touch the cup of tea either. Don't look at Dickon's gentleness now. It might be cruel if you fall out later. Are there any restrictions or costs to being one of you? Alara seemed to have mustered up the courage, clenched her fists, and asked timidly. There are no restrictions, there is a basic salary, and there are additional rewards for completing tasks. For example, I can personally make a card for you. When your contribution is enough, I might even ask our Lord Pope, my teacher, to make a card for you. In addition, we have strict standards for overtime pay and pensions, and we will never treat any member badly. Specifically, Dickon's words made Alara twitch her eyelashes. Is this really a cult? So formal? It is simply a conscientious company. There are even special card makers resident. What's even more frightening is what level of existence is the Lord Pope who can teach Dickon? Her breathing gradually became a little rapid. She shook her head, not daring to continue thinking. Even if this kind of treatment was not forced, it was enough to make her heart flutter. Will the mission be dangerous? Alara asked again. Although being in jail is infinitely safer than having a relationship with these 3 people. But I don't know why. She felt that maybe this was an opportunity she couldn't have imagined, an opportunity to get rid of the Resurrection Church. After all, many resurrectionists joined the Resurrection Church involuntarily when they were weak. Even if he became stronger, he would not dare to think about getting rid of this organization. The betrayers of the Church of Resurrection almost always end up miserable. Unless you can find a strong organization to protect you. Compared to what you do at Resurrection Church, it will be much safer. After all, we are a charitable organization with a slightly profit-making nature, and our mission will give priority to your life safety. Dickon said with a smile. His voice was like a breeze blowing across the earth. An interrogation suddenly turned into an interview. Alara was silent for a moment, and finally dared to look directly into Dickon's eyes. There was already a little more light in her eyes. But she seemed to have one final hesitation. She was afraid of becoming a pawn that these 3 people could throw away. However, Dickon also saw her thoughts, looked at her and said seriously, Your life will be a precious asset to our church. I swear to you that as long as you do not betray, you will always be protected by us. Just not being targeted by these three people made Alara feel most at ease. Not to mention their protection, it was as if the darkness of the entire world would be her backing. I join you. Alara finally made up her mind and said these words with some perseverance and courage in her eyes. Dickon's face was full of smiles, and that smile was as kind as a god looking at his followers. Welcome to join us, Happy Church. We are committed to creating happiness with our heart. We hope you will be happy every day. High Priest Dickon, Trial Knight Cornelia, and Inquisitor Croix took turns shaking hands with Alara and sending her their most sincere blessings. Make her feel flattered. Chapter 64. Did he go from hell to the Hell Management Bureau in an instant? Alara, is there any certificate that represents the identity of the believer? Dickon, since your identity is highly confidential, you only need to have a single line of contact with me for the time being. The token will increase your risk of exposure. If there are other members who need to work with you, I will contact you in advance and give you the token. Then Dickon explained the rules of the connection to her. Usually they only exchange information by publishing missing object notices in newspapers and periodicals. Dickon is currently under special review by the Card Creators Association and is not suitable to have any contact with the Church of Resurrection. In the next period of time, Dickon's policy is to get rid of it first and then infiltrate it later. After the special review is completed, Dickon will begin the next step of his plan, to assist Alara in infiltrating the upper echelons of the Resurrection Church. Initial penetration into the Resurrection Church within 1 year, implementation of the high-level replacement plan within 3 years, and destruction of the Resurrection Church within 5 years. Next, Alara will continue to play her role in the Church of Resurrection. Since the Church of Resurrection's testing and winning over Dickon is a long-term plan, Alara doesn't need to make any big moves in the short term. She just needs to take it step by step and create a situation where she is planning and laying out. Do you have anything else to give me next? No, you can go. Dickon's calm answer made Alara even more convinced of Dickon's meaning. If I can catch you once, I will catch you a second time. It's just that next time it won't make any sense. This couldn't help but make her awe of Dickon even deeper. At best, Dickon will not give her any difficult tasks, but will help her to work smoothly in the Church of Resurrection. And she doesn't have to hand over any benefits she gets from the Resurrection Church, and she even gets wages and rewards. How generous this is! This kind of organization is orthodox. Don't worry, this is your first step to abandon the darkness and turn to the light. Dickon patted her shoulder and said, very much like an old director who had worked for many years. I understand, Lord Dickon. Alara bowed to Dickon. It's finally done. The three of them were walking on the streets of the royal capital in the early morning. They all looked a little tired. Now this organization is just getting started, and it has to take its time to become bigger and stronger. Croix suddenly thought of something, looked at Dickon and asked, but Dickon, what if Alara betrays us? And what if the Happy Church is really regarded as a cult? Dickon, what are you talking about? Have we seen her? What is Happy Church? Croix understood immediately. There is no human or material evidence in Alara. The three of them are very innocent. I won't be able to sleep for long if I go back now. Dickon yawned. Then let's take a look at the royal capital at 4 o'clock in the morning. There is a good shop in the royal capital that is open now. Let's just go and have breakfast. Croix took out a food map of the royal capital from his pocket and asked Dickon and Cornelia to come over and take a look. We can buy some delicious food to take away, go to the top of the ancient clock tower of the royal capital to watch the sunrise, and then go back to school. Good idea. But, let's go. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 071 Cornelia's Dream Cat. The past 3 weeks have flown by. Dickon enjoys a vibrant campus life. His regular daily activities are still attending classes, making cards, and developing poisons. Dickon spent most mornings with Cornelia. When there are required courses, we are basically inseparable. Unlike before, it was now possible for Croix to join them during lunch and afternoon library times. From time to time, he can also discuss some advanced magic-related issues with Dickon, but because Croix belongs to the Magister Academy, his class schedule does not coincide with Dick and Cornelia's, so we only get together occasionally. Sunday, the early morning sunlight shines through the curtains into Dickon's living room, forming mottled and broken shadows on the ground. Dickon closed his eyes, frowned slightly, turned over on the sofa and continued to sleep. He slept too late last night. Although when researching poisons with me, they would try to finish before 10 o'clock in the evening and go back to their respective homes. But there will always be a day or two when the two of them lose track of time when they study the key points. So I had to live in the dormitory. He gave the bed to me and slept on the sofa. Me was also unceremonious and treated Dickon's dormitory as her own home. Dickon felt that he wanted to sleep for a while longer, but a small sound came into his ears from just now. Me should be awake by now. She is even more disciplined than Dickon. He didn't know how much time passed before he heard a gentle and slightly playful voice. Thank you, I slept very comfortably last night. Okay, let's go. Dickon still didn't open his eyes, but muttered, You are really insufferable. Me's tone seemed a little unhappy, but he couldn't help the sly smile on his face. After all, you have always behaved this way when speaking. Whoever takes it seriously will lose. I'm leaving then. You can continue to have a good rest. Take there, poisonous ground nail 3.1, on the table. I will be able to make another one by myself soon. Dickon sat up anyway, rubbed his eyes, looked at me and said, As long as a blue quality card is successfully developed once, it will be easy for Dickon to make it again. Oh, okay. After hearing this, me walked to the card-making workshop with a chuckle and took away the masterpiece they successfully developed together last night. Poisonous ground nail 3.1, category, spell card, grade, blue precious, level, 3, effect, causes continuous weak toxin in bleeding state. This spell can be triggered from a distance, and the toxin cannot be purified. Note, the current version is 3.1, equipped with a new communication toxin, bringing an unparalleled torture experience. Develop a diary. By the way, you're going to the Shadow World again next week, right? Me saw that Dickon was awake and started chatting with him again. Dickon asked, Yes. Do you want to come together? Me said, No, I'm a civilian. I won't go to such dangerous places. I just want to express my gratitude that I may not be able to see you for a while. Although Dickon wanted to complain, he remembered that he had said similar words back then, so he held it back. According to the agreement between Dickon and Cornelia, next Wednesday will be the second Shadow World strategy plan for the Beautiful Mind team. It's just that since both Dickon and Cornelia are only at level 3, they can't form a team with Croix at level 6. According to regulations, teams can only be formed across 2 levels at most. Otherwise, the survival rate of other challengers may be seriously affected. But Nelia is not far away from the 4th level, and Dickon still needs some training to reach the 4th level. They were probably able to clear the Shadow World with Croix once before he graduated. In addition, Dickon agreed to take Mr. Cat to the Shadow World. The duration of the Shadow World is relatively random. You may encounter a Shadow World like Demon Academy that can be completed in half a day, or you may encounter a Shadow World that lasts for a month or more. In addition, there will be a certain cooling time after challenging the Shadow World, during which you will be excluded from the Shadow World. If it takes a long time to fight only one level 3 Shadow World, the benefits will be too low for Dickon and Cornelia. Then it's better to bring a level 5 cat teacher to increase the difficulty of the team. After sending me away, Dickon basically woke up. He still has something important to do today. Yesterday he saw Cornelia feeding cats in the back mountain again. It seemed like this was her most important project of the weekend. Dickon noticed that in the past few days, whenever Cornelia saw Teacher Cat pestering Dickon, she could not hide the loneliness in her eyes at all. After all, even Croix plays well with Mr. Cat. It was only slightly afraid of Cornelia. Although Mr. Cat is now much closer to Cornelia than he was at the beginning. But that instinct of fear seems to be engraved in the soul. The other elf cats didn't even dare to get close to Cornelia, so they relied on cat luring potions to get closer to the cat. They are about to go to the Shadow World again. And this time, Dickon, Cornelia and Cat Sensei teamed up. Dickon is worried that Cornelia will become even more depressed in the Shadow World. So he has to make a decision now. Do you want to sacrifice yourself to make Cornelia feel better? How can a 7-foot man turn into a cat? Duckin shook his head. Chapter 65. So on this sunny Sunday morning, Duckin used transformation technique, elf cat, in the dormitory to transform into a light grey elf cat that was as noble and delicate as a western doll. Okay, meow. Who told me to be so kind-hearted? This feeling of lowering the line of sight and lightness of the body is surprisingly good. It was strangely addictive to Duckin. This is also the reason why he is somewhat resistant to becoming a cat. He worried that he was addicted to this state. His body was so light that Duckin felt like he wanted to dance. Just once, just once. After letting go of his tangle, Duckin meowed a song with his nose and stepped forward on 4 flexible legs. Everything has changed. Then just be an elf cat. Soon, he came to the grassland at the back of the mountain. Bathed in the comfortable warm sunshine at the end of autumn, he finally couldn't help but roll around on the soft grass a few times. The gentle breeze was just right. It's so pleasant. Duckin felt that he had an experience that was twice as relaxing as in human form. So being a furball is such a happy thing. I feel that the sleepiness that had disappeared has returned. When Duckin came back to his senses, he had fallen into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. When Cornelia came to the back mountain with the cat attractant and cat food, she found a lazy kitten lying on its side under the tree where she usually stayed. But Cornelia hesitated for a moment, but still walked over there. As expected, that kind of elf cat would be frightened awake by her later, and then run away in a hurry. But when she got closer step by step, the kitten showed no reaction. This made her heart beat faster. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 072 Duckin's Major Crisis. Nelia slowed down her pace. At this moment she looked quite like a person trying to catch a pigeon. I didn't dare to make too much noise, for fear of walking too slowly and scaring the pigeons away. She even held her breath. Is this a miracle? Or was the kitten sick and in a coma? But Nelia couldn't help but doubt this in her heart. When she thought that the kitten might be in need of help, she quickened her pace slightly. However, when she walked to the kitten, she inadvertently blocked the sunlight that originally covered it. It turned over unconsciously, scratched its cheek, and continued to sleep soundly. Cornelia was finally convinced that this was a kitten that was not afraid of her. An uncontrollable throbbing emotion surged in her heart, and her body was boiling with unspeakable excitement and excitement. She felt like her heart was beating so fast that it was going to explode. She stroked her chest and took a deep breath. Let yourself calm down a little. She gently put the cat food she was holding on the ground. Then he walked under the tree and sat next to the light gray kitten, with a gentle look on his face. She looked at it like this for a few minutes, and finally couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. Maybe this will wake it up and make it run away. But being able to stay next to it for so long and still being able to touch it made Nelia content. The moment her fingers touched the kitten, it was as if electricity flowed from her fingertips into her heart, fluffy and soft. The kitten also showed no resistance. Cornelia felt so happy. Like a dream. She shook her head, pinched her face again, and finally couldn't help but chuckle. She was a little greedy, so she carefully picked up the kitten and let it lie in her arms. Then just keep looking at it. Duckin felt like he was back in a devil's academy in a dream. The familiar scent, the warm and soft touch on the skin, and the strangely relaxing feeling of peace of mind. It seems like you can still hear someone's heartbeat, beating a little faster than my own heart. Very good for sleeping. I still want to sleep a little longer. No, we can't indulge in this anymore. I will never wake up. Consciousness gradually returned, and Duckin cat slowly opened its eyes. Compared to the light shining through the shade of the trees, what attracted his attention more was the sloping red hair and the eyes as clear as spring water. Duckin cat couldn't help but widen his eyes. Meow. He didn't expect that he would be in Cornelia's arms as soon as he woke up. Originally, I just wanted to pretend to be an ordinary magical cat here, and then wait until Cornelia came to play with her. Unexpectedly, I fell asleep while lying on the lawn. During the break, he was hugged by Cornelia. Duckin found that he really had no sense of caution towards her. If other people or cats were approaching, he would probably wake up. Yes, I'm sorry, cat. But Nelia saw the frightened look of the cat in her arms. Her eyes were a little lonely, and she reluctantly relaxed her hand, ready to put it down. Still scared it. Meow. However, she found that the cat's fright seemed to be short-lived and it quickly settled down. You're not Not afraid of me? Cornelia asked in a low voice with a hint of probing. In addition to elf magic, elf cats can also understand human language. Elf cat bosses like Mr. Cat can even speak Norton Kingdom language directly. Dickon Cat nodded. Although his eyes were still cold, he had no intention of resisting. But Nelia bit her lip and finally couldn't help but smile with joy. This day actually happened. Can I touch you? The cat hesitated slightly and nodded again. Thank you, thank you. Cornelia tried her best to control her power, and gently touched the cat's chin with her little hand. Then he stroked it twice slowly. Seeing that the cat showed no resistance, she boldly touched the cat's head and back. She now gradually discovered that although this kitten looked aloof, it had an extremely gentle personality. So Cornelia's hand gradually touched the cat's belly. This time, however, the cat struggled. It seemed to be too itchy, and all its limbs were flailing. But Nelia stopped immediately. She poked the cat's paw tentatively again. The cat didn't respond and seemed to let her play with it. It seems okay now. This cat's meaning is easy to understand. Not struggling means okay. Struggle equals number. Cornelia rubbed the cat's soft fur with her hands, her eyes becoming more and more doting. It seems that the more he touches it, the more addictive he becomes. From time to time, he even lifts the cat and rubs it on his cheek. Dickon Cat's eyes were a little helpless, but gradually became relieved. He recalled that he was actually quite scared when he first met Cornelia in school. It was later discovered that she actually knew how to control her powers. There is almost no accidental injury to others. It's just that sometimes Cornelia gets a little excited, so her trembling look seems like she can't control her power. I'm afraid I've been used to being misunderstood since childhood. Okay, it's almost time to run away. Nelia should be in a better mood. Just when Dickon wanted to break away from Cornelia's arms, he turned over and jumped down. Wait a minute. After Cornelia finished speaking, she hugged the Dickon Cat to her chest and stared into the cat's eyes reluctantly. Just stay with me for a while, just for a moment. Okay, woo. Dickon began to struggle internally. Chapter 66. Not good. Don't be soft-hearted, otherwise you don't know how long you will be kept by her. Meow. Dickon Cat still nodded. But Nelia is so despicable. How can I refuse that kind of look? Cornelia began to gently stroke the cat's soft and smooth hair again. The techniques are becoming more and more proficient. Dickon Cat couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy the comfortable massage, and his brain became a little sluggish. But Nelia seemed to still be experimenting with which parts of the cat's body could be touched. Tried it from ears to tail, satisfying her strong curiosity. Finally, she stared at the cat for a long time. You are a boy, look, you can see! As Cornelia said this, she slowly stretched out her hand and tried to poke it. Even Dickon felt chilled and suddenly opened his eyes. Meow meow meow. The cat struggled desperately in Cornelia's arms, rolled onto the grass and stood firm, like a little tiger with exploding fur. What a close call. What a risk. What if Cornelia really doesn't control her power well? He's finished. And no matter what, if his is poked by the girl he spends time with every day, how will he be able to work together in the future? Volume 2, Blizzard Movies in Barren Mountains, 073 Shadow World, Blizzard Movies in Barren Mountains. Yes, sorry, but Nellie suddenly panicked. She didn't expect the cat's reaction to be so violent. She was worried that the cat, which was finally willing to be close to her, would run away. Meow. The cat seemed to sigh, and walked back to Cornelia helplessly and lay down next to her. This made Cornelia's eyes shine again for a moment. She picked up the cat again and stroked it with great care. Just like this, one person and one cat stayed until the sun was about to set and the sunset was about to be seen. Meow. Meow meowed. It has to go. After maintaining the transformation for so long, his mana is almost reaching its limit. Can you live with me? But Nelia also understood what the cat meant, full of nostalgia and reluctance. She wanted to take the cat back to the dormitory. The cat shook his head. Then, can I still see you? Meow. The cat raised his hand. Cornelia happily reached out her hand and gave it a high five, then watched the cat leave until its figure disappears. During the required class on Monday morning, Dickon found that Cornelia was absent-minded throughout the class, until they went to the library together in the afternoon. But Nelia also stared at the book in a daze for a long time. She seemed to be unconscious, and the pent-up drew a cat head on the paper. Dickon looked a little closer. Although it's very abstract, you can probably recognize the cat's head as the cat he transformed into yesterday. At this time, it seemed that the color at Dickon's hair caught Cornelia's eyes, arousing her memories and touching her expression. She sniffed around Dickon unconsciously. Dickon suddenly felt something bad, but he pretended to be calm and silently distanced himself from Cornelia. Cornelia looked at Dickon and seemed to hesitate for a moment. "Have you, too, seen it?" "Ah, that's Mr. Cat's friend. He and Mr. Cat sometimes eat at my house." Dickon told the truth. Cornelia nodded. After all, Dickon is very popular with cats, so the kind cat must also be very close to Dickon. "Next time, can you take me to play with it?" "No problem." "Thanks." But from then on, Cornelia couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly even when she was studying. This made Dickon feel relieved but also a little worried. If the matter is exposed one day in the future, the seriousness of the matter may be somewhat unpredictable. One person must play two roles seamlessly. After a peaceful Tuesday, it's time for the Beautiful Mind team's Shadow World. Early on Wednesday morning, Dickon and Cornelia took Teacher Cat to the entrance of the Shadow World. Of course there was Croix to see them off. Croix's eyes were a little lonely, and it was obvious that he also wanted to go with Dick and Cornelia. But we can only hope that Dick and Cornelia will reach the 4th level as soon as possible. Even if you're sitting on the sidelines, you're part of our squad, waiting for us. Dickon patted Croix's arm and said, "Well, come on." The three of them bumped fists and then said goodbye neatly. Teacher Cat lay on Dickon's head and couldn't wait to do it. "Let's go, meow." Under the urging of Teacher Cat, the two of them and the cat stepped into the gate of the void together. What followed was the familiar darkness and silence. Soon after, the vision became clear and bright, which meant that they had successfully entered the Shadow World. It seems that this time, no one is forced to join a certain minigame at the beginning. They should be in a relatively free state. But Cornelia was beside him, and Teacher Cat had already slipped into his shadow unnoticed the moment he came to the Shadow World. Cornelia's appearance remained unchanged. It seems they have retained their original appearance, only their clothes changed. He and Cornelia both wore slightly heavier winter clothes. "Yes, it looks like a person." Both of them began to look at their surroundings. This is a living room that looks a bit luxurious and exaggerated. A huge golden chandelier hangs from the top, illuminating the golden brown classical style carpet that covers almost the entire floor. The warm tone decoration style and mild toned light brown curtains make people not feel the endless chill coming from the window. The cold wind howled, and from time to time the falling snow seeds hit the closed high-height window of the living room. Even if the thick curtains are not fluttering, the sound like the wind and snow will break through the glass in the next second, causing it to fly uncontrollably. The sky outside the window can only be seen as white. If it weren't for a few magic lights shining in the garden outside the window, I might not even be able to see the ground outside clearly. The grass and flower beds have been covered with snow, turning into a thin sea of white marshmallows, and the falling snow seeds seem to make the ground slowly rise. Soon, the prompt also appeared in front of me. Shadow World, Blizzard Movie Enchantment in Barren Mountains. Level 4. In this villa in the mountains, there is bad weather outside, and 10 of you challengers will be stationed here. Little did they know that 2 of them had acquired the power of the curse hidden deep in this ancient house, and they would transform into unrivaled existences at night. Mission goal: survive for 72 hours. Total number of challengers: 10. Regular challengers: 8. Reverse challenger: 2. Reverse challengers have additional mission objectives. If the mission objectives are completed, they will pose a threat to the original world. There are a total of 10 bedrooms in the ancient house. The bedrooms have received the power of blessing and have strong magical protection, which can withstand attacks of level 6 and below. The counter-challengers have obtained the following 2 types of curse powers. Witch's power, can break the blessing of a certain room. It can be used twice a night. Once the blessing is broken, it cannot be restored. Werewolf power, can transform into a werewolf with level 6 combat power, only applicable from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. There are 2 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes left. The time now is 6:30 in the morning. The starting point for all challengers is the villa lobby. The observation hall was noisy again at this time. Did Dickon and the others enter a confrontational dungeon this time? Yes, The basis for this kind of internal confrontation in the shadow world is that among the challengers there are people who strongly want to destroy the real world, and these people will also become counter-challengers. Mountain villas, late-night killings. I always feel that this movie world will be very bloody. Chapter 67. This kind of dungeon where they are suspicious of each other and kill each other often tests the challenger's psychological quality. Sometimes the challenger's psychological defense has collapsed before the final moment. Come on, if these two unlucky things get in, the god of death will have to crawl away. Author's note: this time, Shadow World will be shorter than Demon Academy, and it will be a transitional, relaxing vacation dungeon. The next Shadow World will be a slightly larger copy, and a heavyweight player will also appear. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 074. Cornelia becomes a great detective, 2-1. Several men and women gathered in the living room of the villa. They are almost in groups of 3 and 2, and their positions are relatively scattered. Neither the dark night sky, the magnificent snow scene, nor the howling cold wind could move them, because the situation in the living room is not harmonious. In the center of the living room is a half-foot-tall mini-stage covered in gloss black flooring. There is a classical grand piano and a dimly lit leather piano chair placed on the stage. Besides the piano and the chair, there is another person on the stage. Or rather, it's a corpse that's not completely cold yet. Lying on the piano keyboard was a thin, middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothing. It looked as if he had just finished playing a powerful piece of music and then fell into a deep sleep of extreme fatigue. What was horrifying was that a winding stream of blood seeped out from under him, forming a nearly circular pool of blood on the stage floor, with a hideous knife covered in blood lying quietly on it. Dark red blood flowed along the edge of the middle-aged man's clothes and the piano keyboard. The exposed edge of his left breast pocket was stained red. This pool of blood reflects the light brown paint bottom of the piano and the thin body of the player, who seems to have experienced vicissitudes of life, showing a permeable dark color. At the same time, the prompts were still being updated, and everyone was watching with bated breath. Each challenger has a key that can open the blessed bedroom. A maximum of 2 challengers can live in each bedroom. If the number is exceeded, the blessing will become invalid. Unraveling the puzzles of the ancient house is of great significance to the regular challengers. One of the regular challengers is a detective. Both Dickon and Cornelia couldn't help but touch their pockets and found that there was indeed a key inside. In addition, the clothes they wore seemed to have an uncomfortable feeling. Not ill-fitting, just dressed too hastily. It was as if he had just gotten out of bed, quickly changed his clothes and rushed downstairs. This must have something to do with the plot background. Generally speaking, the two of them didn't care about the plot. But Cornelia's costume this time is very special. She was seen wearing a detective beret and a beige woolen coat. Even though she didn't do anything, she already attracted everyone's attention. Dickon next to her seemed to be her assistant. Hey, that's not right. Why was this special status given to Cornelia? The students on the sidelines were a little puzzled. Generally speaking, a special identity does not necessarily have a special ability, but it often indicates something. For example, the identity of a detective in a mystery plot is often given to the person who has the best chance of revealing the identity of the enemy. She will also become a prime target for counter-challenges. Immediately afterwards, the most basic plot information began to be updated. Starting scene: the owner of this mansion, Sir O'Rourke, played the famous Blood Resurrection overture 30 minutes ago to wake everyone up. His performance is so wonderful that anyone who knows a little bit about music, or even a homeless person who doesn't understand music at all, should applaud him. But no one would praise or appreciate it at that time, because it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and the residents were all sleeping soundly. They were immersed in the warm quilts, enjoying an extremely comfortable rest. His gorgeous music woke up the sweet dreams of one guest after another, making them angry, helpless, and painful. After he played for a while, an angry resident finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to go to the living room to stop the performance. But before the resident could turn on the big light in the living room, the sound of the piano had stopped. The next piercing scream woke everyone up completely. So gradually, everyone gathered in the living room, shocked, alert, and thinking. Core plot progress 1/3. At this point, the prompts finally stopped. Judging from the mechanics of the shadow world, Werewolves and witches who lurk in the dark and possess absolute power have great advantages. So if you want to find out their identity during the day when you can compete with them, you must use plot clues. The werewolf and the witch also need to find ways to prevent the decryption in secret. The owner of the mansion probably didn't commit suicide, but it looked too much like suicide. But the current clues are difficult to pinpoint who the murderer is. Then everyone in the living room looked at Cornelia. He seemed to be waiting for her to speak first. Cornelia looked at everyone expressionlessly. He neither spoke nor flinched in his eyes. Her silence did not make people confused, but made many challengers feel at ease. He is indeed a calm person with a detective temperament. It's just that time passes by. The atmosphere in the living room seemed a bit stiff. Cornelia looked at Deacon helplessly. Deacon was slapping his cheeks with both hands, as if trying to wake himself up. This weather can indeed make people sleepy. What's wrong? He noticed Cornelia's gaze, met her gaze, looked around again, and immediately understood Cornelia's dilemma. She was confused and had no idea what was happening. Just say what you want to say, just feel free to express yourself. Think of me as your assistant. Deacon tilted his head slightly and whispered in her ear. Cornelia nodded. Then she looked at everyone and said sincerely, I didn't expect anything. Please don't count on me. Cool. Hearing this, an elegant and beautiful girl laughed. It seemed that because of Cornelia's words, the tense atmosphere in the entire living room relaxed a little. No matter what, let's communicate first. The beautiful girl took over. She looks about 16 years old, with a slender figure and stunningly beautiful appearance. It is not difficult to guess that she should be a noble in the real world. My name is Lilith, a second-year student at Philo Arts Academy. I am good at reasoning about the decryption of the shadow world. After saying that, she looked at Cornelia, smiled and asked, Miss Detective, if you have no clue, would you mind leaving your job to me? Cornelia hesitated. All the challengers present knew that Cornelia, with her identity as a detective, was the dominant player in the room. Her words carry weight. Just as she was about to look at Durkin for instructions, Durkin patted her gently on the back. She immediately understood what Deacon meant. Play freely and don't look at him. So Cornelia nodded towards Lilith. She became a detective out of nowhere, for fear of dragging down all the challengers. And a smarter-looking guy just came out here and was willing to take over her job. All I can say is that it couldn't be better. The corners of Lilith's mouth curved. Thank you for your trust, Miss Detective. Although the content of her words was very humble, Lilith's tone did not hide the arrogance in her bones. She seems to be proud of having regained the identity that should belong to her. If you don't mind, let's have a casual chat first. Lilith naturally dominated the conversation. She knows that there is no need to induce people to reveal their information through questioning, censorship, etc. Except for those resurrection cultists on the wanted list. The cultists lurking in the dark all have perfect identity excuses. You can't tell them apart just by talking. After saying that, she sat on the sofa alone. Cornelia silently labeled her, eldest lady, in her heart. And a tall and heroic girl who had been following Lilith was still standing behind the sofa. Then she is, the eldest lady's guard. Everyone seemed to understand that this state of mutual vigilance could not advance the decryption task, and the others gradually began to move closer to the sofa. The three of us are knights of the Kingdom of Lowland. A cheerful-looking young man pointed at himself and two companions beside him and said. Then they started to introduce themselves. But Cornelia couldn't remember the names of so many people at once, so she concluded that they were a three-person team. Kingdom Knights, 3. In order to improve the performance at the end of the year, I came to challenge the film world. It's very real. But Cornelia thinks there should be no problem with these three people. The last two people left were a pair of twin sisters, standard beauties who also looked like students. We are third-year students at Brody Academy. I am an assassin and my sister is a healer. Although the two of them look similar, the younger sister's eyes look upturned and she looks a bit stronger, while the older sister's eyes have drooped eyes and she looks pitiful. Sister assassin, and sister healer. Cornelia labeled the last two. Except for Cornelia Deacon cat teacher, the other 7 people are all foreigners. But foreigners have their own advantages. Chapter 68. They haven't necessarily heard of Deacon and Cornelia. After all, The world is too big and there are too many strange people and interesting things. Even if other challengers have heard of their glorious deeds, they probably don't know the appearance of Deacon and Cornelia. Finally, everyone else finished their introductions and looked at the taciturn detective Cornelia and her assistant. Before Cornelia could speak, Deacon spoke first. "My name is Badger, and I am the attendant of my eldest lady. She doesn't like to talk, so please forgive me." Then he saluted everyone gracefully and retreated behind Cornelia again. This time he just wanted to be the man behind Cornelia. Hidden merit and fame. Cornelia immediately understood. "My name is Olive." But Nelia's identity is innocent, and there is no need to take the initiative to expose any information. Deacon just wanted her not to say more. The other challengers couldn't help but their eyes lit up. It turns out that the detective lady is also a noble lady from some family, if you think about it carefully, since Shadow World has chosen her as the hope of a regular challenger. She must have something special about her. And by always acting so low-key, I'm afraid he is really hiding his clumsiness. Not only her identity, but also her resourcefulness. It turns out that he is the type who hides his secrets and is as wise as a fool. This made Miss Lilith a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but look at Cornelia carefully. Well, this kind of calm and restrained yet elegant feeling is either not a noble, or a hidden noble. I just made a mistake. From this point of view, the detective lady is not without ideas. Instead, I want to maintain a state of silence and observe the changes, observing everyone as an outsider. Wonderful. Then let's have a good test. Lilith's eyes seemed to be ignited with the fire of fighting spirit, and she stared at Cornelia for a moment. But there is a serious problem now. Lilith glanced around the crowd and continued, "Where is the 10th challenger? There were only 9 challengers present." "Isn't that the one on the piano?" Kingdom Knight asked. Lilith shook her head. "Obviously not. That person is obviously an original character in the Shadow World. There will be no situation in the Shadow World where the challenger will die at the start, so we still lack a challenger, and we don't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. This is undoubtedly a big deal. It makes our reasoning more difficult." Everyone was silent. "It is indeed quite outrageous." It was clearly stated that all challengers would start in the living room, but no matter how many times they were counted, there were still 9 of them. "Miss Olive, do you have any ideas?" Lilith looked at Cornelia and asked. "I don't think this question is important." Cornelia followed the principle of freedom of expression and the principle of making mistakes without misleading the other challengers. After saying that, she didn't intend to explain anything further. Lilith was silent for a moment, and probably understood what Cornelia meant. Indeed, there is no point in continuing to dwell on this issue here. The ultimate in simplified thinking. "Well, since Olive said so, let's skip this topic for now." Lilith showed a relieved smile and continued, "I suggest that we try to move together during the next daylight hours, at least keep each other in sight. After all, there is strength in numbers. If we can't find the identity of the enemy on the first day, we will separate and hide in the bedroom at night. If the 2 of them can work together to temporarily resist the 6th level werewolf, then it is recommended that the 2 of them live together. If 2 people work together, they will be instantly killed by the werewolf. It is recommended to split up into one person to increase interference. No matter who is attacked, be sure to leave as many clues as possible." "Olive, what do you think?" "Cornelia, okay." Seeing Cornelia nodding, everyone also agreed. If everyone stayed together at night, they would most likely be killed by the werewolves. After all, even if 8 people work together, they will still be hacked when faced with a 6th level werewolf attack. The right solution is to use the protection of the room. But this has to face a cruel situation. There will likely be victims. The victims will also have the opportunity to exchange for information. So next, everyone began to explore the structure of the mansion together. The mansion has 2 floors, with 5 bedrooms on each floor. The room numbers are 101, 105 and 201, 205 respectively. For security reasons, everyone agreed not to disclose to each other which room their keys corresponded to on the first day. The first floor has a living room and a kitchen where a lot of food is stored, while the second floor has a study and a huge library. In addition to a little exploration of the exterior conditions of the mansion, the cliffs and cut-off bridges, as well as the extremely bad weather that was about to drown people. The rest of the time is almost spent in the study and library. They are looking for relevant clues as much as possible. Before I knew it, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. There is still 1 hour left before the werewolf's activity time. Author's note: 1. The plot will accelerate from the next chapter and become very fast. The preparation for this chapter has been completed. 2. Sometimes 2 chapters may be combined into one for the sake of continuity of the plot, because I don't know where to break in the middle. If you want to post a big chapter, this is the chapter today. Don't hit me. The dog's head will save your life. 3. The pricing of chapters is based on the number of words. Some friends may still not understand this mechanism, so let's talk about it. If you see that a certain chapter is more expensive, it means that the number of words will be large, and you will not lose money. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 075. Dickon is here to experience life. When the first night was about to come, everyone came to the kitchen where the ingredients were stored. They had to distribute the remaining 3 days of food at this moment and take it back to the bedroom. Otherwise, after they disperse tonight, the 2 reverse challenges will definitely destroy the food. Okay, we have finished investigating everything we can. It seems that we can only pray for safety tonight, Lilith said, looking at everyone. There seems to be nothing particularly obvious about the mansion that needs to be deciphered. Except for the 10 bedrooms, there are no inaccessible secret rooms. Although they tried to find traps and hidden compartments, they finally concluded that the structure of the mansion was normal. The only special thing is that there is a 6-pointed star-shaped magic circle under the piano in the living room, with a faint red light lingering on one corner. It looks like an altar of unknown meaning, unable to be activated or destroyed. At noon, a team went to check the bedroom, but did not find any hidden information in the bedroom. The useful information is basically in the library and the mansion owner's study, including a lot of information related to this world, and the story about the house and the territory. Legend has it that many years ago, this place was originally the residence of Viscount Augustin. Later, Viscount Augustin discovered the identity of the vampire, so the church came to crusade. The design of Viscount Augustin attracted his mortal enemies werewolves and witches. In the end, vampires, werewolves, witches, and the church's crusade team all fought to the death. The expedition team has no choice but to trap the seriously injured enemies in this ancient house. In the end, the ghosts of the werewolf and the witch turned into a curse on this mansion. When Lilith summarized these clues, the progress of the core plot jumped directly to 2/3. It means that the last key piece of information is missing, and the challenger can solve the core plot content. However, where the last 1/3 of the information was, neither Cornelia nor Lilith had a clue. They couldn't even deduce what the extra tasks of the counter-challengers were. It can only be set to kill all regular challengers by default. After everyone disperses, tonight will most likely be a bloody night. Cornelia looked at Dickon subconsciously. Help her brain at times like this. Dickon looked at her and just smiled without saying a word. But Nelia seemed to understand something and turned her head away from looking at him. We'll go to the bedroom in batches later, leaving one group every 2 minutes. This way we won't know each other's room numbers. Also, let Miss Detective go first, Lilith suggested. Good. No one had any objection. This approach is mainly to protect Cornelia, prevent werewolves and witches from easily knowing which room Cornelia will live in. But Nelia said nothing and walked straight to the library exit, and Dickon followed her naturally. I suggest that Miss Detective go to the room alone first. Lilith's voice suddenly sounded. Cornelia and Dickon both stopped and looked back at her. I don't mean to offend, I just want to remind you that even if you enter the shadow world in a team, there is still a possibility that one of you is a cultist in disguise. After all, they are too good at deceiving others. Unless you absolutely trust him, I suggest, Ms. Detective, that you consider it carefully, because your safety means the world to us, Lilith explained. Chapter 69. Before Dickon could say anything, Nelia took Dickon's elbow. I want to be with him. Cornelia's tone reflected dread determination. It's like Dickon will lose her sense of security if she leaves Cornelia. The same goes for Cornelia. The body and brain cannot be separated. Dickon looked at Lilith helplessly and shrugged. Since you trust each other, I was the one who offended. Lilith smiled and nodded in apology. Her actual purpose was to test Dickon. After a day of observation, She thought this man was very dangerous. He always had a calm smile on his face. Compared to arriving at a haunted house full of murderous intent, it felt more like he was actually on vacation in a snowy mountain mansion, completely invisible. If this guy is an enemy, it will be an unimaginable disaster. First, he will easily kill the detective lady on the first night. And then there will be an unstoppable killing. But now I can probably be sure that the detective lady and him are not a temporary team. Since he is trusted by the detective, his identity should be innocent. This reassured Lilith a lot, and it is not difficult to further infer from the detective lady's reaction. After all, Miss Detective is an intellectual player, so her combat ability should be weak. And her assistant is most likely a very capable killer. Therefore, for the sake of safety, even if the master and servant are alone in the same room, they will never be separated. In just a few seconds, Lilith's mind had already carried out a series of analyses. Dickon and Cornelia entered bedroom 4 on the second floor together. The keys held by Cornelia Dickon cat teacher are 203, 204, and 205 respectively. Teacher Cat, who had been in Dickon's shadow all day, finally emerged as if he was free again. The reason why there is one less challenger is precisely because Teacher Cat hid at the beginning. Although the existence of the hidden model of Teacher Cat will greatly increase the difficulty of reasoning for other regular challenges, but it will also stun counter challenges. Therefore, both Dickon and Cornelia had a tacit understanding not to disclose the existence of Teacher Cat to others. As soon as I opened the heavy door, I saw that this bedroom was more than 3 times the size of the living room in Dickon dormitory. But it doesn't look empty. It has all the furniture and daily necessities, and it also has a master bedroom with its own bathroom. As soon as Dickon entered the room, he leaned on the small sofa that came with the bedroom. "I'm still a little tired looking for clues," he sighed. But Nalia also collapsed next to him. "That's right, we didn't get to do anything all day long." Compared to the Demon Academy, the experience in this shadow world was terrible. Obviously, barren mountains, blizzards, and villas are perfect vacation scenes. There will be no hard work starting tomorrow, and we can enjoy the trip happily. You too, can you feel a little nervous? Seeing the laziness of these two people, Teacher Cat couldn't help scolding them. "What's there to be nervous about?" Dickon nonchalantly stretched out his hand to drag Teacher Cat, and then hugged him into his arms. "Meow meow meow. You are not afraid." "I am. It's just a poor little helper, or a real bastard." If Dickon and Cornelia are overturned, it will die too. This shadow world is really simple. Why is it so simple? Meow? But there is a 6th level werewolf. The clues are missing. Actually, it doesn't matter who the counter-challenger is. As long as we kill all the other 7 people during the day, won't we be able to successfully pass the level? Teacher Cat was silent for a moment. "You should be treated as a human being. If you really do this, you will be put in jail." Teacher Mao only thinks that Dickon is more terrifying than the reverse challenger. Volume 2, Blizzard Movies in Barren Mountains, 076 Dickon After Dark. "Oh, it would be great if Croix was here. I summoned the Broken Poet, and he used a big move to knock everyone down in pain, and then arrested them one by one and interrogated them. This way, we can challenge the innocent people without hurting them." "Did you clear the level at the speed of light while risking your life?" Dickon said with a somewhat lonely expression. Teacher Cat's eyes twitched. "Your plan certainly does not threaten the lives of other challengers. After all, Croix's magic won't even leave a wound on the skin, and no matter how you treat it, it won't hurt others." It is indeed not illegal to do so in the shadow world, but it's not like something a normal person can do. Teacher Cat couldn't help but be glad that Croix couldn't team up with this guy yet. Otherwise Dickon would 1000% do it. Outside the field, almost all the students in the viewing hall looked at Croix. Ever since Croix met Dickon, his reputation in school has changed drastically. From the good-for-nothing young master of disaster to the worst interrogator. Even though Croix has not actually demonstrated the interrogation process to everyone in the shadow world, everyone can already imagine the brutal appearance of the trio. Under the meaningful gazes of everyone, Croix wanted to bury his head for a moment. His original dream was to become a great sage. Later, due to reality, I thought it would be a good to become a great healer. Now it seems that everyone agrees that he is the appointed interrogator. He had mixed feelings in his heart. What's wrong with the interrogator? The arrogant childhood sweetheart Claire sat next to Croix and said coldly. Don't you think the job of an interrogator is cruel? HMPH, it's much better than your useless look of accomplishing nothing. In bedroom 204, Teacher Cat broke away from Dickon's arms and jumped on the bed, watching Dickon and Cornelia from a distance. I now seriously suspect that you two are rebel challengers. Meow. You are so evil. Forget it if you doubt me, but Nelia is absolutely innocent. She is the only one with a regular challenger identity certification, Dickon said helplessly, standing up and trying to take Teacher Cat back. But Nelia also knew that Teacher Cat was joking. Even if she and Dickon have the evil partner trait, it can only increase the probability of them obtaining evil alignment status. But if you want to become a counter-challenge in this dungeon, you still lack a decisive condition. The goal is to harm the world. Teacher Cat seemed unwilling to be held by Dickon anymore. He moved around the room flexibly, just not letting Dickon grab him. Duck inside. He looked at the time. It was already 9:30, and there was still half an hour before the werewolf activity time. Cornelia, if the three of us are in the same bedroom, the blessing of the room will be invalidated. The three of us will be temporarily separated tonight. Okay, Dickon, so please ask Mr. Cat to go to other rooms later. Teacher Cat, shouldn't it be you who takes me and separates from Cornelia? Dickon, you are a beast, aren't you? You really want me to die, don't you? Teacher Cat was so frightened that he shivered and shouted. If it is tricked by the witch werewolf, it will die. Aren't you afraid of us? Then you go live alone. No, 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 meow. Teacher Cat pounced on Dickon, and then grabbed Dickon's clothes tightly. Dickon couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. Teacher Cat cried and cursed. The sight of one person and one cat playing around made Cornelia couldn't help but look envious. What a great relationship. But when I think about Xiao Hui, I feel less sad. She sat on the sofa, holding her chin in her hands, with a happy smile on her face unconsciously. I really want to see Xiao Hui soon. In the end, Dickon and Teacher Mao had been arguing for a long time, and they seemed to be a little tired. So Dickon let Mr. Cat hang on him. Don't leave me, meow. You are a very fickle cat. I don't care, meow meow meow. TSK. Dickon smacked his tongue, but with a calculated smile on his face. Chapter 70. Actually, I found a bug, Dickon said suddenly. After staying with Dickon for a long time, Nelia and Teacher Cat also understood the meaning of the word bug. If more than two challengers enter the same room, the blessing will be temporarily invalidated, right? Dickon had been exploring the structure of this ancient house during the day. All the walls of the ancient house have been added with complex enchantment techniques to make them indestructible. The bedroom is safe because the bedroom door and lock are also covered with similar enchantment spells. Only by opening the door with the key can you enter the room smoothly, or the witch's power can remove the spell on the door, and the werewolf can force his way in. After the three of them entered the barrier together, the spell on the door temporarily became ineffective! But Nelia understood something instantly, and before Dickon could continue, she took out the hammer. Although I don't know exactly what Dickon wants to do, she definitely needs a hammer and her unparalleled strength. What are you doing? Meow. Teacher Cat was startled again and jumped onto the sofa. It knew that Dickon was planning something bad. Dickon walked to the bedroom door and circled a spot with his finger. Cornelia, help me cut a hole in the door, and I'll give the werewolf the entire job tonight. But Nelia quickly walked over with the hammer and pointed the hammer end at the door. Then the corridor made several loud noises. The corridors of the entire giant villa are winding and use very little space, like a maze. In addition, each bedroom has a large area and good sound insulation. Unless you shout from the corridor, it is difficult for people in other rooms to hear any sound. But Cornelia's hammer blows looked like someone was decorating the second floor. Even the first floor heard the noise. The other challengers were confused, but because it was almost time for the werewolf to take action, they did not dare to run out and watch. It didn't take much effort, but Nelia opened a hole more than 1 meter high in this heavy solid wood door. Okay, Teacher Mao and I will stay in 204, and you can go to 205. You can have a good rest tonight, and there are still 2 days to play. Also remember that as long as we are separated, We must know the password first when we meet again. Good. Cornelia then left the room and took the key to the room at the end of the corridor. Duncan remained in the room looking at the hole in the door. Although the door was broken through, the barrier had been restored since Cornelia left the room. There is an invisible layer of barrier protection in the hollow. Duncan reached out and knocked. It felt like a layer of invisible tempered glass. So Duncan stood in the room with his hands behind his back and stared at the corridor through the doorway. It looks very much like the head teacher observing the students in the classroom through the rear window. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in Barren Mountains, 077. Duncan said there must be light on the corridor of this strange old house. There were only a few dim lamps emitting a faint light. A cold wind came from nowhere, the lights flickered, and the windows in the corridors creaked. It seemed as if it was about to be unable to stop the blizzard that suddenly started howling outside the window. The noise was particularly abrupt in the silent night. I don't know how long it took. Da. Footsteps sounded from far near on the second-floor corridor. The tall black silhouette moved forward on the corridor wall, like a huge low-lying devil, looking for its prey. It walks extremely fast. Like a ghost in the dark corridor, he quickly passed through every corner. Soon after, the shadow stopped. Under the dim light, its figure became slightly clearer. It was a terrifying and ferocious werewolf. It is huge but has a stooped back. If it stood up straight, it would probably be 2 meters tall. Its whole body was covered with gray-white hair, and its muscles were as tight as a horned dragon's, extremely strong. In the black night, the scarlet eyes were particularly bright, shining with bloodthirsty light. It seemed to be exploring every room. In this way, it confirmed 201, 202, and 203 all the way. When it walked to door 204, it was about to confirm the situation in the room. I saw a hole opened in the door, and a face seemed to be embedded in the door. A pair of deep pupils met his gaze. The dim light shone on Duncan's face, making him look like a ghost crawling out of the underworld. Kekek. Duncan grinned and let out a sinister laugh that sounded like teeth clashing. Roar! The werewolf suddenly shouted out of his mind, and the hair all over his body stood up in shock. However, at this time, Duncan stopped scaring the werewolf. He slapped a card on the barrier of the door with lightning speed. Trigger it. Although it is protected by an invisible barrier, attacks from outside cannot come in, and attacks from inside cannot escape. But this card of Duncan is not used to deal damage. Sunfist. Category: Spell card. Grade: Blue Precious. Level: 3. Effect: It will not cause direct light damage, but it will be particularly flashy. Note: Flashbomb. The dazzling light like the sun instantly filled the entire corridor, and the originally dim corridor of the mansion instantly turned into a world of pure white light. Even the students in the viewing hall had no choice but to cover their eyes. This time it was really too flashy. It almost blinded them in front of the screen. CNM. Light magic is not meant to be used like this. This guy really sacrificed all his damage performance and made the special effects the most exaggerated, right? The students from the Alchemy Academy and the Mage Academy couldn't help but roar. Croix silently took off his sunglasses. This, Sunfist. Duncan also made one for Croix. So when Croix saw Duncan standing by the doorway, he guessed what Duncan wanted to do. When Croix asked Claire if she wanted sunglasses, Claire ignored him. So he could only reach out his hand in advance and cover Claire's eyes. After the flash ended, he timidly moved his hand away, feeling that he was about to be spoken to by Claire again. However, Claire just glared at him, tilted her head, and said nothing, eerily quiet. Even though Duncan had covered his eyes and turned around in time, he still felt like Ultraman had arrived. The miserable screams of the werewolf outside the door could be heard in the corridor. It covered its eyes in pain and rolled on the ground. After being hit by Duncan's super flash at close range, his eyes were basically damaged in a short period of time. However, its pain was not over yet. When Duncan used Sunfist, he also triggered their poisonous ground nail 3.1. that had been placed outside the door for a long time. The poisonous ground thorns pierced the werewolf's flesh, causing it to roar in more pain. Next, Duncan summons the Ruin Poet. Suddenly, the werewolf's pain increased tenfold. Its body began to twitch violently, the muscles on the beast's face twisted, and its shrill roar made everyone in the entire mansion tremble. Just when its struggle became weaker and weaker, It seemed that it was about to lose consciousness. It actually stood up strongly, and the aura in its body surged, seeming to become stronger. Those eyes seemed to be bleeding. When it was almost unable to hold on any longer, it released a crazy transformation. Crazy. Category: Spell card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 5. Effect: Physical fitness increases significantly within 10 minutes, and high toughness and pain tolerance are obtained. After the madness ends, the person will enter a weak state for 1 hour. Note: completely crazy. Then it took out a piece of wind magic and blew away the poisonous nails on the ground, and ran like a lost dog and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Well, Dickon still looked at the door like the head teacher and sighed regretfully. 10 times the pain is still too little to knock it out right away. This werewolf can actually use madness. It means that the real body also has 5th level combat power, which is not easy to deal with. Forget it, we'll discuss it tomorrow, Dickon said as he turned around. Meow. Did you kill it? Teacher Mao, who was hiding under the quilt and shivering, had now jumped out and pounced on Dickon again. No, let it run away. Enemies that can use magic cards are really difficult to deal with. Dickon's expression was filled with regret. Chapter 71. Then aren't we doomed? Meow? It will call the witch later and open our door. How can we run away? Teacher Neko screamed. Don't worry, at least it won't dare to trouble us again tonight. How are you sure? Meow. I have gradually understood everything, such as the overall story of this mansion and what the enemy's goal is. Well, but I can't determine the exact identity of the enemy yet. Dickon smiled and picked up Mr. Cat and said to him, the answer to the question about the true identity of the enemy can also be revealed during the day tomorrow. As long as Dickon summons the ruined poet when everyone is gathered, whoever turns ugly will be a werewolf. After all, the werewolf was poisoned by Dickon with a toxin that could not be purified. Even if the poisonous damage is very weak, the enemy's 5th level strength can withstand it for a long time. But this toxin was modified by Dickon and me to maximize the pain. It was impossible for anyone to keep their expression unchanged after the ruined poet made the pain tenfold. How did you deduce it? Meow. Tell me. Mr. Cat still couldn't figure out how Dickon got the full backstory from these clues so far. I won't tell you. Say meow. Then you let Cornelia hold you for the next 2 days, and I'll tell you. Meow. No. After some struggle, Teacher Cat still chose to retreat. Then you can find out the truth later. Go to sleep. After saying that, Dickon yawned, walked to the bed, took off his coat and got into bed. Meow meow meow. Don't sleep. It's so noisy. We have to play tomorrow. Dickon grabbed Mr. Cat and hugged him, and fell asleep peacefully. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 078. Dickon is here to arrest someone. Teacher Cat was too scared to sleep at first. But it found that Dickon was sleeping peacefully, and gradually fell asleep with Dickon. If you want to die, let's die together. As a result, the sun rose as usual the next day. Yesterday, Lilith made an appointment with everyone to gather at 6:30 in the morning. So even though Deacon wanted to sleep a little longer, he still got up at 6 o'clock. Sometimes when traveling, you still have to take care of the collective itinerary. After washing, Deacon opened the curtains. There was still an overwhelming blizzard outside. The sky was gloomy, and the sun had just peeked out. The scenery is nice. Then Deacon turned around and rubbed Mr. Cat, who was still lying on the bed. Let me take a nap. Meow. Then sleep in my shadow, otherwise I will have to leave you in the room later. Meow meow. Teacher Cat reluctantly climbed up from the soft bed and jumped into Dickon's shadow. Dickon left room 204 and walked to the door of room 205 where Cornelia lived yesterday. Dong dong. Along with the knock on the door, there were soft footsteps inside the door. But Nelia didn't open the door immediately. Signal, she said from behind the door. Signal, Dickon replied in a calm tone. Then Cornelia opened the door. The secret code of the Beautiful Mind Squad is the secret code. They also don't have to worry about the secret code being heard by others via live broadcast, because Dickon turned off their watching program before going to bed yesterday. As a lifestyle and travel anchor, there is no need for him to let viewers watch him sleep. According to the contract, these non-film world content does not need to be broadcast live. He will open their watching program again at the meeting time at 6:30. Cornelia left the room and locked the door, walking down the corridor with Dickon. What activities are there today? Cornelia seemed to be in good spirits and even looked forward to the new day. Germany, Just wait and kill the werewolf. I have a way to find it. But, okay. Cornelia felt that she was already very skilled with Dickon when it came to knocking the enemy unconscious and then throwing the corpse away to eliminate traces. The two came to the living room at the agreed time. I saw that Lilith, her guards, and twin sisters had all arrived in advance. Their eyes were a little dark, and they obviously didn't sleep well last night. When they first saw Deacon and Cornelia, they were a little surprised by their mental state. It seems you had a good rest last night. Lilith greeted helplessly. It is my responsibility to let my young lady enjoy the best quality sleep. Deacon replied elegantly and matter-of-factly. He has already become obsessed with the character of the talented butler. It seems that you are very confident in your fighting ability. Are you able to fight against a 6th-level werewolf? Lilith asked slightly tentatively. Her inner evaluation of Deacon's combat effectiveness had secretly improved to another level. In this 4th-level shadow world, there is the possibility of a 5th-level strong person appearing. And there are very few extraordinary 5th-level experts who are strong enough to compete with 6th-level ones. Therefore, in the film world, there is a very small probability of violent demolition. She now feels that Deacon has this kind of extraordinary combat power. Only in this way will he be so confident that he can protect Miss Detective. It's not that exaggerated. Deacon shook his head and replied. So the 6 of them sat in the living room and started waiting. Time passed minute by minute, but the 3 Kingdom Knights never appeared. Everyone in the living room basically knew what this meant. The atmosphere gradually dropped below freezing point, and the 3 groups of people became particularly wary of the other 2 groups. It seems to be ready for a surprise attack at any time. Even Deacon frowned. In his expectation, these 3 Kingdom Knights should not be killed. The enemy's methods seemed to be much more cruel than he imagined. Even Deacon could not save them from such bizarre murders. Lilith said with a heavy face, "It seems they can't wait any longer. Let's talk about last night's situation first, and then go to the bedroom to explore." Everyone nodded one by one. Although the atmosphere is tense, maintaining cooperation first is still the best solution. The 2 of us stayed together last night. It was Lilith who spoke first, pointing to her guard. First of all, we heard several strange noises before 10 o'clock last night. The source of the sound should be on the 2nd floor. Later, in the middle of the night, we heard the footsteps of werewolves outside the door. But it was strange. It seemed that only the werewolves were acting alone. It just stayed in front of our door for a while and then left. Soon we heard the screams of a werewolf, and nothing happened in the middle of the night. Lilith herself felt a little confused. So weird, especially the werewolf's roars. Lilith couldn't figure out the reason. Even Miss Detective's bodyguards don't have the exaggerated fighting power to beat a werewolf, right? Next, the descriptions of the twin sisters and Deacon Cornelia were similar. Deacon didn't confess what he did to the werewolf last night. If you talk too abstractly, you will be unreasonably suspicious. If you talk too detailed, you will reveal your card information to the werewolves hiding among them. The werewolf didn't see the ruined poet last night. It should not understand the mechanism of broken poet at all, otherwise it would have taken precautions long ago instead of using insanity at the critical moment. So the werewolf probably doesn't know that Deacon can double everyone's pain without selecting a target. It probably thought it could continue to lurk safely. However, Deacon still has some preparations to make before he can uncover the werewolf. He walked to the piano silently and looked down at the 6-pointed star array under the piano that everyone had discovered yesterday. Originally, only one corner of this 6-pointed star array reflected a faint red light, but now red light can be seen on all 4 corners. Others soon arrived near the piano. They all understood what Deacon meant. This 6-pointed star array must have some meaning. Last night's incident may have caused some changes in the 6-pointed star array. If the first red light refers to the owner of the mansion, then are the 3 extra points pointing to the sacrifice of the 3 Kingdom Knights? Seeing the 4 red lights on the 6-pointed star array, Lilith murmured solemnly, "I'm afraid so." Chapter 72. Deacon rarely expressed his opinion. He didn't seem to be planning on paddling anymore. Lilith asked, "What will happen if all the 6 corners are lit?" Deacon said, "Do you remember the story we saw? There should be a werewolf, witch, and vampire in this mansion, but where are the vampires?" Listening to Deacon's words, Lilith suddenly felt horrified. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in Barren Mountains, 079 Decanian Reasoning Method. You mean, When all 6 corners of the array are lit up with red light, vampires might appear. Except for possible, if 2 more of us die, we will face the vampire Viscount Augustin. If you look carefully at the pedestal under the piano, it seems to be a large coffin embedded in the ground. It must be the hiding place of the vampire Viscount Augustin. Why did the owner of the mansion die? Lilith asked, still confused. No matter how you look at it, it's probably suicide. Generally speaking, what looks like a suicide is unlikely to be a suicide. But let's be honest. As an experienced industry insider, Duncan felt that this was suicide. In this kind of world, murder doesn't need to be so flashy. Then why did he commit suicide? Maybe he was controlled by vampires and wanted to sacrifice us, but in the end he regained some sense and gave himself a knife while struggling. When Duncan came to this conclusion, the long-stalled task prompts finally began to be updated. Viscount Augustin was seriously injured after being punished by the church, and when he was about to die, he sealed himself in a magic coffin. He enslaved the remnant souls of witches and werewolves, and put a curse on the mansion, which will continuously erode the owner of the mansion and control his thinking, and asked the owner to offer sacrifices to him, including the souls of 6 third-level and above strong men. Within 3 days, Viscount Augustin will be resurrected. So many years later, the owner of the mansion invited a group of friends to the mansion one day, planning to offer sacrifices to Viscount Augustin. However, the owner of the mansion still maintained a trace of sobriety. He knew what the consequences of his actions would be, so he chose to commit suicide when he briefly regained his self-consciousness. At the same time, it also became the first sacrifice. But 2 people have been eroded by the curse of the mansion, gained the power of werewolves and witches, and are about to liberate Viscount Augustin. The core plot is complete. Intelligence has been unlocked. The mission of the Reverse Challenger is to summon the 6th-level vampire Viscount Augustin. After the mission time limit expires, Viscount Augustin will be teleported to random coordinates in the Challenger's original world. Are you really right? Lilith's face was filled with shock. She was still struggling with how to solve the murder case of the owner of the mansion, but she didn't expect it to be so simple. My lady reminded me. Duncan retreated behind Cornelia and said with a smile. In fact, Duncan mainly relied on Meng in this wave. If he finished this set of rhetoric just now and the mission prompts were not updated, he would prepare another set of hypotheses until you get it right. After all, the first 1/3 of the information was given directly by Shadow World. However, only the middle 1/3 of the information can be obtained through collection and investigation. Then there is a high probability that the last 1/3 is left to rely on reasoning. As long as the reasoning is correct, Shadow World should update the prompts, and he already knows the conclusion: killing 6 people will cause vampires to appear. Fill in the process with the conclusion in mind, and you can always get it right if you try a few more times. But Nalia still had that calm poker face, as if she was hiding her merit and fame. This time, Lilith looked at Cornelia for a long time, and then smiled with relief. She was finally completely impressed by Cornelia's resourcefulness. Sure enough, Shadow World can't go wrong in choosing the identity of the detective. At first Lilith actually felt that she was smarter than Cornelia, but now she just felt ashamed. So, may I ask, what should we do next? Lilith respectfully asked Cornelia for advice. Cornelia was silent. She does not know. All she knew was that she had to hunt later. My lady means that we can just stick to the original plan. Let's first investigate the murder of the 3 Kingdom Knights. Duncan explained what Cornelia meant seriously. The reason why he is not in a hurry to find the werewolf right now is, this venue is terrible. In case the enemy is not controlled, the enemy is forced to panic. Then the enemy takes the initiative to sacrifice, and the death toll reaches 6, and the vampire will appear in the living room on the spot. Although Duncan can use the death-to-death and blood-locking plate to make the vampire faint from pain, but vampires may not necessarily attack Duncan first. He couldn't keep anyone else safe, so you need to lead the enemy to a better position first. Everyone nodded frequently and headed towards the bedroom together. It was clear to everyone that the regular challenger could only win during the day-to-day. Otherwise, at night, they would hardly be able to escape the outcome of losing today. So this time everyone disclosed their room numbers. Lilith and Guardian are 201 and 202. The twin sisters are 101 and 102. The first ones to go to the bedroom last night were Duncan and Cornelia. Next to the twin sisters, then came Lilith and her guards, And finally the three Kingdom Knights. Their room numbers were undoubtedly the remaining 103 to 105. First, Lilith's guards attacked the door of room 103, but failed to shake the door. It shows that the blessing on the door has not been destroyed. However, just as everyone was preparing to go to the next room, Cornelia frowned and sniffed. She gradually lay down on the stool, and then came to the edge of door 103, sniffing the smell more seriously. "It smells like blood," Cornelia said with certainty. "It's impossible. The room wasn't broken. How were the people inside killed?" Lilith looked confused. "It would also be impossible for prisoners to gain entry through the windows, which, like the walls, are indestructible and cannot be broken in from the outside." Next, the doors of rooms 104 and 105 were tested, and the results were the same. The blessing on the door was intact, but there was also the smell of blood inside, and the carpet on the corridor also had traces of blood that had been cleaned. The three Kingdom Knights were probably killed in these three rooms. The three of them live separately. Lilith bit her lip with a tangled expression. This is not difficult to explain. A fourth-level knight, even if the two of them live together, may not be able to resist a sixth-level werewolf attack. So you should choose to live separately to increase distractions. Even if you do encounter misfortune, you can leave more information for your companions. But the question is, why were three people killed in different rooms in one night? Couldn't the witch only break the blessings of two rooms? The strangest thing is that the blessing on the door has not been broken at all. Things have become confusing again. A secret room murder case that determines the outcome is here. Successful reasoning will be a victory for the conventional challenger. If the reasoning fails, the group is likely to be destroyed. But Ducken doesn't need reasoning. If you want to know the truth, wouldn't it be much more efficient to catch the murderer and interrogate him directly than to reason? Author's note: alas, posts and comments have been closed for the past 2 days. Everyone will miss a lot of fun, and I can't get everyone's feedback, which is very sad. Post the group number 948,957,812 again. Welcome to join the group to troll the author. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie. 080 Cornelia's favorite sitcom. Let's go to the second floor to investigate, Dickon said to everyone. Now they are at the end of the corridor on the first floor. The keys to rooms 103 to 105 are missing. This is not a good place to start a fight with werewolves. It is undoubtedly the safest choice to lure the enemy to the second floor and start the battle again. They have a natural geographical advantage on the second floor. You can advance to attack and retreat to defend. Even if something unexpected happened, Ducken and Cornelia could retreat to the bedroom. Their plan was to wait for Cornelia to get closer to the other four after reaching the second floor. When Ducken summoned the ruined poet, out of sight of the four girls, when Nelia saw whose expression changed the most, she went up and gave her a hammer. This is a great test of Cornelia's reaction speed, but Nelia needs to give the enemy a painful shot before the werewolf's real body reacts. Otherwise, once the werewolf's true form turns on, crazy transformation, Ducken and Cornelia will be in trouble. But even if you can't win by then, you can still hide in the room on the second floor without danger. Chapter 73. After the 10 minutes lasted, the rest was them unilaterally torturing the werewolf. Ducken turned around and prepared to walk towards the stairs on the second floor. From just now, Cornelia has naturally narrowed the distance with the other four people according to the plan. At the same time, he unknowingly kept a certain distance from Ducken. But at this moment, a barrier of holy light separated Ducken and Cornelia. Ducken turned around suddenly, and before he could try to break through the holy light barrier, he saw the assassin sister of the twins appearing next to Cornelia like a ghost. She hugged Cornelia from behind, then grabbed Cornelia's wrist and jerked back to her sister. Then the assassin sister held a dagger and put it against Cornelia's neck. Her expression became a little ferocious, and she gritted her teeth and looked at Ducken, fearing that Ducken would make some move. She knew Ducken was an extremely dangerous man. After all, she was treated badly by Ducken yesterday. That damn poison is still torturing her to this day. I don't know how this bastard was prepared. Even the purification magic can't remove it. If her sister hadn't been able to continue to provide her with constant treatment and pain relief, she might not have made it through last night. She almost broke her teeth trying to keep her expression normal this morning. I know you are strong, but if you act rashly, I will kill this weak detective. The assassin sister stared at Deacon and shouted. Deacon's expression remained calm even at this moment, his brows already furrowed. This performance made the assassin sister very satisfied. It seemed that she made the right risky move. If they don't seize this rare opportunity to kidnap Cornelia, they will have no chance of making a comeback if their identities are revealed when they get to the second floor. Stand back with your hands up and keep your distance from us. The assassin sister yelled viciously. Deacon didn't say anything, nodded, and started to retreat step by step as the assassin sister asked. Seeing that Deacon was so obedient, the assassin sister finally felt relieved a little. It seemed that the bet was right. He cared about the life safety of the detective lady. In this way, until Deacon was 30 meters away from them, the assassin sister finally showed a winner's smile on her face. She admired Deacon's expression rather proudly. I've tolerated you for a long time, why are you pretending to be smiling all the time? Aren't you going to panic? How about your calmness last night? The assassin sister sneered. Deacon just bit his lip tightly. His eyes could not hide the regret and panic, and his clenched fists were trembling slightly, as if he had encountered an irresistible crisis. The expressions of Lilith and her guards became very serious, but they did not dare to move rashly. They already understood the dire situation. The twin sisters are rebellious challengers. They found an opportunity to kidnap the detective lady to threaten Deacon, who was the most powerful fighter present. And it is not difficult to find out from their conversation that it was indeed Deacon who made the werewolf so miserable last night. His fighting ability is truly terrifying. But now, no matter how strong he is, his weaknesses are too obvious. As long as you control Miss Detective, you control him. As long as you don't hurt my lady, I can give you my life, shouted Deacon. It could be heard from his slightly trembling voice that he was really panicked. But Deacon was already smiling inwardly. What an assassin! The enemy chose plan B for them. Without the cooperation of the enemy, this plan would not have gone so smoothly. Being kidnapped. Can Lilia not react? Isn't she happy to be approached? Just waiting for this opportunity for a werewolf to jump out. Cornelia, who was being held hostage, was watching Deacon's performance with great interest. She felt happier and happier. If she hadn't been a hostage, she would have wanted to take out some snacks. It is a great pleasure for her to watch Deacon perform every time. Which one of you is a witch? Come out quickly. The assassin sister shouted towards Lilith and Lilith's guards. Lilith and her guard looked at each other with confusion on their faces, not understanding what the assassin sister meant. Isn't the witch a twin sister? Could it be that the assassin sister is a werewolf, but the healer sister is not a witch? So you're not a witch too? It seems like the witch is the 10th guy who never showed up. The assassin sister frowned and quickly came to this conclusion. Now we have the advantage. If we don't come out, we will lose. The assassin sister roared into the air angrily. She now needs to control the hostages so that the strongest Deacon dare not act trashly. As long as she has one more helper, she will be confident that she can take down all her opponents. However, no one responded. This made her extremely anxious. The damn witch has been missing since the beginning of the shadow world. It was supposed to be normal for her to become a werewolf and her sister to become a witch. But it's like the witch's identity has been taken away. Just when the assassin sister looked nervous and focused her attention on Deacon and Lilith, bump! A huge force came from nowhere, and along with the sound of the mandible breaking, the assassin sister instantly lost consciousness. In everyone's shocked gaze, Cornelia hit the assassin's sister hard on the chin with a shenlong fist, causing her to fly backwards. These two idiot sisters had no choice but to kidnap Cornelia. I'm afraid they didn't understand who became their hostage until just now. All the students in the viewing hall shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, the twin sisters were already very pitiful when they took action. He was played by Deacon and Cornelia again and applauded. Even if they are vicious villains who are good at disguise, they still appear as pure as little white rabbits in front of the beautiful mime team. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 081. Teacher Cat strives to protect the reputation of the school. After knocking out the assassin sister, Cornelia did not choose to pursue the healer sister immediately. She took out a hammer and struck the assassin sister wildly with the hammer, and Deacon also summoned the ruined poet tacitly. Their highest priority was to ensure that the assassin sister was completely unconscious. Don't give her any chance to use crazy transformation. As long as the C position on the opposite side is taken out, The rest of the nanny can basically be taken care of at will. The healer sister also reacted immediately. She rationally did not choose to rescue, but immediately set up more holy light barriers to isolate the corridor. She turned around and ran to bedroom 105, opened the door and got in. Obviously, the three kingdom knights were poisoned by them last night. The key to room 105 is in the hands of the healer sister. Because the incident happened so suddenly, Lilith and the guards did not have time to break through the holy light barrier to stop the healer sister. Just like that, Cornelia broke another hammer. However, the assassin sister was not as strong as Baron Batcher, and had been beaten into disgrace. Even the director of the Alchemy Institute had to mosaic the screen. Oh, if only Croix were here. Dickon came over, looked down at the miserable condition of the assassin's sister, and said with some sadness. He didn't want to be so cruel, but the enemy's crazy transformation was too difficult to deal with. If the assassin sister takes the opportunity to activate the crazy counterattack, not only will Dickon and Cornelia be in danger, but Lilith and the others may also be killed. At this time, he will especially miss his good teammates off the court. If Croix were here, he could revive the assassin sister and then lock her up and interrogate her for 2 days and 2 nights. What exactly is going on? Lilith stared blankly at Cornelia, whose face was stained with blood, and then looked at Dickon. She seemed to be still trying to clear her thoughts, not understanding what had just happened. He just stood there stupidly, as stiff as a sculpture. At this time, no matter how you look at these two people, they are terrifying. The little detective lady, who looks very weak at first glance, fights so fiercely. And when is this killer squire acting and when is he not acting? Your acting skills are too flexible, right? Dickon shook his head and chuckled. There are 3 kinds of detectives in the world. He raised his hand, bent his little finger, and pressed the nail of his little finger with his thumb. The first type relies on intelligence to solve crimes. The second type relies on luck to solve the case. The third type relies on force to solve crimes. My lady is obviously the third type. Although Dickon no longer needed the role of a butler, he found that Cornelia was still enjoying it, so he continued. Chapter 74. Lilith looked at Dickon and Cornelia repeatedly, still feeling a little dazed. Then, what happened to the deaths of the 3 kingdom knights? Lilith still couldn't figure out last night's puzzle for a while. Last night, when I was dealing with the werewolf-turned-assassin sister, I saw that she used the 5th level spell card to go crazy, so she has level 5. And her sister should be at the 4th level judging from the strength of her magic power. It would not be difficult for the 2 of them to work together to ambush 3 4th level kingdom knights. Last night they went to the bedroom first, followed by the 3 kingdom knights. Their keys are 101 102, while the keys for the kingdom knights are 103 105, at the deepest part of the corridor. As long as they ambush near bedroom 103 in advance and use certain powerful cards, they have a chance to kill 3 kingdom knights in a short time. That is to say, the death time of the 3 kingdom knights was before 10 o'clock. The assassin sister killed them without transforming into a werewolf. This also explains why the key to room 105 is in their hands. Well, but whether this inference is correct or not, we will know when we open the room and perform autopsies on the 3 kingdom knights. Dickon recounted his thoughts. But how do we open the door? Lilith asked. Their biggest problem now is how to open the door of bedroom 105 and deal with the healer sister hiding inside. As long as the healer sister hides inside and doesn't come out, there's nothing they can do against her. After all, with their combat power, it was impossible to force open a door with a blessing effect. There was no way to perform autopsies on the 3 kingdom knights and bury them. Can you help us keep an eye on the guy at the door? Dickon did not answer Lilith's question this time and just said this. No problem. Lilith agreed decisively. Even though she is arrogant, she knows very well who is the absolute leader in the team. Having just been taken away by Dickon and Cornelia, they would naturally not refuse when it was their turn to help. She also needs time to collect her thoughts now. Dickon, everything has been looted. During the conversation between Dickon and Lilith, Cornelia had skillfully rummaged around the assassin sister and took away all her cards. Good. Then Cornelia dragged the assassin sister's feet and walked towards the door of the villa. Dickon followed closely behind and left with her. Lilith was about to ask what the 2 of them were going to do, but she swallowed back the words that were about to come to her lips. She didn't dare ask. These two people must have gone to abandon the body and eliminate the traces, right? Why do you think they are so skilled at their business? Within half an hour, Dickon and Cornelia returned. I saw that Cornelia had washed away the blood on her body and put on a dress and coat. Dickon also dressed casually. They found this in the bedroom closet. I have to say that the service provided by Movie World is very good, and it deserves to be a high-end tourism experience center. The scene experience is also very good. It really feels a little scary. The two experiences at the 4-star Movie World were very good, and I am looking forward to the 5-star service. That's enough for you two, meow. The two of them came back talking and laughing, and Dickon was holding a black elf cat in his arms. Seeing the state of Dickon and Cornelia, Lilith wanted to say something, but she felt stuck in her throat. Is there something wrong with the mental state of these two people? After meeting Lilith's eyes, Dickon and Cornelia both smiled and waved to her. It's like finding a friend to go on an outing with. Although Lilith has many question marks, her biggest doubt at the moment is the elf cat in Dickon's arms. It's obviously not a summon. Could it be the 10th challenger? Lilith, excuse me. Is it? Dickon, he is the instructor of our team, doing practical teaching. Teacher cat, don't talk nonsense, meow. Heavenlit is a serious school. You are self-taught. I didn't teach you anything, meow. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 082 horror film directed by Dickon. Dickon knocked on the door of room 105. People inside, listen up. You can be treated leniently if you surrender now, but when he catch you, the nature will be different. There was silence in the room for a while. Then a voice full of hatred came, where is my sister? Back to the spring water. After Dickon replied, the other party was silent for a moment. Although she didn't understand what returning to the spring water meant, she probably understood it from Dickon's tone. I swear, I will find you in the real world one day and kill you all. The twin sister's voice had a hint of crying as she gritted her teeth and said, what are you talking about? Do you still think you can go back smoothly? Hee. Only laughter with a hint of madness came from inside the door. She seemed to think Dickon looked like a fool in his intimidating ways. Dickon sighed and turned back to look at Lilith. Negotiations have failed. Could you please keep an eye on the twin sister here and prevent her from coming out? Dickon put his hands on his waist and said helplessly. Lilith, no problem, leave it to us. Dickon, thank you for your hard work. Let's get down to business first. Lilith, what are you going to do? Dickon, do you even need to ask? Get ready for the party. Party cat. Even teacher cat was looking forward to it. As expected, following this kid is easy. Lilith, Dickon, don't worry, we will solve everything today and let's play together tomorrow. Lilith's expression became more confused. She had no idea what Dickon was thinking. In this way, Lilith and her guards guarded the door of room 105. Since Dickon and Cornelia disappeared from the corridor, they never appeared again. After a few hours, they felt a little hungry. Why is there such a strong smell of barbecue? Lilith sniffed it and asked with some confusion. Although there are ingredients in the kitchen, there is only an oven, not a barbecue grill. Could it be that he was hallucinating? However, the aroma became more and more obvious, and even Lilith's guards nodded in agreement. Coming to bring you lunch. A clear voice sounded in the corridor. Dickon and Cornelia appeared again at the other end of the corridor and walked towards them. The two brought them kebabs mixed with fruits and vegetables. Thank you for your hard work. But Nelia also asked condolences. Lilith and the guard were stunned again. Is this really the right atmosphere? But for some reason, seeing Dickon and Cornelia in their current state, they really couldn't feel any nervousness at all. This villa seems to be a good place to stay for traveling. Forget it. They enjoyed the food gratefully. To be honest, I never thought about eating good food after coming to this shadow world. After all, in this kind of atmosphere, almost no one would think about carefully baking delicious food in the kitchen. By the way, what kind of kitchen utensils are used to make these barbecues? Lilith asked suddenly. Didn't you see such a big barbecue grill in the living room? In the afternoon, Lilith and the guards were still guarding the door, and Dickon and Cornelia disappeared again. They said they were going to make some game props. After all, they had a whole day to play tomorrow. When it got dark, Dickon and Cornelia brought dinner to Lilith and the others again. Okay, you two go back to the bedroom on the second floor later. Don't come out, Otherwise it will be very dangerous. Dickon smiled and said to Lilith and the others, "Are we no longer responsible for this? Well, we will deal with the enemies in the room, and then the vampire will be unsealed. At that time, the two of us will also kill this vampire. Be careful. Don't worry, get some rest tonight. Tomorrow will be a day full of wonderful things." Chapter 75. Well, thank you. Lilith didn't ask any more questions, nodded and left with the guards. Dickon walked to the door of room 105 and pressed his hand on the door. "Thugs in the room, tell me the information about your resurrection church now, and maybe you can be spared," shouted Dickon. "Dream on it, bastard," the twin sister shouted angrily in the room. Although she didn't want to touch Dickon, she was indeed too irritable. "From the moment I entered this shadow world, everything was too weird." She and her sister are both hidden and perfect resurrectionists. When they first discovered that they had entered the confrontational shadow world, they were all excited. She and her sister will undoubtedly become rebel challengers and turn this shadow world into their hunting ground. But the strange thing is, only my sister became a werewolf. But my sister is not a witch. But that's no big deal. No matter what identity they acquire, the ultimate goal of killing people and seizing cards will not change. Even as a regular challenger, the older sister will help the younger sister who has acquired werewolf status hunt other challengers. They even feel that their chances of winning are higher, because there must be some evil person among this group of people who they don't know has obtained the identity of a witch and wants to harm the world. That is, the original 2 versus 8 has become a 3 versus 7. However, I don't know why, this damn witch refused to show up even after she died, causing their sisters to end up in such a miserable end. Don't ask me later. Dickon shook his head regretfully and stepped back to give up his position. "Cornelia, it's time to go." "Good." Cornelia carried the spare terror hammer, walked to the door, and started to smash the door. "You two idiots. No matter how strong your brute force is, you won't be able to break open this door for a lifetime." Listening to the noise of banging on the door, my sister shouted loudly in the room. However, with boom and boom, there were loud noises one after another. She gradually saw that the thick wooden door seemed to be deformed. She rubbed her eyes and couldn't help but take 2 steps closer. She even suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes. Boom. Until this time, a small hole was finally broken through the wooden door. "No. Impossible." My sister screamed in panic, her eyes filled with desperate fear. She took a few steps back like crazy. However, his legs became weak and he sat down on the ground. Dickon signaled Cornelia to stop for a moment. He leaned closer and looked at his sister in the room through the wooden hole. "Ha ha ha ha. Here is Dickon Tilda." "No reason." My sister screamed and trembled like a frightened little rabbit. Her eyes were widened, but she could only see Dickon's increasingly unrestrained smile through the crack in the door. "Let's take a guess. Who is the witch?" Dickon smiled and looked at his sister, who was so desperate that she was about to cry. Why? Aren't we companions?" my sister shouted at the top of her lungs, her sharp voice particularly harsh. She already understood everything. The guy outside the door is a witch. He didn't know how he took away the witch identity that should have belonged to her. However, he stood on the opposite side of the werewolf and wanted to trap the sisters to death. "This is not fair." "HMPH, who is your companion?" Dickon scoffed. "I just hypnotized myself into the destroyer of the world before entering the shadow world." "Well, plus I have a higher probability of obtaining the identity of the evil camp, so I was lucky enough to take away the witch identity that should belong to you." Author's note. The intermittent post function will be restored at 8 o'clock tonight. It's so hard for me to live without your intermittent posts, and I can't receive any feedback from you on these 4 chapters. I'm really sorry. I hope you can leave more messages with me, even if you just want to scold me. Oh, yes. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 083 Dickens card that creates program effects. Although most people will not deliberately self-hypnotize before entering the shadow world, but Dickon wanted to try to see if it was possible to steal the identity of the counter-challenger. He always likes to be well prepared for strange places. This often brings unexpected surprises to the enemy, such as this time. He figured it wouldn't hurt to try anyway. So before entering the shadow world, I kept hypnotizing myself. I am the destroyer of the world. I am the messenger of the end. Who knew that this time I would encounter a confrontational shadow world? Not surprisingly, He was judged by the shadow world as someone who wanted to cause disaster to the world. Obtained the qualification to become a reverse challenger. Coupled with his evil partner trait, there is a greater probability of obtaining the identity of the evil camp. In this way, Deacon forcibly took away the witch identity that should belong to his twin sister at the beginning. It's like locking in the victory in advance before even entering the game. Deacon smiled and shook his head, backing away. So Cornelia continued to step forward and smash the door. With each hammer blow, my sister's screams would get louder. Hammer after hammer, the door was about to be smashed open in front of my sister's horrified eyes. My sister was at a loss as to look like a lost lamb. Her face was full of tears, as if she had lost her last hope, and her face was pale and bloodless. You die with me. Ha ha ha. The sister seemed to have made the final decision, screaming and using a beam of light magic to pierce her chest. If you were caught by these two people, you wouldn't be able to die easily. Why not sacrifice yourself, summon a vampire, and let the vampire kill these two people? They had no chance of escaping back to their room on the second floor. Then her vitality quickly dissipated, her hands collapsed on the ground, and her pupils dimmed. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, but her expression was one of relief. The moment the healer's sister died, Deacon felt a terrifying magic riot, which seemed to make the whole mansion tremble. The death toll reaches 6. The most terrifying existence hidden in the ancient house is finally coming back to life. Oh, then let's go to the final boss quickly. Finish the fight early and get off work early. Deacon sighed, summoned the ruin poet, and ordered it to approach the living room, but not to enter the living room. Deacon didn't bother trying to use mental interference to prevent his sister from committing suicide just now. Even if he could control her a little, Nelia might not be able to rush in time and suppress her. And if you want to capture this 4th level wet nurse who wants to die, Nelia might even be injured. No need. Anyway, Deacon has already laid the trap on the vampire side. It doesn't matter if you release it at any time. They had already placed the body of the assassin sister next to the 6-pointed star array, and the assassin sister's body was covered in blood that contained colorless and odorless poison. Deacon is an old hunter. At that time, as long as the vampire drinks the blood, he will become a toy for Deacon and Cornelia. Of course, to ensure that the vampire will take the bait, you also need a card. Deacon calmly took out a spell card. He developed a total of 3 new cards in the 3 weeks before departure. One is the new type, Poisonous Grand Nail 3.1, created together with me. The second is Sunfist, which he had wanted to do for a long time during the 3rd level card maker exam. The third one is a spiritual spell card created using the latest technology taught to him by the master craftsman and combined with his own improvements. 3 corpses are violent. Category, spell card. Grade, purple rare. Level, 3. Effect, the desire of all individuals within the range will skyrocket. The size of the range determines the mana consumption. Note, Priest Deacon's first level 3 spiritual magic. An experimental work, and an advanced version is still under development. This card can amplify the desires in the enemy's heart. For example, Viscount Augustine, who had just been released from the seal for many years, must have an incomparable thirst for blood. When this desire is amplified, he will be unable to control and lose his mind to suck the blood of the assassin sister. Make sure Deacon and Cornelia don't have to work any extra overtime later. Chapter 76. Otherwise, 6th level vampires would still be difficult to defeat. How come Deacon Xinka is the type of magic that demons prefer to use? It doesn't have much effect in general frontal battles, but when it comes to bewitching and inducing it's too scary. Whenever they see Deacon playing a new card, the students at the Alchemy Academy always start a series of discussions. For example, Succubus will definitely like to use this kind of card. Anyway, how effective this card can be depends on the user. It's a pity that the demon race is almost extinct in this world, and there are only some demon cards handed down from ancient times. If you think about it carefully, the cards made by Deacon seem to be in the style of demon cards. Isn't he really a demon? Although they have this doubt, they think it is impossible. After all, the entrance test clearly identified Deacon as human. Even if the Card Creators Association later tested him again, the results were consistent. 3 Corpses Rampage. If this card is used properly, it will have a very high upper limit. But it has a serious side effect. That is to ignore the enemy and ourselves. and everyone will be attacked together. Therefore, when using this spell card, Deacon must ensure that he does not have any strong desires in his heart. Otherwise, serious mistakes may occur. At this time, he emptied his mind, reciting Buddhist sutras silently, and didn't think about anything. Avoid any desires that are magnified. Meow. However, even though Mr. Cat was instructed by Deacon, he still couldn't help but jump out of Deacon's shadow. Deacon, hand over your little treasury to me. Meow. I want to eat something delicious. Meow. I want a handsome little cat to meow with him. Deacon, change it for me. The cat teacher was completely crazy. It jumped on Deacon's shoulder and rubbed his face. Seeing Teacher Cat's reaction, even Deacon began to feel a little scared. I treat you as a pet, but you want to. It seems that this card is more powerful than imagined. Deacon quickly looked at Cornelia again. Although Nelia looked normal for a while, her body gradually began to tremble. She seemed to finally be unable to control herself, and turned her head sharply, staring at Teacher Cat. That look scared Teacher Cat all over her body in an instant. Meow. Help! It instinctively jumped down and started running away, having been frightened enough to wake up. Let me hold you. And Cornelia rushed towards Teacher Cat desperately. It seems that even with a strong one, I have to hold it. You too, stop it. If you hit me, I will die on the spot. You bastard cat. Run away. Don't run around me. Nelia, calm down first. I'll ask Xiao Hui to accompany you when we get back to school. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 084. Cornelia almost kills Deacon alone. Meow meow meow. Kitten, ... It's fatal. Deacon held his head, now convinced that the effect of this card was somewhat dangerous. If used improperly, all members of the club may die. It's over. This card can't be used casually in the future. Fortunately, I'm determined. Otherwise, if even I get messed up, the situation may be out of control. The cat teacher jumped up and down around Deacon, but Cornelia got closer and closer with every catch. It felt like it couldn't run away, so it made a fake move to shake Cornelia away, and got into Deacon's shadow. Although Nelia tried to break, she still couldn't stop. In Deacon's horrified eyes, he knocked him to the ground. Ah, it hurts. Deacon felt dizzy and spinning. He didn't expect that being thrown to the ground by a girl for the first time in his life would be such a close-to-death experience. Fortunately, Cornelia has the control power, otherwise he would not be conscious now. Meow. Teacher Cat knew that he was in trouble, so he hid in Deacon's shadow and pretended to be dead, not daring to show up. Yes, sorry. But Nelia finally regained consciousness. She quickly stood up from Deacon, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. She looked at Deacon with a panicked face, frowning and eyes closed. Well, Deacon groaned in pain and slowly opened his eyes. However, what he saw was Cornelia's delicate face close at hand, and Cornelia's red hair falling diagonally on his face. It made his skin itchy. Consciousness gradually returns. The soft touch on the body became more and more clear, and the fragrance that hit his face was irresistible. It was the first time that Deacon could hear Nelia's breathing and heartbeat so clearly. It seems that it is not heard, but felt. Just as everyone in the viewing hall was having a heated discussion, they suddenly became quiet. They were all glued to the screen. After a moment of silence, waves of cheers erupted like a pot exploding. Instead of discussing Deacon's identity as a witch, his new card, everyone was excited when they saw Cornelia knocking down Deacon. What a guy! Someone can actually bring down Deacon. It has to be Cornelia. As expected, everything comes down. Kiss me quickly. Does anyone still remember Viscount Augustine, the ultimate enemy of this shadow world? Amidst the noise, Claire looked at Croix. When she thought that he would have this style of painting when he entered the film world with these two people in the future, she felt a little ... complex. Are they both like this usually? After a long silence, Claire asked. Although she knew that Deacon and Cornelia would create show effects in the shadow world, but now she is really curious about the daily life of these two people. Croix rubbed his head. They are usually quiet. He wanted to say pretty normal, but when he thought about the three of them attacking, kidnapping, interrogating and bewitching Alara in one go that night, he didn't have the confidence to continue. Deacon, are you okay? Cornelia stroked Deacon's cheeks with her hands, looked into his eyes, and asked anxiously. It's okay, don't worry. Deacon was originally worried that he would also be affected by 3 corpses rage, but fortunately, she woke him up this time. But Nelia breathed a sigh of relief immediately, and her hanging heart finally relaxed. Dickon, okay, get up quickly. However, just when Dickon thought she was about to stand up, Cornelia suddenly hugged Dickon. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Cornelia's delicate voice was full of guilt and apology. Dickon hesitated. Still, he patted Cornelia's back gently. Dickon, I know you will never hurt me. This time it's my problem. I will use this guard carefully in the future. Don't worry. Cornelia, yeah. Wow, meow. You, Dickon, are actually going to apologize. Can't you apologize to me too? I'm a victim too, meow. Teacher Cat finally popped out from Dickon's shadow. Hearing Teacher Cat's voice, he became excited on the spot. He quickly asked Cornelia to get up from him, grabbed the cat teacher by the back of the neck, and looked at it. Teacher Cat, if I read correctly, you should have lured Cornelia towards me while you were awake, right? It's safe to use me as an obstacle, right? Meow, meow, meow. I won't do it. But Nelia, save me, meow. Teacher Cat suddenly felt that the current Dickon looked more terrifying than Cornelia, so he had no choice but to ask for help from Cornelia. Cornelia said quickly, Dickon, why don't you let Teacher Cat go? Hearing her words, Dickon was silent for a while. Oh, forget it, my bad. Dickon sighed helplessly and threw Mr. Cat into Cornelia's hand. Cornelia, on the other hand, caught Teacher Cat steadily. After confirming that he was safe, Teacher Cat looked at Dickon blankly. Chapter 77. Has this kid always been so easy to talk to? Teacher Cat seemed to repay Cornelia for saving her life by staying in her arms and not jumping down, although it was self-compulsive at first, trembling in Cornelia's arms. But gradually I realized that Cornelia didn't seem so scary. After all, even Dickon was hit by her and nothing happened. If you think about it carefully, Cornelia is much better than Dickon. The wall between it and Cornelia seemed to be gradually opening. The 3 of them walked to the living room quite leisurely. I saw the vampire Viscount Augustin collapsed on the ground in pain and twitching. You are the ones who make me suffer so much. When he saw Dickon and Cornelia walking leisurely, he immediately understood the culprit of his strange encounter. Originally, after he regained consciousness, he was supposed to take charge of everything, bring fear and despair to the survivors in the mansion, and use bloody parties to make up for all the pain he had endured over the years. However, as soon as he came out, he felt a crazy thirst for blood for some reason, which almost made him lose himself. There happened to be a corpse in front of him with plenty of blood. So Viscount Augustin jumped forward instinctively. When he came back to his senses, the severe pain made him worse than death. Even if he is level 6, his body cannot function normally. You are the worst boss I have ever seen. Oliver's even better than you. Dickon shook his head and sighed, looking down at Viscount Augustin, as if he hated Diane. This made Viscount Augustin even more angry. All he felt from this weak human being was contempt. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 085. The youthful vitality of Dickon and Cornelia. By the way, can vampires eat it? Dickon suddenly thought of something and asked. Ugh, you can't eat this kind of game, meow. It's so disgusting. Forget it, there's no need to guarantee the quality of the body. Just kill it as you like. Good. Viscount Augustin listened to their conversation. His eyes were broken but he was helpless. He is a noble vampire. Humans are his meal. When did he start being treated as a despised game by humans? Are these humans crazy, or has the whole world gone crazy during the years since he was sealed? If you have the ability to give me a fair fight. Viscount Augustin was crawling on the ground hard, as if he wanted to get closer to Dickon and kill him in one fell swoop. Okay. Then let's have a fair one-sided killing. Dickon smiled, and Cornelia beside him took out the hammer expressionlessly. This warhammer, which was originally entirely silver, is now tinged with a light golden light. Horror Holy Light Warhammer. Category, Equipment Card. Grade, Blue Precious. Level, 3. Effect, when hit by this weapon, it will cause 1.5 times the pain. If used against enemies of the evil camp, the pain effect will be doubled. Note, the merits are immeasurable. This was made by Dickon in the Shadow World for Cornelia in the afternoon. He disassembled a Terror Hammer, carried by Cornelia, and a Purification, carried by Teacher Cat, and used the materials to create this piece of equipment. The biggest role of Teacher Cat is actually as an inventory. Since it is level 5, it can carry a total of 50 levels of cards. A complete set of portable card-making tools includes a total of 10 individual items. Each single prop corresponds to a first-level equipment card. Therefore, the battlefield card maker needs to occupy at least 10 levels of card slots in total before he can bring a set of card-making tools into the Shadow World. In addition to being an underworld support, Dickon also has the function of a battlefield card maker. However, the cost is limited at low levels. Rather than spending 10 cost card slots to obtain the function of a battlefield card maker, he is more inclined to ensure the team's combat effectiveness. But with Teacher Mao, a portable bastard, it's different. Dickon simply stuffed a set of tools into it, and it carries cheap white spell cards with various attributes, which can provide sufficient materials after being disassembled. Of course, the purpose of Teacher Cat is not just to bring tools and materials for Dickon. The key is it can transport cards captured from enemies. It has ample card slots and can be bound with up to 5th level cards. Dickon had discovered it last time at Demon Academy. He and Cornelia suffered the loss of rank and slot. Much of the loot taken from the Faceless Men was wasted. A huge amount of money was lost. This made Dickon sad. So this time he took Teacher Cat with him as a transporter. It unbundled and discarded all the white cards except the card-making tool set, and tied it with the Gaan card it had stolen from the twin sisters. You can earn thousands of gold coins from the stolen money alone. This is the light on the terrifying holy lights warhammer made Viscount Augustin feel particularly frightened. Although he knew that the rank of this weapon was not high, and the golden light attached to it was not that holy, but it carried a sense of danger that sent shivers down Viscount Augustin's spine. But Nelia, don't worry, smash it. If it's broken, I'll fix it for you right away. We have money now. Dickon directly placed the tool set in the living room. It looks very much like the blacksmith shop that sells stalls here. Good. Cornelia gripped the handle of the hammer tightly, eager to try. Dickon's words reassured her. She could finally wield the weapon with all her strength and confidence. You, don't come over. Viscount Augustin finally recognized the current situation. The two guys in front of him, although they were wearing human skin, were more terrifying creatures than demons. In their shadow, the vampire looked particularly weak, pitiful and helpless. The sound of decoration resounded throughout the villa again. Sweat and youthful smiles intertwined, accompanied by vampire screams. A stress-relieving game of vampire smashing was underway. However, no matter how hard Cornelia knocked, Viscount Augustin's body and head would recover. Viscount Augustin didn't know how many times he was knocked unconscious and woken up. From time to time he would struggle to fight back. You two little beasts. You can't kill me. Once I find the chance, I will make you regret being born in this world. Absolutely. Viscount Augustin's eyes were blood red, with madness and anger on his face, and he roared. He was very sure that these two guys would not be enough to kill him except torturing him and causing him unimaginable pain. The damn thing is how relaxed these two guys are. Although Viscount Augustin didn't know what they were thinking, but he only felt the ultimate insult. But immediately, Cornelia knocked him out with another hammer. Cool. Cornelia had a towel hanging around her neck. She held a section of the towel to stroke the sweat on her forehead and pressed the hammer to the ground. It seems that he is a little tired and wants to take a rest. Dickon also brought 3 drinks from the kitchen. How about it? It's been a long time since I've had such a fun exercise. Cornelia took the drink with a satisfied expression on her face. The two sat back on the sofa, seemingly ready to take a break. Would you like to play another round later? Well, I kind of want to go back to the bedroom and take a shower. But Nelia seemed a little worried about the smell of sweat on her body, so she kept a little distance from Dickon. Then let's stop playing here today and go to bed early today. Good. So Cornelia picked up the hammer again and walked to the vampire, stepping on his back like an executioner. Dickon, on the other hand, stood far away. Dickon finally took out Blood Purification. This is his only epic card. Now he can finally try the effect of this card. He launched the Blood Purification on Viscount Augustin. Suddenly, a light mixed with a hint of scarlet color enveloped Viscount Augustin. Viscount Augustin had veins popping out on his body and was struggling painfully on the ground. However, he couldn't stop the blood mist rising from his body. You bastard. What have you done? Where did my noble blood go? You've been poisoned. Let's help you purify it. Chapter 78. Just when Viscount Augustin was about to fight back, Cornelia hit him on the head with a hammer again, calming the patient down. Dickon looked at Viscount Augustin's condition and felt that his skin was not even shriveled. It seems that against high-level enemies, not much blood can be evaporated at one time. However, Dickon and Cornelia had to be patient. They couldn't cure vampires in one session, just a few more treatments would be enough. Volume 2, Blizzard Movies in Barren Mountains, 086. Dickon's Happy and Short Trip. Wait until my blood purification cools down before continuing. Dickon looked at the card with satisfaction. It seems like the level of pain it inflicts on the enemy is pretty good. As expected, the card he made. So after 2 minutes, Dickon once again used a burst of blood on Viscount Augustin. The vampire regained consciousness in morning. However, before he could open his eyes, a heavy blow from a blunt instrument made him faint again. The attending Dr. Dickon and the nurse Cornelia cycled like this. It took about an hour to finally purify Viscount Augustin into a pure and flawless vampire. Oh, what a good material. Dickon looked at the vampire's body with regret. If his rank is higher, he can use the decomposed materials of this corpse to make cards. Maybe you can make a good rare card and bind its soul to bring it out of the shadow world. It's a pity that he can't control the 6th level materials now. So the two of them could only move the vampire's mummy out of the mansion, walk all the way in the wind and snow, and throw it off the cliff. In the Counter-Challenger's mission, once the Counter-Challenger successfully summons Viscount Augustin, the harm that will be brought to the original world will be, Viscount Augustin will be teleported to the Challenger's original world after the mission time limit expires. But after killing Viscount Augustin, this hazard no longer exists. This is why Dickon dared to let the twin sisters summon Viscount Augustin. If there are other disasters, he will find a way to ensure that at least one of the sisters does not die. The two of them quickly ran back to the mansion, closed the door, and walked towards the 2nd floor with ease. Tomorrow you can play freely without any distractions. I feel like I will be too excited to sleep tonight. Cornelia rubbed her hands and said, I understand. It was like this the night before the outing, and I felt this way before coming to Shadow World. Dickon nodded frequently, agreeing with Cornelia's meaning. Cornelia, I'm really looking forward to the next time. Dickon, when we reach the 4th level and we can take Croix to play with us. I don't know if he misses us. Teacher Cat, you guys. What do the students watching outside think? This really has a bad impact on the school. However, Dickon ignored Mr. Cat and just continued chatting with Cornelia. Dickon, we have made a lot of money this time. After the loot is sold, we will each get 30% of the donation, and 10% will be put into the team's activity fund. Teacher Cat, let's meow next time. In this way, the two of them walked down the corridor talking and laughing, and past bedroom 202. But Nelia suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Dickon looked at her slightly confused. It seemed like Cornelia sensed something. There's some strange movement in the room. Cornelia pointed to bedroom 202. So Dickon, who was near the door, leaned over and put his ear against the door, listening to what was going on in the room. A slight sound of anger was heard. Miss, we can't continue. We have regained consciousness. Since you've made a mistake, let's make it right. Oh miss. Call me Lilith. Dickon left the door lightly with a complicated expression. Unexpectedly, the amplified desire also affected Lilith and the others. It seems that his understanding of the danger of the 3-corpse fury card needs to be further improved. I don't know whether I did a bad thing or a good thing. What happened to them? Cornelia asked with confusion. She seemed worried that Lilith and the nurse were sick. It's okay, don't worry. They are just doing some exercises that are good for their physical and mental health. Oh. Now that Dickon said there was no problem, Nelia was no longer worried. So in order not to disturb them, Dickon moved back to room 204, while Teacher Cat moved into room 205 with Cornelia. The strange thing is that this time Teacher Cat is willing to live with Cornelia. Maybe he was worried that he would retaliate against him when he was alone with him. Dickon helplessly looked at Teacher Cat's disdain and shook his head. Obviously I have always been very good to it. Is he really scary? Obviously impossible. There is no gentler boy in the world than him. Dickon returned to the bedroom to wash up and lay on the bed as if thinking about something. I always feel like there is something important that I haven't done today. So he took out 3 corpses violence, looked at it, and then released a very small range of 3 corpses violence. Make sure it only affects him. If he has any desires in his heart, it is likely to be amplified by their 3 corpses fury, and he may even lose his mind. Of course, if he has no distracting thoughts, he will not be affected. Very good, I am in a peaceful state of mind. I will use this card from time to time to train my state of mind, Dickon said with satisfaction. If you have the ability to make cards with friend or foe judgments, you won't have so much trouble. After a while, a familiar soft voice of thought suddenly appeared in his heart. You can't do it. It's not like you don't know how difficult it is to add friend-enemy judgment to area magic, Dickon complained to the master. Not good at academics. The master just stated the fact slightly. Dickon frowned, seeming a little irritated. Your desire to ridicule me has also been amplified by 3 corpses fury, right? You've endured it for so long and finally you can't help but mock me, right? It seems that your mind, master, is nothing more than this. Say it again? Why did I just say it again? You old woman has the ability to come out and fight with me. If you lose, see if I don't push you to the ground. At this point, Dickon felt as if his throat was being strangled. I'm awake. I was affected by 3 corpses rage, so I said such delirious words just now. Thank you, master, for helping me regain my consciousness. I have to look at you at the most critical moment every time. Dickon quickly shouted in panic and sincerity. HMPH, I'll let you go, but only this time. Good night, master. Dickon's tone became rather respectful. Until it is confirmed that the master's thoughts have completely disappeared. Dickon covered his mouth. The corners of his mouth finally couldn't help but turn up slightly. In fact, he was not disturbed at all. He just wanted to be stimulated. Taking advantage of the opportunity to pretend to be drunk and crazy, he slapped the master in his mouth, a perfect exemption from liability. What a joy! Daily missions, 1-1. In the future, there will be another way to compete with the master. After a successful day, Dickon calmly turned off the light and fell asleep. Author's note: the story of the 2nd volume will end tomorrow. Next will be a new campus story, and Dickon will meet his new best matched teammate in the copy of the next volume. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie Fandom in the Barren Mountains, 087. Dickon was scolded by the Shadow World, a 5,000 word chapter. When Dickon woke up again, although there was still snow outside the window, the sky was no longer so gloomy. It's good. We can go play in the snow later. Dickon pulled out a vacation plan list from his bedside. There are still many unfinished projects on it. Happy time is too short, try not to leave any regrets. Dickon quickly met up with Mr. Cornelia Cat, and then enjoyed breakfast together. When Lilith and the others arrive, you can play with the flying over the creation mountains I made yesterday. Since I was very free during the day yesterday and there were a lot of paper materials in the library and study, Dickon made a set of board games. Nelia and Teacher Cat are also looking forward to it. Of course it might be more fun if there were more people. Dickon decided to make a copy of various entertainment equipment after returning to school, and let Mr. Cat bring him into the Shadow World next time. Chapter 79. The Shadow World should be relaxed and happy like this. However, after waiting for a long time, Dickon and Cornelia had already built a big snowman in the courtyard, but Lilith and the others still did not go downstairs. It's already 10 o'clock. Cornelia rubbed her hands and exhaled a breath of mist. She looked at the snowman in the shape of Captain Delkin and wanted to punch it, but she couldn't bear it. This snowman is quite cute in her eyes. However, the cat teacher could no longer control its claws and jumped on the snowman's head, scratching the snowman's face. Dickon stepped forward and grabbed Teacher Mao by the back of the neck. After a slight hesitation, Dickon threw it into Cornelia's hands. If it weren't for the fact that the cat was quite warm, Dickon would have thrown it on the snow. By the way, I told them yesterday not to leave the bedroom easily, otherwise it will be very dangerous. They may not know that the mansion is very safe now. Dickon suddenly remembered what he said yesterday. Then let's go call them. So Dickon and Cornelia returned to the mansion, went to the 2nd floor, and gently knocked on the door of room 202. The vampire has been killed, and the mansion is safe now, Cornelia said outside the door. There was no movement, so she knocked a little harder twice. This time, There was finally some movement in the room. It was the sound of the quilt turning. But the people in the room seemed a little panicked. Then there were soft footsteps in the room. Lilith ran over and opened the door. She was wearing high-necked clothes that covered her neck, and her eyes were sleepy but also a little timid. He seems to be in good condition, but he may need more water when he wakes up in the morning. Lilith, sorry to keep you waiting. Cornelia, it's okay, it's okay. Lilith, please wait for us. Cornelia, well, let's go downstairs first. This mansion is completely safe now. Dukan listened to the conversation without saying a word, pretending not to know anything. Hey guys, how late were you guys playing yesterday? Fortunately, I didn't live in 203, otherwise I might have been so noisy that I couldn't sleep. He thought to himself. But Cornelia really didn't know anything, so her communication with Lilith was quite natural. But Lilith saw the expressionless expressions on the faces of Dukan and Cornelia, and she had many thoughts in her mind. After closing the door, her face gradually became hot. These two smart men must have known everything, but they just pretended not to notice. When Lilith went downstairs with her escort, she saw the living room empty. They heard faint sounds coming from outside the mansion from time to time. Without even thinking, I knew it was Dukan and Cornelia. It is a rare thing to have some leisure time in the film world. But in such a scary place, I'm afraid it's hard to really feel at ease. After all, it is easy to encounter psychological trauma. They walked out of the mansion. I only saw Dukan and Cornelia sitting on the sleigh, with several summoned beasts in front of them pulling the car and running wildly. Take off. Faster, faster. Meow meow meow. Drive slower. Don't fall off the cliff. Meow. The laughter of the two people and the cat was particularly clear outside the mansion. Lilith and the guard looked at each other and saw question marks in each other's eyes. Did we not wake up? It does seem to be true. Just when they were full of doubts about life, both Dukan and Cornelia waved towards them. Get in the car quickly. We can still ski later. Dukan has already made the skis. Lilith pinched her face. She has seen people crushing the Shadow World easily, but this was the first time she had seen Shadow World treated as an amusement park. Finally, with the kind invitation of Dukan and Cornelia, they also joined the tour group. Even so, it took them a long time to get rid of this strong sense of unreality. In this way, they happily spent their last day in the Shadow World. After resting peacefully for the third night, they all gathered in the living room at 6 in the morning to say goodbye. Since the starting time in this Shadow World is 6:30 in the morning on the first day, and they cannot exit early, they have to survive for 72 hours, so they need to wait until 6:30 in the morning on the fourth day before they can be teleported away by the Shadow World. Lilith, if I have the opportunity to go to your country in the future, let's play together again. But Nalia said goodbye to Lilith and the others rather reluctantly. Since she was not good at talking at school, she basically only knew Dukan and Croix. The new friends I finally made are about to say goodbye again. Okay, take care. Lilith also felt very nostalgic. Since he and Dukan Cornelia were of the same age, they quickly got to know each other after discovering that their personalities were actually very easy to get along with. Lilith no longer has the arrogance she had when she first entered the Shadow World. In her opinion, Cornelia, who is smart, powerful, and full of affinity, is the perfect young lady in her mind. She decided to imitate Cornelia. By the way, Dukan, Cornelia, next year's Kingdom Federation Hero Festival will be held at our side. If you come to travel, I will definitely entertain you well. It's the end of the year now. The Heroes Festival is a large-scale festival held by the Kingdom Federation every 5 years. The next one will be held during the summer vacation after the first grade of Dukan and Cornelia. At that time, all member countries of the Kingdom Federation will make big moves. In addition to most of the kings coming in person, some powerful people will also attend the most critical events. Then we will definitely go, and I'll trouble you then. Dukan thought for a moment and answered quickly. After a few final chats with Lilith and the others, the Shadow World finally reached its moment of reckoning. Dukan, Cornelia and Mr. Cat were transported to a small liminal space between the Shadow World and the real world. Dukan, have we planned our summer vacation activities? Although summer vacation is still more than half a year away, Cornelia feels that traveling abroad during the Hero Festival is too expensive. After all, traveling in the real world is not like turning the meter back in the movie world. Well, not necessarily. Dickon seemed to see Cornelia's thoughts and asked with a smile, "Ah, have you forgotten who I am?" Cornelia lightly hammered her palm. Yes. As a special card maker, Dickon would be invited to participate in some key activities. It's not a problem to bring a friend or two with you. Don't miss such a good public-funded travel opportunity. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, he has not passed the special card maker review by then. However, if the Card Creators Association really dares to do that to Dickon, then he will participate in the event as a resurrectionist. I hope the Card Creators Association has something in mind. Just as they were chatting with anticipation again, the settlement of the Shadow World finally began. Shadow World Barren Mountain Blizzard movie has been cleared. Accounting in progress. Since team members belong to different camps, they are calculated separately. Challenger Dickon has achieved the following achievements. Despicable Deceiver E. You have deceived the Shadow World with despicable and shameless means. The Shadow World will adjust the mechanism because of your behavior. Blood Feast A. Successfully achieved additional goals in this confrontation with the Shadow-like world and summoned Viscount Augustine, King of Civil War A. Successfully trapped the werewolf, who is also a counter-challenger like you. The ceremony is ruined and the music is ruined E. You will never let go of any piano. Vampire Hunter SS. Let Viscount Augustine, who was supposed to bring despair to all challengers, die in extreme despair. Achievements sorting is completed and evaluation generation is completed. You are a kind witch who has completed the torture of werewolves and vampires and fulfilled the long-cherished wish of the original witch. But no matter what, your behavior is becoming more and more deviating from human nature. Personal Comprehensive Evaluation SS. Dickon frowned. He felt that this evaluation of Shadow World was mixed with personal information. Is Shadow World scolding him? Especially the first achievement, there is no disguise. And that was a move that sealed the victory, yet it was only given an E-level rating. Just when Dickon was feeling a little depressed, Cornelia's achievements also began to update. Challenger Cornelia has achieved the following achievements. The Great Detective SSS. He saw through the identity of the witch on the first day, but chose to cooperate with her tacitly and perfectly. He saw through the identity of the werewolf on the second day and defeated him personally. Old House Destroyer C. As a detective, you should not cause so much damage to the mansion. When did you two exchange information? Chapter 80. Teacher Cat couldn't help but ask after looking at Cornelia's achievements. It had been hiding in Dickon's shadow since it first arrived in the Shadow World. But it never heard Dickon tell Cornelia his identity in person on the first day. It thought that Cornelia only found out the truth when she exposed herself in Dickon the next day. Cornelia, look at his eyes for a few seconds, and you will soon know what Dickon is thinking. Teacher Cat. Vampire's Nightmare SS. Inflicted cruel torture on Viscount Augustine that it cannot bear and should not bear. You are a miraculous detective, and any puzzle becomes particularly fragile under your power. Achievements sorting is completed and evaluation generation is completed. Personal Comprehensive Evaluation SSS. After the review appears, Cornelia looked at Dickon in surprise. She didn't understand why she was rated higher than Dickon. Oh, that's it. Dickon shook his head helplessly. What happened? Cornelia asked. The total contribution made by the two of us cannot be changed. Shadow World saw that I was unhappy, but it could not deduct our rewards, so the main credit was given to you. Then, should I give you some rewards? No, it's the same for each of us. As you become stronger, I will become stronger. Dickon thought about it carefully and found that such a distribution mechanism might actually be a good thing. If they were judged by the Shadow World to have contributed half and half, maybe neither of them would receive an epic reward. But if the contribution is mainly focused on Cornelia, at least one particularly good reward will emerge. Cornelia nodded. They are the relationship between the body and the brain. No matter which one is strengthened, they will become stronger together. While the two were chatting, the notifications from Shadow World also stopped updating. Teacher Cat shouted, "Why didn't I comment? Meow. ... What did you do in the entire Shadow World? ... Teacher Cat was silent. It seems like it does nothing but play. Even if it doesn't even add a buff to Dickon Cornelia, it's a complete stroke. There is very little precedent for a bastard who can get through to the end of the film world without giving any evaluation, such as Mr. Cat. Forget it. Meow. It would be nice to get some dividends. Teacher Cat really had a great time these 3 days. You can still make money from traveling, which is already pretty good. Reward settlement, rank increase, Dickon level 3, Cornelia level 3 level 4, Dickon obtained, Witch's reward, level 4 rare spell card, Cornelia obtains, Blood Detective book, level 4 epic equipment card. Really? I didn't even give you any materials. Dickon looked at the amethyst fluorescent card floating in his hand with a helpless expression. Witch's reward. Category, spell card. Grade, purple rare. Level, 4. Effect, can remove barriers of level 6 and below. Cooling time is 720 hours. Note, with this card, you are also an excellent witch. Initially, Dickon was a little unhappy when he saw the level of the reward, but he felt much relieved after seeing the effect. It stands to reason that the card that wants to break the 6th level barrier must be at least 6th level. But this card can open a 6th level enchantment at just the 4th level. Even a spell removing card with a much longer cooling time can still work wonders. For example, if a 4th level challenger brings this card into the 4th level Shadow World, he may be able to unlock map restrictions that cannot be unlocked in the rules. This kind of natural card produced by the Shadow World is composed of the magic principles of other worlds, and the materials may not be found in the real world. Almost impossible to crack and imitate, so it must fetch a good price. But for now, Dickon can keep it for now. Next time in the Shadow World, Cornelia can temporarily let Cornelia carry Witch's reward, so that her unlocking ability will get a qualitative leap. After Croix was able to form a team with them, Dickon went to sell the card. Even if you can't exchange it for a 6th level epic material, it's still enough to pay for less than half the price. Dickon looked at the epic card in Cornelia's hand with some confusion. This epic equipment card of yours must be very strong, but why is this book? Cornelia has summoned the book, which looks like a small notebook about A5 size. This Blood Detective book does not look as scary as its name. The simple and exquisite brown cover is engraved with a few lines, and even has a somewhat luxurious artistic atmosphere. However, if you look closely at the top of the book, you will find that there are red marks on it, and many pages are soaked in strange blood. Logically speaking, only priests and auxiliary mages might use books as weapons instead of staffs. It is a very unpopular legal equipment. Moreover, this kind of book, which looks very evil at first glance, is obviously only used by priests like Dickon. Dickon made an appraisal with curiosity. Blood Detective book. Category, equipment card. Level, orange epic. Level, 4. Effect, you can place an equipment card in the book to make the book have the effect of the equipment card. This equipment has extremely high durability, and every time it is used to kill, its attack power will be permanently increased. Note, this is a weapon that should not exist in the world. Oh my god. It is indeed reward for the SSS rating. Even the card-making master of the underworld, Dickon, couldn't help but praise this piece of equipment. How to use it? But Nelia felt a very headache when she saw the book, let alone a magic book. She flipped through the Blood Detective book and didn't understand its contents at all. I kinda want to throw it away. Similar to the use of a hammer, we commonly call this weapon a brick, Dickon explained. Cornelia instantly understood how to use this book. She picked up the detective book and waved it. Lightweight and easy to use. If you smash it with the spine of the book, you will definitely smash the enemy's head into pieces. She immediately fell in love with this book and couldn't put it down. I never thought that one day I would find a book that I like so much. A good book can change a person's destiny. As the saying goes, it is not unreasonable. Teacher Cat was silent. In its impression, books are generally not used this way. Even if Dickon uses the Book of Evil to curse others, it is more normal than Cornelia's use. You're looking more and more like a detective now. Dickon admired Cornelia's rare smile. Right. Cornelia held the detective book to her chest and let Dickon look at her with satisfaction. Dickon admired it and gave a thumbs up. Elegant and dignified. Cornelia got a weapon that was very suitable for girls, and Dickon was quite happy for her. Hurry back to school, meow. Let's have a celebration party. Teacher Cat jumped up and down between the two of them. It can't wait to get its dividends. At the thought of facing reality, Dickon couldn't help but sigh. The most lonely time of the week is Sunday afternoon. What made Dickon and Cornelia even more lonely was the moment they left the Shadow World. Let's play again next month. Well, Since I came into contact with the shadow world, I have expectations every day. You guys are so cute. Think about the mood of normal students for a moment. The two of them walked into the void gate chatting and returned to Heavenlit Academy. Author's note. Good news, there are more updates today than usual. Bad news, just one chapter today. Good news, I found a painter to draw the character design. Chapter 81. Bad news, it won't be out for another month. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite. 088. What's wrong with Cornelia's language? After returning from the shadow world, it was already Saturday morning. Ducken and Cornelia skipped 3 days of classes without breaking the student code. There's nothing happier than finding out it's the weekend after a vacation. They enjoyed another 2 days of leisurely vacation. Soon, it's a new week again. After lunch on Thursday, Ducken and Cornelia came to the library as usual, still at the small round table where they usually sit. But now there are always 3 chairs in front of the small round table. Croix was occasionally there. For example, today, Croix will come later to study human magic literature with Ducken. By the way, Cornelia, you should write the report this time. Ducken thought for a moment and put an empty report on the table. They need to write the report and hand it in by Friday. Then it must be completed this afternoon at the latest. Because Ducken's identity was so special this time, he felt it would be too heretical to write it from his own perspective. Fine. When he finally entered the critical space, he still had the spectator program open. The content of the achievement interface proved his innocence. Otherwise, after leaving the film world, the ingredients will be reviewed repeatedly, which will cause trouble. No problem. Cornelia placed the report in front of herself, picked up the pen and was eager to try it. After the last success report, Cornelia's confidence has soared, and she even works hard to learn Norton Kingdom. Ducken thought for a while and ordered, this time, our report does not need to have such a heavy literary flavor, and the style can be appropriately relaxed. Last time I almost wrote the happy guide directly. Ducken himself was surprised to be able to pass the approval. Cornelia thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. Then, she picked up a pen and wrote in the title column, Shadow World Snow Mountain Vertical Bar Travel Record. Seeing this sentence, Ducken had already begun to frown, but he resisted the urge to hold Cornelia's little hand. He decided to continue reading, because only by knowing what the problem is, he can prescribe the right medicine to help Cornelia correct her literary problems. Cornelia continued to write in the report content column, date, I went to the Snow Mountain Villa on December 20th, it was snowing outside, and it was very warm inside the house. The detective game scene experience on the first day was really awesome. Transportation, Shadow World was responsible for the entire transmission, and we spent almost no time on the journey. Booking tickets, this is mainly done by making an appointment with Heavenlit College to enter the Shadow World. The Shadow World is all free of charge. Scenic area, the size of the scenic area is limited, but the scenery is excellent. The entertainment items are also very fun, sledding and skiing are very good. But the focus of this trip is mainly the mansion party. Ducken said it is called a party, it is very looking forward to playing again in the future. Outfit, Shadow World has assigned us costumes that fit our roles. Cornelia is a detective, and Ducken is an assistant. There are also many costumes prepared in the bedroom, so that we can play without affecting our leisure time. Catering. Almost all the process is done by yourself, and Shadow World provides sufficient ingredients and various kitchen utensils. Record, here comes the point. I strongly praise the high-definition version of the film and game live broadcast program, which has recorded many beautiful moments for us. Note 1, Cornelia got a book that she couldn't put down at the attraction. It's the best souvenir. I will cherish it. Note 2, we have become good friends with the friends we traveled with, and we have made an appointment to play together in the future. Ducken's eyes widened when he saw what Cornelia had written. He was completely stunned. Although Cornelia's Norton Kingdom English has gradually improved in the past 2 months, Ducken found that she still needs to be tutored. He just asked Cornelia to control the literary atmosphere in the report, not asking her to write a travelogue. Cornelia put down her pen and raised her head to look at Ducken expectantly. After looking at each other for a while, Ducken soon only had a helpless smile in his eyes. Well, It's very well written. He finally swallowed, dripping. Hoo-ho. Cornelia smiled happily. Ducken decided to hand in the report tomorrow. Let's take this opportunity to test Professor Arnold's tolerance for reports. Just as he was about to put the report away, Croix came over. He pulled out his seat and looked at the report between Ducken and Cornelia. Are you writing a report? Cornelia eagerly picked up the report from the table and handed it to Croix. She's looking forward to another teammate's comments. Croix sat at the small table and read the report carefully. After dozens of seconds, he raised his head and looked at Ducken with a puzzled expression. Cornelia asked nervously, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the writing? No, the writing is very lifelike and gives people a feeling of spring breeze. Croix tried his best to smile and handed the report back to Cornelia. Oh, Cornelia's voice suddenly became cheerful. I'm going to find a book. Croix stood up. When he passed by Ducken, he secretly grabbed his clothes. Ducken understood what Croix meant and stood up. He said to Cornelia, I'm also looking for a book. Okay. Then Ducken and Croix came to the back of the bookshelf further away. Ducken, by the way, is Cornelia's Norton Kingdom purely self-taught? Croix asked with a solemn expression. He has realized the seriousness of the problem. I used to teach myself, but later I taught her. Then why would she write such a report? I don't know either. I have already worked very hard to teach her. It seems that I will need to provide more guidance in the future. Croix seemed to suddenly realize something. Is there a possibility that it's because of what you taught her that her Nortonian is so wrong? Germany. After walking around the library together, the two returned to the desk. Ducken patted Cornelia on the shoulder with a serious expression. Cornelia, I have basically finished teaching you what I can teach about Norton Kingdom. It's time for you to enter the next stage of learning. From now on, if you have any questions about this language, please ask Croix for advice. Although he and I are both from the border of the kingdom, he is the young master of an Earl family after all, and his literary accomplishments are beyond my comparison. In addition, you can choose a language elective course next semester. Oh, okay. Cornelia nodded happily. Sure enough, my efforts were recognized. I believe that I will be able to master this language completely soon. In order to communicate smoothly with everyone as soon as possible, Cornelia decided to work harder. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decay of the Sacred Rite. 089 A girl who even Ducken finds strange. Friday morning. Professor Arnold's office still looks very busy. His assistant is packing up folders in the office. Professor Arnold was sitting at his desk, staring at a document in front of him. There was an anxious look on his face, as if he was reluctant to open the cover of this document and face it. Professor, should I leave first? After Ducken submitted the document, he looked at Professor Arnold's expression and was about to run away when he saw that he didn't speak. Wait. Professor Arnold crossed his hands on the table and looked at Ducken with a frown. Last time, Ducken ran away as quickly as he finished handing in his report. As a result, Professor Arnold had nothing to say after reading the report. This time Professor Arnold asked Ducken to stay here until he finished the report. Cool. Get your mood in order. Professor Arnold finally opened the report. Chapter 82. As time passed by, his expression gradually changed slightly. He put down the report, took a deep breath, then opened the drawer and took out a pair of glasses. After putting on his glasses, he brought the report closer and continued to read carefully. A long time, Professor Arnold finally put down his report and took off his glasses. Who wrote it this time? Still Cornelia. Ducken, promise me, you will write next time. Let her go and let me go, okay? Okay. Professor Arnold pinched the bridge of his nose. He still took out his seal and gave it to Ducken. Cornelia's report for approval. In fact, he really didn't care about turning a blind eye to these two people. But if the report continues to be like this in the future, he will also be criticized if he is caught in a spot check by the school. Thank you, Professor. Ducken bowed to the professor with gratitude. By the way, Ducken, you missed 3 days of classes last week, but did Nelia find it difficult to take classes this week? Professor Arnold asked. He knew that Ducken would have no problem studying if he missed class. After all, Ducken can be said to be a student of the Knights Academy. Professor Arnold also knew that Ducken had been tutoring Cornelia, but he wasn't sure if Cornelia's tutoring alone would be enough. I've tried my best to teach her, But recently I've been wondering if I shouldn't overstep her authority, lest I mislead her. Well then, there happens to be makeup classes at the Knights Academy on Saturday and Sunday. Of course, these makeup classes are not for you. But it may be suitable for Cornelia to attend. According to regulations, the school will provide makeup classes for students who are absent from school due to challenging the shadow world. However, this rule is not mandatory in the Knight's house. Dickon and Cornelia, the two best first-year students, can apply to cancel their makeup classes. But the point, Dickon discovered, was that this weekend's makeup session wasn't just for them. If a makeup class is held specifically for a new student, it is a compulsory makeup class. This kind of treatment is not ordinary. Why do people still have to be forced to makeup lessons? Dickon also felt a little curious. Generally speaking, students are not those who go too far. A place like the Knights Academy, which has flexible and loose regulations, will not impose makeup lessons on students. A problem student in Class D, if only she could learn from you too. Anyway, you are also good students who abide by school rules and study hard. Even if you are a heinous person, you two are still good students. Professor Arnold sighed. Dickon thought for a moment. The first-year students in the Knights Academy are divided into 4 classes. The top students like Dickon and Cornelia are in Class A. Class D, on the other hand, is considered to be at the tail end of the crane. The weirdo that Professor Arnold mentioned is probably the weakest person in Class D. Then I'll go tell Cornelia. Okay, go ahead. After saying goodbye to Professor Arnold, Dickon quickly went to find Cornelia and talked to her about making up classes. Well, Cornelia held her head and became entangled. She didn't want to make up lessons. But I also feel that I should go to makeup classes. She looked at Dickon helplessly. Then he reached out and tugged at his sleeves. Do you want me to come along? Dickon asked. Cornelia has never experienced the feeling of Dickon not being around during cultural classes. She will feel very uneasy. Then let's go together. Anyway, I am also one of those who need to make up for the class. Dickon was going to sit next to Cornelia and read the book he wanted to read. He was actually quite curious about what kind of god that guy from Class D was. So it was Saturday morning. Dickon and Cornelia arrived at the makeup classroom early as scheduled. The tutor will be the teacher of Class B, a very strict uncle. Dickon looked around the empty classroom with some boredom. He was a little worried that the weirdo who was supposed to make up the class had escaped. Then his fun today would be much less. However, while the two were waiting for the teacher to arrive, a girl with long pear-colored hair bounced into the classroom. She immediately spotted Dickon and Cornelia sitting in the classroom. After discovering her little friend, her eyes seemed to light up. Obviously she didn't expect anyone to come to makeup lessons with her. The attention of Dickon and Cornelia was also attracted by the girl. Her facial features are very delicate. Her skin is very tender, and her bright red lips are particularly eye-catching even without makeup. Natural beauty is used to describe such people. For some reason, Dickon felt an indescribable feeling of familiarity when he saw her. It felt a little bit similar to someone he knew. But his temperament was completely different. The girl soon arrived in front of Dickon and Cornelia. First meeting. My name is Flora. What about you? The girl introduced herself in a friendly and cheerful tone, like a little girl making a new friend in the park. She didn't care about Dickon and Cornelia's aura as top students. It even seemed as if they had never heard of the deeds of Dickon and Cornelia. My name is Dickon and her name is Cornelia, Dickon replied. This lively and cheerful attitude naturally endeared him to Dickon and Cornelia. There are not many people who would be so kind and proactive in making friends with them in school. Dickon, Cornelia, from now on we will just run away. Oh no, we are tutoring partners. I didn't expect to meet other classmates during tutoring. By the way, are you also from Class D? Flora said happily sitting next to Cornelia. Dickon, after listening to Flora's simple words, there was already a storm in his heart. What does you are also in Class D mean? It's been almost 2 months since school started. Have you never even been to your own class since the beginning of the year? Who are you? Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right. 090 Cornelia was defeated by temptation, 2-1. No, we are from Class A. Cornelia seemed to be very nervous when facing new classmates, and she stuttered a lot when speaking. Class A? How many classes did you skip before you were asked to take makeup classes? Flora asked, full of surprise. Her eyes gradually became serious, as if she had seen a serious problem student. This made Deacon couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Do you still have the nerve to criticize us? We are the faces of the Knights Academy. Cornelia is trying to explain. However, Flora put one hand on the table and observed Cornelia's expression with a smile on her face. Hey, you feel guilty, but no matter how much you skip classes, you won't skip as many classes as I do. I'm still very confident in skipping classes. Flora's tone was very proud. Cornelia was really confused by this. She didn't know how to explain to Flora the fact that they were actually good students who followed school rules. And she has never been treated so kindly by a girl since she came to the academy. She thinks Flora is a nice person, but she doesn't know how to communicate with this type of classmate. After all, not everyone can understand her as quickly as Deacon. She felt increasingly anxious and had difficulty forming words. Deacon, help me. Cornelia grabbed Deacon's clothes helplessly. Well, Deacon originally wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he felt that this was a good opportunity. Chapter 83. Cornelia needs to practice her language skills more. And it's rare to see Cornelia look anxious like this. Flora naturally did not give them a chance to explain, and continued with a smile. Hey, there's no need to explain, everyone who understands understands. Who dares to claim to be the top student in this Knight Academy, and which class doesn't have a bad student? From now on, the three of us will be the truant group. No, Cornelia, no, I didn't skip class. Cornelia tried her best to spit out a sentence. Don't be so stubborn, but your poor acting skills are also very cute. Deacon, don't you think so? Flora smiled happily and seemed to be familiar with these two people. Really? Deacon nodded. Admit it, you two are indeed the truant kings of Class A. Flora seemed to have misunderstood what Deacon meant by really, or they were not on the same channel to begin with. But Cornelia seemed to have thought of a way to explain it to Flora. She was going to organize her words, write a paragraph on the paper and hand it to Flora. So she pursed her lips and buried her head in aggrieved writing on the paper. Flora looked at Cornelia writing slowly and nodded with satisfaction. Everyone is indeed a poor student. Speaking of which, are you two really willing to stay here all day? The weather is exceptionally good today. Flora is obviously the type who doesn't let her deskmate study in peace. Her words never stop. Do you have any ideas? Deacon asked with a smile. Originally, I planned to stay here and sleep during this class. However, after seeing you, my free spirit began to throb again. Flora suddenly stood up and looked at Deacon and Cornelia with twinkling eyes. How about the three of us skip class together? She finally said what she wanted to say most. No, you can't. It's not good to skip class. But Cornelia quickly put down her pen and persuaded. Let's go together. Deacon, Cornelia, let's eat parfait, bask in the sun, and play with the cats. Flora had already left her seat at this time, almost dancing in the sunlight shining through the classroom window. But Cornelia would never consider skipping class. But it was hard to find a girl who was so enthusiastic about her, but Cornelia didn't want to reject her. The most important thing is to amuse the cats. How to choose? So difficult. She was extremely confused. But Cornelia seemed to be gradually confused and looked at Deacon again. She needs a processor. We don't have compulsory tutoring, so strictly speaking, even if we leave this class, it doesn't count as skipping class. Deacon explained with a helpless smile. He looked at Cornelia like that. If he didn't let her go out to play today, she would regret it all day long. Even if she stayed to study, she would most likely have no energy for the whole day. That's how it works sometimes. When you meet like-minded friends, no one can resist temptation. Jingle bell. The bell rings. Although the teacher hasn't appeared yet, there are not many opportunities left for them to think. The only time to escape is now. However, before they could make a complete decision, Flora had already opened the window and jumped from the third floor. Her mobility shocked Deacon and Cornelia again, as expected of a guy who didn't even know his classmates in the first 2 months of school. But, do it? Germany, withdraw. But Cornelia nodded, a little excited, a little scared, and a little excited. She immediately stood up and ran to the window ready to jump. However, she suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot to bring my brain. So he immediately ran back, picked up Deacon, and jumped down with him. Wow! Flora stood downstairs and watched Cornelia and Dickon come down, cheering. Yeah. Run! Flora trotted up to the two and shouted happily. Dickon and Cornelia looked at each other, both showing helpless smiles. Although Flora is weird, they are not annoying. Who would say no to an energetic girl who invites you to skip class and play? Ha ha ha. Today is a historic meeting of our Truant Alliance. The three of them walked freely on campus together, Flora said with a smile. She was convinced now that it would be difficult for the three of them to come up with an idea. Cornelia should have good physical fitness, but not good at studies. And Dickon is not only so bad at studies that he has to make up lessons, but his physical fitness is also poor, and he is useless except for his appearance. But just have fun together. Happiness requires no brain. Dickon looked at Flora's bright smile, which gradually turned into black lines. He probably guessed what was going on in Flora's mind. It must be very rude. Dickenko has never been treated as a fool. But to be fair, Dickon couldn't really be angry at a natural idiot like Flora. She meant no harm, just too free and heartless. By the way, are you really not afraid of being expelled if you skip class like this? Dickon couldn't help but ask. No matter what, even in the Knights Academy, skipping classes for 2 months is still too much. He felt that even top students like Dickon and Cornelia would definitely be seriously questioned by the school if they skipped classes for 2 weeks. It's okay, my family is very powerful. I have a count father, and he has a good relationship with the dean. Flora made no secret of the fact that she was a related party and spoke out openly. Besides, it would be great if I could really be fired. When she mentioned expulsion, her tone became at least 70% cheerful, as if she couldn't wait to leave this school. No, Flora, you can't go. But Nelia finally made a girlfriend who she got along with so happily. Previously, her social circle at school was basically limited to Dickon and Croix. Although there are other classmates with whom I can talk, most of them just say hello when we meet. She couldn't accept that Flora would be expelled from school. Don't worry, I've skipped classes for 2 months and I'm just going to have to make up classes. If I skip classes for another year, I won't be expelled. Flora explained confidently using her strange logic. Dickon had thought that the nobles in this country were quite normal, such as Thresia and Croix. Even a playboy like Frater is at least a serious academic. At least look like a noble. I didn't expect that there was such a weird thing as Flora. The behavior pattern is completely unlike what a noble lady can do. The three of them were walking and chatting on the way to the dessert shop. Flora's chatterbox started to chatter endlessly, telling Dickon and Cornelia about her affairs. She was forced by her family to take the entrance exam. Originally, the family had no control over her, and she was raised to be happy since she was a child. But her brother was unruly and ran away to wander the world. So Flora, as the eldest daughter in the family, began to be strictly disciplined. Of course, the main reason may be because her family discovered the consequences of happy cultivation, and she was afraid that she would follow her brother's example and disappear. So no more stalking. Are you actually the daughter of that iron-blooded Earl, General Hanover? Dickon could not imagine that Flora could be such a serious countess from a big family. Yes, my full name is Flora Hanover. Then why won't your brother be captured by his family? Besides, as a young earl, isn't he afraid of being kidnapped? Sure enough, we are not a family, we don't enter the same family. You are all freedom incarnate. It's a miracle the family didn't fall apart. Chapter 84. He groaned secretly in his mind. Although my brother is not good at fighting, he has a unique communication talent and a good business acumen. There is no need to worry about him being short of money. He is not as stupid as me. Speaking of this, Flora pouted her bright red lips, seeming a little aggrieved. He is very smart? Yes, my intelligence may have been shared with him. Dickon stared at Flora's face again, feeling more and more familiar. How much older is your brother than you? 2 years old. He finally seemed to be sure of something and asked with a frown, is your brother very handsome? He looks elegant and friendly, but if you look closely at his pupils, you feel a little dangerous? Dickon asked, summarizing his impression of someone in his memory. When I first saw Flora in the classroom, I felt a little familiar, especially her eye color and hair color. It's almost the same as the person in my impression. Yes. Have you seen my brother? Is his name Morian? Yes. Are you my brother's friend? Ah no. We can be considered friends. When we were at the Korean border, he stayed in our town for a while. Dickon gritted his teeth when he thought about this guy. Damn profiteers. In this world, so far, he is the only person who dares to pull out teeth from the tiger's mouth in Dickon. I bought that batch of banded goblins, at a price of 100 coins each. Then this guy dared to risk being captured by his family and went to a crowded place like the royal capital to sell these cards. It hasn't even been discovered by anyone yet. What a guy who wants money more than his life. When he thought of this guy Morian, Dickon's fists clenched unconsciously. By the way, does your family offer a reward? For example, how much reward can you give if you catch your brother? Of course, if you can capture my brother, my father will be so happy that he may betroth me to you directly. Flora stretched out her index finger and touched her lower lip lightly, smiling innocently and saying, "No, no, no, don't be ridiculous." Dickon waved his hand quickly. Dickon did not want to get involved with a family that could raise two siblings, Morian and Flora, at the same time. After a pause, Dickon asked again, "But are you sure your father would be so happy?" After all, it can be heard from Flora's answer that the Earl of Hanover attaches great importance to capturing Morian. Maybe the Earl will pay the equivalent of this idiot's daughter. Flora nodded. Yes, my father always said that if he would die with hatred in his life, his biggest regret would be not catching my brother and beating him to death. That's a coincidence? Your father and I have the same idea. This unscrupulous profiteer, let him continue to live freely. It is unacceptable. Dickon, am not doing it for any bounty, just for justice. Don't worry Flora, we have a duty to help the Count capture Morian. Again, there's work again. However, Flora shook her head regretfully. Don't be ridiculous, how can the three of us catch my brother? No, I have an important clue here. Let's find someone first, and then go to the dessert shop together. The corners of Dickon's mouth turned up and he sneered twice. It stands to reason that Morian was selling the popular card, Rob a Goblin, in the capital. If anyone knew that Morian had a large inventory, they would definitely ask him about the maker of this underworld card, then find the border town all the way. But the actual situation is that the Brigand Goblin has been popular in the royal capital for a while, but no merchants have found the border town where Dickon is located. This shows that Morian is extremely cautious when selling cards. He doesn't easily interact with people. However, in the end, only the down-and-out Countess Thresia went to the border town to find Dickon, bought their Goblin Sheriff from him, and brought him to the royal capital. This means Thresia may have met Morian. And Morian trusted Thresia so much that he told her so much. Author's note. Today is another 2-in-1, so there is only one update. Doghead saves life. Do you know who the other teammate number 4 is? Occupation is businessman, fraudster, a new civilian player. Volume 3, The Secret Words of the Decline of the Sacred Right. 091. Dickon was silent after hearing this. The three of them were about to leave the campus. Now, under Dickon's suggestion, he came to the dormitory of the Masters Academy. Although Dickon was not sure if Thresia was at home, it was right to find out. Dong dong. Thresia, are you there? Dickon? Wait a moment. Teresa's response came from the door. Soon with brisk footsteps, she walked over and opened the door. However, what surprised Thresia was that there were two girls standing outside the door. Even if Cornelia didn't know Thresia, Thresia was very familiar with Cornelia. In other words, there are very few students in this school who have not heard of the combination of Dickon and Cornelia. Except for people like Flora, who almost never came to school and never cared about anecdotes. Before Thresia could say hello, she was already hugged by Flora, who threw herself through the door. Sister Thresia, Flora shouted cheerfully. She obviously knew Thresia well. Come in first. Although Teresa was surprised, she still quickly called for Dickon and the others to come in and sit down. Dickon? Why are you staying with Flora? And hello Cornelia, it's our first time meeting you. Hello. I met Flora by chance today. The three of us wanted to come to you to ask about Morian's information. Yes. The idiot trio is going to capture my brother. Wait, you are looking for Morian ... And what about the idiot trio? Thresia looked at Flora and then at Dickon with a puzzled face. Suddenly she understood. This guy Dickon is pretending again. Wasn't it enough to torment Alice last time? Flora, you'd better not treat Dickon as a fool. He is the same as your brother. Thresia pressed Flora's shoulder and said seriously. She was terrified of Duckan's dirty tricks. Alice is the princess after all, and Duckan doesn't dare to mess around. But Flora, if she's not careful, she might be deceived by Duckan and lose contact with everyone. What? Is Duckan smart? Flora turned to look at Duckan with a shocked face. She didn't understand why smart people had to make up lessons, and how there could be someone as smart as her brother in the Knights Academy. He is making up classes with me, Cornelia explained. Flora opened her mouth, her red lips trembling slightly, feeling as if her faith had collapsed. The idiot trio disbanded like this. Then she sat blankly on the sofa and murmured, "It seems to be frozen." Duckan shook his head helplessly. In fact, he had no intention of playing tricks on Flora. Teresa simply judged a gentleman's belly with a gentleman's heart. "By the way, why are you looking for Morian?" Thresia asked, staring at Duckan nervously. "Flora misses her brother. We want to help her fulfill this little wish and give them a touching reunion." "You sure?" According to Thresia's understanding, although the brother and sister Flora and Morian have a good relationship, Flora is not clingy to her brother. "This sister is so heartless." Duckan coughed slightly. Flora on the side quickly came to her senses and said, "Flora misses her brother. Sister Thresia, please help me." "Great reading." Thresia looked at Duckan and Flora with expressions full of disdain. I saw that Duckan's expression was also a little embarrassed. Chapter 85. Flora's on-the-spot acting was really poor. Obviously when they rehearsed before, Flora's crying look made Duckan feel that the brother-sister relationship was too touching. "I did see him in the capital a few months ago," Thresia said helplessly, knowing that she couldn't hide it from Duckan. But she couldn't continue. "Morian will only see her if he trusts her." And when she asked about the card maker's information, Morian told her without hesitation. For moral reasons, she should not tell anyone the information about Morian. Even her friend Duckan. "Duckan, you must want to capture Morian and get the reward from the Hanover family, right?" "What does it mean to take a reward? Isn't it a good deed to help the Earl find his heir?" "But, as a close friend of Morian, I cannot sit back and watch him deteriorate like this." "How come you have become my brother's best friend?" Flora clearly remembered that when Duckan mentioned his brother at first, he showed a little bit of resentment in his eyes. "Duckan, don't tear me down, Flora." "Thresia, but if Morian is really captured and brought home, he will be beaten and disabled by his uncle." Duckan frowned upon hearing this. What kind of evil things has this guy done that he will be hated by his father like that? Even if Morian evades his responsibilities as an heir and wanders around the world, it won't be like this. Could it be that Flora wasn't joking? If Morian is captured, will the Count really be so excited that he wants Flora to marry him? Thresia said nothing, as if she had something to say. However, Flora seems to have successfully restarted from the frozen state. "He also took our family's ancestral epic cards and sold them to the Resurrection Church, and then went to the big slave dealer to buy back a super powerful seriously ill elf." She spread her hands as if it didn't matter and said, "The elves were covered in complex toxins and curses that were difficult to purify and dispel, which resulted in a price tag on this originally priceless slave." After listening to Flora's explanation, Duckan dragged his chin and nodded. "There is something really abominable about stealing family heirlooms, and to make a deal with the Resurrection Church is a very bad act. But he won't be crippled by his father. He is the eldest son after all." Flora shook her head. "Brother. He actually bribed several members of the Church of Resurrection a long time ago, and later cooperated with them to steal the epic card back. Then what he did was not a good thing. From the Resurrection Church to the White Wolf with nothing. The merits are immeasurable." No, it's not over yet. Besides, Duckan gradually felt something bad. "My brother found a magical healer and cured the elf's difficult and complicated diseases. Then he gave the elf the epic card, which made her combat power extremely terrifying, and took her to raid the slave dealer's home. I got back the money I spent on the elves." Even Duckan was silent this time. The gangsters and capitalists will shed tears after hearing this. "Authoring cost you nothing. Just got a super powerful elf, an epic card and a lot of money." "And why does this magical healer in the story have such a strong sense of déjà vu? So much so that it completely angered the Resurrection Church and some dignitaries in the territory at the same time, and finally triggered a series of civil strife in the territory." Flora finished telling Morian's glorious deeds. the entire living room. It is quiet now. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 092. Dickon decided to make him join his gang. Both Dickon and Cornelia were eerily quiet. Especially Cornelia, she was greatly shocked. She originally thought that the real world could not turn back the electricity meter like the film world. I didn't expect Flora's brother to be so brave. Dickon also felt that he had made a mistake. Feng Shui is actually by my side. If I had known what Morian had done, I would have found a way to deal with this man back home. At least when he was in the border town, Morian didn't have that super powerful elf around him. It's possible that they had dispersed. Then Dickon can still bring down Morian. Although Uncle Hanover has offered reward, he must be alive when he is captured. Thresia added worriedly. He is still alive. The Count is such a kind and honest man, Dickon exclaimed. He thought the official reward was the kind that didn't matter life or death. If this traitor is kept, it will only be a matter of time before the next civil strife occurs in the territory. Dickon and Cornelia looked at each other and nodded. Happy Church is in need of a missionary or lack a lot of funds. Either make him join the team or discount him, that's the decision. Thresia's expression was very complicated. She already understood that Dickon and Cornelia were completely obsessed with Morian. In fact, she was not sure whether Dickon, Cornelia and Morian would both be harmed if they collided, because she couldn't tell which side was better in the underworld. Of course the worst-case scenario would be an alliance between three people. That would be an unimaginable disaster. Seeing Thresia's tangled look, Dickon smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry, tell me Thresia. I won't harm Morian. Our team is missing a businessman. He is an indispensable talent for us." Lack of businessman. Thresia's expression worsened. Which serious strategy team would specifically recruit this kind of profession? You must want to do some side business with him, right? Things finally developed in the direction she was most worried about. She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. Finally he shook his head. "Wait me a moment." Thresia walked into the bedroom, took out a letter and handed it to Dickon. "This is the letter Morian sent me when school started. If he really will become your companion, please help him," Thresia said with a sad expression. Dickon nodded and opened the letter. Cornelia and Flora beside her also moved closer to watch together. "To my dear friend Thresia, you must have found the magical card maker. Actually, in my eyes, he is an unimaginable money tree. Unfortunately, I have no faith with him. Although his brand is very poor, he has a good character and is sincere and kind. You will definitely become friends with him." Recently, the Resurrection Church's pursuit of me has become more and more intensive, and I have no choice but to sneak into the southern countries. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to Norton Kingdom for a long time. Please help me take good care of Flora. Please note that the king has resurrection believers, I am sure of this. Their identities are so well disguised that it is almost impossible to find their flaws using conventional means. Although the security in the royal capital is very good, there will be family guards protecting Flora outside the school. However, I have investigated that there is a high probability that there is an extremely distinguished member of the Church of Resurrection in Heavenlit College. Of course, it is unlikely that the senior member would personally expose his identity in order to deal with Flora. It's just that as I continue to earn the wealth of the Resurrection Church in the Shadow World, they may try their best to control Flora to restrain me. The Resurrection Church's method is more likely to confuse some frustrated students in order to obtain usable chess pieces. Whether my father believes it or not, please help me pass on the following information about the Church of Resurrection to him. May you revive your family soon. Dickon put down the letter and frowned slightly. "Is this guy an intelligence agent?" he murmured. "But if you think about it carefully, there may be key members of the Church of Resurrection who have been bribed by Morian. It makes sense that he could get some confidential information. After all, Morian had done this before." Several pieces of information about the Resurrection Church in the letter were correct by Morian. It's just that Morian probably didn't expect that Dickon had actually succeeded in catching a resurrection cultist lurking in the royal capital. Then the information that there are members of the Resurrection Church in the college may be accurate. So if you want to find Morian, you can only hope to go to the southern countries. But it's almost like finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 86, Thresia said helplessly. Dickon thought for a moment. Cornelia's hometown is a small kingdom in the south. They also agreed to play together in the future. But it's impossible to skip school and go abroad right now. What's more, even the Church of Resurrection, which has such a wide range of forces, cannot catch Million, and it is impossible for them to search for Million's whereabouts alone. However, their goal is no longer to capture Morian himself, as long as he can see Morian. No. I have a way to find him. Dukan returned the letter to Thresia, his expression gradually unable to contain his excitement. There is a very important sentence in Morian's letter. He continues to earn the wealth of the Resurrection Church in the Shadow World. This shows that Morian often finds entrances to challenge the Shadow World, and he can hit Resurrectionists with high frequency. Then in turn, the Resurrectionists may also have a way to crash Morian. To find Morian, you have to rely on the Church of Resurrection. It just so happens that Dukan has an undercover agent lurking in the Church of Resurrection, Ullara. As long as you post a lost and found information in the newspaper today and tell Ullara the meeting place, you can ask her for some information tomorrow. Although her status in the Resurrection Church is not particularly high, it is not low either. The Church of Resurrection must have tracked Morian in the royal capital, and Ullara would have some information about Morian. Thank you, Thresia. Dukan, you have to think clearly. Morian's situation is not that simple. If you have anything to do with him openly, you will also be in deep trouble. Thresia looked at Dukan with some concern. Although Dukan has defeated the Resurrection cult twice in a row in the Shadow World, but actually fighting against such a huge organization in the real world is far beyond what students like them can do. Don't worry, there is only one mistake in Morian's letter. Dukan smiled proudly. He and I are not only destined to be together, but we are also close friends. Earn money from the Resurrection Church. When it comes to this, Dukan is no longer sleepy. Volume 3, Secrets of the Fading Sacred Rite, 093 Dukan's Money Tree. Why were you able to find your brother based on the contents of the letter? Flora covered her head and thought over and over. I don't understand what Dukan's inference is. Is this the world of smart people? She felt as if there was an insurmountable wall between her and Dukan. On the other hand, Cornelia looked on the side with a calm expression. Don't think about anything at all. She was used to being online with Dukan. The task of thinking is given to Dukan. She only needs to execute the instructions from her brain, and anything can be solved easily. Give up, Flora. Just be happy and don't torture your brain cells. That's right. I don't want to think about it anymore. After hearing Dukan's persuasion, Flora suddenly became happy again. It seems that he has completely forgotten the point he was struggling with just now. This speed of awakening stunned the other three people in the dormitory. As expected of a member of the Hanover family, after staying in Thresia's dormitory for a while, the truant group said goodbye and left. Thresia had an appointment with a friend in the afternoon and was unable to play with the three of them. Thresia, yes. She is a kind and good person, Cornelia said. While walking on campus, she felt that Teresa was one of the few normal people Dukan knew. She originally thought that Dukan would find someone with an eccentric personality. Yeah, he's always causing trouble for her. Dukan found that every time he came back from the Shadow World, he would look for Thresia. She is becoming more and more like a guide. If placed in a novel, she would definitely be the super tool person who appears at the beginning of each volume. The author's level of arranging the plot in this way is really poor. The three of them happily played around the capital as planned. Then he came to a cat cafe that Flora highly recommended. Unfortunately, as expected, there is an invisible wall around Cornelia that drives away cats. The cats in the whole store were so frightened that they jumped up and down. Finally, at the owner's apologetic request, the three of them left the shop. It only takes a moment for Cornelia to go from heaven to hell. Originally, she thought that she had succeeded in getting Teacher Cat to accept her, and maybe she had become more friendly with cats. It seems that it was just Teacher Cat who made the change. It's okay, Nelia. Next time we will take care of the cats ourselves. Maybe they will get close to you when they see Mr. Cat, and they will also get close to you. Dukan comforted him with a gentle and helpless expression. Woo, I want Xiao Hui. I miss it so much. Well, small gray? Flora asked suddenly. Yes, it's all light gray with dark blue eyes. It's very, very beautiful. But when Lilia mentioned Xiao Hui, she seemed to gain some energy again. Flora rolled her eyes, looked at Dukan, and then looked into his eyes. Isn't Xiao Hua very similar to Dickon, huh? Cornelia raised her head and looked at Dickon in surprise. For some reason, she felt that Dickon, who was already very good-looking, was just a little bit more beautiful. Ah, so Xiao Hua is also very close to me. Among the few friends of Teacher Cat at that time, I fell in love with him at first sight, Dickon said with a calm smile. In fact, I was already panicking. How could Flora, a simple-brained idiot, be so sharp in certain places? That's right, how could Dickon be a cat? Ha. Flora rubbed the back of her head and smiled innocently. Ha, Gray looks good. But Nelia felt better because of their conversation. So the three of them wandered around the capital again, and unknowingly came to the ancient city wall. The scenery here is particularly good, especially suitable for watching the sunset. You can see the sunset gradually fading and whitening until it disappears. Flora was lying on the stone fence of the city wall, looking at the rolling hills in the suburbs like a picture scroll, and hummed a tune unconsciously. The softly chanted ballad made both Dickon and Cornelia gradually become stunned. I'm sorry, I just sang it unconsciously. What's wrong with you? Can we do it again? Yes, it sounds good, but Nelia still wants to hear it. Really? Dickon and Cornelia, yeah. Flora quickly took a few steps back to distance herself, as if entering performance mode. Then he took a deep breath and began to sing seriously a song that Dickon and Cornelia had never heard before. What followed was a fleeting few minutes. Neither Dickon nor Cornelia noticed that time passed so quickly. It wasn't until Flora finished singing that they realized that even the sky was getting darker. How about it? Flora asked with a bright smile. It sounds so good. It's just heavenly sound. Dickon and Cornelia couldn't help but applaud. Let's talk about why they were so excited. That's because Flora is a genius. Her ethereal singing voice and sweet smile will make it impossible for people to realize that she is a fool for a moment. I will only feel that she is a fairy who should not belong to this world. Extraordinarily sparkling. In just a few minutes, both Dickon and Cornelia became her fans. When I listened to her performance just now, Cornelia clasped her hands in front of her chest. Her eyes were watery, and she completely showed her girlish heart. You will definitely become the best star. Yes, it won't work. I always remember the wrong words, and sometimes I just start saying the lines according to my own ideas. No troupe will want me. Chapter 87. Even if the troupe accepted Flora, it was because of her identity. In the end, the performance failed and became a mess, and Flora felt very guilty. No. You want to be a idolu who brings smiles to everyone. Love to show off? Yes, you don't need to care about anyone's restrictions, and you don't need to cooperate with anyone. Just free your mind and perform as you like. Is this really possible? But will there be an audience to see it? Yes, I promise, as long as you become a signed artist of our company. With our technical support and live broadcast traffic, we will definitely make you popular and let your singing voice spread throughout the Norton Kingdom and even the whole world. Okay. Flora's decisiveness was not what Dickon expected. It seemed that whenever Dickon came up with a contract, she would sign it without even looking at it. Dickon couldn't help but sigh that it was fortunate that this guy was born in this world and was still a well-protected countess. Otherwise, he might have been abducted by a black-hearted scout. The kind where you have to pay for working for free. Dickon looked at Flora and nodded with satisfaction. Maureen, your sister is also an incredible money tree. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 094 Dickon Ruiz Review of Maureen. Then after I draw up the contract, I will be your agent from now on, but Nelia will be your assistant. Then I will introduce our CEO to you. Take advantage of this period to register a legal company. Happy Church also needs a serious office building as its space. It would take Croix to easily come up with the bulk of the startup capital. Although Dickon and Cornelia have some savings, it may not be enough at the moment, as Shadow World challenges. They also need to keep a little extra savings for emergencies. So what do I need to do? At that time, I will provide you with guidance on the arrangement and choreography, and you can express yourself freely. And then we will record your performance with props. Dickon was about to discuss with Professor Murgott, who was responsible for the live broadcast at the Alchemy Institute, to expand the scope of the broadcast of his and Cornelia's live broadcast. For the next trial run, Deacon hopes to expand the scope of the live broadcast to public areas in major city-states in the Kingdom of Norton. Expanding broadcast coverage comes with high costs. But if you can gain attention, you will definitely make money without losing money. The Alchemy Institute also has many investors. Although Professor Murgatt understands the risks of expanding the live broadcast of these two people, it is difficult to resist the temptation of money. If the income is high enough, there will be a chance to apply to the King's Association for the opportunity to further expand the broadcast scope. However, no matter how the live broadcast is done, it is difficult for Deacon and Cornelia to get an exaggerated share of the final share. After all, they are not the boss either. However, if they can use this traffic to make their own contracted artist Flora popular, the benefits will be completely different. Deacon and Cornelia will find a way to insert Flora's live during the live broadcast, presumably with Flora's strength and Deacon Cornelia's live broadcast popularity. She will soon become famous. When the time comes to advance various projects in the real world, it will be an unimaginable wealth. Flora, from now on you will be the #1 idol of our happy office. Great. That's great, Flora. The three of them walked back towards the school amidst laughter and laughter. Although they are no longer a trio of goofballs, they have formed a strong friendship. On the way back to school, Deacon and Flora Cornelia said goodbye in advance. Let the two girls go back to school together first. Deacon, on the other hand, went to the newspaper office alone to publish the article. He used the agreed secret text to publish the information that he wanted to meet Allura. Their Happy Church's undercover agent lurking in the Church of Resurrection was finally going to be put to use for the first time. This is how a successful day ends. The next day, on Sunday morning, there were many people passing the time in the huge park of the royal capital. A handsome boy who looked like a Western doll and a pure and graceful woman were sitting on two benches not far apart by the lakeside in the park. Occasionally there are families with children passing by. The park was peaceful, and the sparkling waves on the lake reflected the sun's rays, which were a bit dazzling for a moment. Deacon flipped through the books in his hands. He didn't seem to notice the beauty near him at all. "Do you know Morian?" Deacon said as if talking to himself. "Morley on Hanover? He is one of the most wanted targets of the Resurrection Church." Allura heard Deacon's voice and answered. But he didn't look at Deacon. She put her hands on her thighs, sitting in a rather ladylike posture, admiring the scenery of the lake, as if she was waiting for her date. Deacon thought for a moment. This superlative is indeed quite valuable. It seems that Morian has done a lot of good things for the Church of Resurrection. Wanted has a feeling of Monkey D. Dragon. Is he also wanted by our church? Allura asked softly when she saw that Deacon didn't speak. She didn't dare to turn her head and look at Deacon's profile. The more dignified and sacred Deacon looked in the sun, the clearer she saw the shadow behind Deacon. That was the darkness she dared not pry into. "No. He is our missionary. I have lost contact with him recently. I am a little worried about him and would like to ask the Resurrection Church if there is any information about him." Deacon came out of his thoughts, turned a page of the book, and continued. This simple sentence already filled Allura's mind with thousands of thoughts. Sure enough, the leaders of Happy Church are not ordinary people. Previously, after she was let home by Deacon, she had speculated about what other members there would be in Happy Church. The first thing that comes to mind is this genius named Morian. No wonder the welfare of Happy Church is so good. It turned out that the Church of Resurrection was used as a cash machine. Sure enough, being loyal to Happy Church is the general trend. Allura put away her little thoughts and answered Deacon. Yes, there were members of the Resurrection Church who met him in the Shadow World that ended a few days ago. Elaborate. It is a 5th-level Shadow World with the theme of the Demon King and the Brave. The purpose of the Challenger is to act as a supporter to ensure that the Brave successfully defeats the Demon King. This time, 3 5th-level Resurrection cultists successfully ran into Morian. They found an opportunity to attack Molian, but were designed by Molian to lead them to the Brave team. So the Brave mistook the 3 Resurrection cultists as bandits and repelled them for Molian. In the end, Morian backhandedly defrauded the Brave team of all their money, and went to the city-state to use a large part of the money to issue a bounty mission to hunt down the 3 challengers of the Church of Resurrection. So the brave man who lacked travel expenses had no choice but to hunt down the 3 bandits. In the end, the 3 resurrection believers died inexplicably under the brave man's crazy pursuit. Because the brave man wasted time and was not strong enough to defeat the Demon King, and Morian made a lot of money during this period. He bought a lot of cursed equipment and potions with huge side effects to support the brave man, and successfully brought the brave man and the Demon King together. Die together. After hearing this, Dickon was silent again for a long time. He couldn't help but be glad that Morian was not a necromancer. Otherwise, this brave man could be exploited by Morian for a few more rounds of value. But even if the hero is a native of the Shadow World, it is still too inhumane to trap the hero in this way. At least Duckan's moral bottom line does not allow him to do such a thing. By the way, what are the characteristics of this brave man? Dickon was a little curious whether the brave man had offended Morian. This brave man seems to always like to write some stories, but every time he stops writing halfway through, the bards don't think very well of him. The Church of Resurrection also has a watch program, so some relevant information was recorded. Duckan nodded. Although this brave man is guilty, he is not guilty enough to die. Morian still went a little too far. Alara, by the way, the brave man's name is Shinhi. He is drunk and crazy and always likes to tear other people's books. Duckan, have a good death. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 095. Duckan's Special Examination. Duckan was silent again for a while. He was thinking about how he would deal with this shadow world if it were him. It seems to be able to enslave both heroes and demon kings, but they still have to gather together to do it. Duckan alone is not enough. Is there any way for the Church of Resurrection to snipe Morian when matching the shadow world? Duckan asked again. Duckan's first film world encounter with the Church of the Resurrection was purely coincidental. The second time I met the Resurrection Church was accidental with a little bit of necessity. At that time, he hypnotized himself into a villain and was matched into a confrontational shadow world. And one villain is not enough. The shadow world will inevitably be matched with other people who want to destroy the world. So the other people matched will naturally be resurrectionists. But it's not normal for Morian to always encounter resurrection cultists in the shadow world. Chapter 88. There must be some secret in it. Duckan doesn't just want to resurrect the church crash Morian. I also want to be like Morian and encounter the group of money-giving boys from the Church of Resurrection every time. It can be said that most of Duckan's current cash was sent by resurrectionists. Alara nodded slightly and said, the time for Morian to challenge the shadow world is fixed each time. He will go to the shadow world at 7 AM on the first day of an even-numbered month. It turns out it's that simple. It's full of ridicule. Morian just played his cards right. Come and kill me if you can, and give you a chance. Naturally, the Resurrection Church cannot bear it. I'm afraid that at 7 o'clock in the morning every even-numbered month, a large group of 5th-level resurrection cultists are ready to attack Morian. There are always a few who succeed. Even with the best luck, except for Morian, everyone else might be a resurrectionist. What a spectacular gold mine that would be. Duckan couldn't imagine it. According to this information, the next time Morian will challenge the shadow world will be more than a month later. It is now December 23rd. And Morian's next challenge to the shadow world will be February 1st. It happened to be about the same time as Duckan and Cornelia's initial estimate of the next challenge. As long as Duckan and Cornelia go to the match at 7 AM on February 1st, they will have a chance to meet Morian. After bringing Teacher Mao with them, their team's ranks are 3, 4 and 5, and they have the opportunity to match and enter the 5th-level shadow world. Duckan nodded with satisfaction. Although you are not 100% able to encounter Morian using this method, but you will always encounter it after trying a few times. And Duckan has always had good luck attracting good people. He believed in his fate with Morian. Okay, Alara, is there any other important information recently? Duckan did not leave in a hurry and turned over another page of paper. Now that you're here, why not ask a few more questions? Alara thought for a while, seemed to remember something very important, and quickly answered, recently, the Church of Resurrection will take action against Tristan Magic Academy, but I have no way of knowing the specifics. Duckan frowned slightly. Is there really a melon? Why is the Church of Resurrection targeting Tristan Magic Academy? That school is located in Tristan City, known as the Magic City. Although it's not as good as the Royal Capital's Heavenlit Academy, it still has outstanding features. Their education placed great emphasis on the use of magic. If Heavenlit is a comprehensive college, Then there is a magic specialized college. At the same time, this school's magic card production major is also very powerful. The great magician trained by Tristan Magic Academy is probably also an excellent card maker. The strongest teacher in the academy is the top card maker in the entire Northern Kingdom, the only special card maker in the Northern Kingdom, and the rank is as high as 8 levels. Although Tristan City does not have absolute security stability like the royal capital, it should not be a place where the Resurrection Church dares to take action under the sun. Why do you know? Dukan asked. Some time ago, my superiors at the Church of Resurrection instructed us to pass on information to members in other areas. I tried to snoop on the information, but without being discovered, I could only learn that it was related to Tristan Magic Academy. Plan. Alara explained. You did very well. Dukan is very satisfied with her business ability. While completing organizational tasks, they also use their brains to think about how to help the organization. Unfortunately, although the information is important, it is not very relevant to Dukan. Even if this information has a chance to catch the Resurrection Church's most senior commander in the capital. In fact, even if Dukan made the information public, no one would believe it. If you are really desperate to spread the news, either the Resurrection Church will change its plans temporarily, either the Church of Resurrection will continue its execution, and when something happens to Tristan Academy, it will be Dukan's turn to be suspected. And the worst case scenario is Dukan told the information to someone, and that person happened to be a senior official of the Resurrection Church in the capital. By then, Dukan and Alara will be finished together. So Dukan decided this time to just watch and do nothing. Very good, you will have a chance to get promoted soon, whether in Resurrection Church or our Happy Church. In addition, this month's salary has been sent to your home. Dukan placed the bookmark against the current page, closed the book, stood up, and left the bench without looking back. In terms of money transactions, he was not allowed to have direct contact with Alara or leave transfer records in the bank. He didn't want to be caught with any evidence. So Dukan had already entrusted his little transporter to deliver the wages to Alara's house. Thank you, Lord Dukan, Alara said as she looked at the lake with gratitude. When Dukan returned to the door of the dormitory leisurely, before he could open his door, his classmate who lived next door appeared. Dukan, Professor Arnold is looking for you. Let me tell you to go to his office as soon as possible. It seems that Dukan's neighbors have been waiting here for Dukan's return. Oh, thanks. Dukan took out the key, said a brief goodbye to his neighbor, left the dormitory, and headed towards the school building. Professor Arnold would look for him on weekends, presumably for something important. Soon, Dukan walked to the familiar door of the office and knocked on the door. Dong dong. Please come in. After pushing open the office door, a strange yet familiar figure came into view. In addition to Professor Arnold, there was also President Lun of the Royal Capital Card Makers Association in the office, the 7th level first-class card maker who took great care of Dukan, Professor Arnold, and President Lelin. Good afternoon. President Lun was sitting on the sofa, seemingly chatting with Professor Arnold. Long time no see, Dukan. When Lelin raised his head and saw Dukan, a gentle smile appeared on his face again. Thank you for taking care of me earlier, Dukan said politely. The moment he saw Lun, Dukan understood that the person who was really looking for him was not Professor Arnold, but President Lun. It seems that the examination of the special card maker has made progress. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 096. Dukan's unique way of thinking. I'm here to inform you that you have passed the first stage of the special examination, and you are one step closer to officially becoming a special card maker. Leyland said with a smile. His tone was very proud of Dukan. The content of the first stage of the review is mainly an investigation of Dukan's personal growth experience and family interpersonal relationships. That is, check the files. Of course, there is also a subjective analysis process by the headquarters. It stands to reason that Dukan's card-making style, his ability to make cards in different languages, and his performance in the shadow world are hard not to make people doubt or even question his ingredients. To be able to complete the entire process so quickly and efficiently, President Lun must have helped a lot out of sight of Dukan. In the past special examination process, the second stage was conducted by a senior official directly under the Card Creators Association headquarters to conduct a one-person meeting and review. President Leland continued. Don't you count? Although I am considered a senior official, I am not directly subordinate to the headquarters. Would it be troublesome for someone to come and review me? No, she is not here to examine you. You have to see her in person. Dukan frowned slightly. He could tell that the person who was going to scrutinize him was very cool. Of course you can refuse, but the department will send someone else to examine you. At that time, you don't know whether the examiner from abroad will make things difficult for you. President Lun obviously saw Dukan's mood. He didn't seem to be angry at his arrogance, but he understood Dukan's mood very well. The school will give you a vacation until you complete the review, and all expenses such as travel, accommodation, etc. will be covered, Professor Arnold added on the side. Dukan nodded, his expression becoming very soothing. If I had told you earlier, it would be a trip at public expense, so there is nothing to hesitate about. And no matter what, according to what President Lun said, this very cool foreigner is at least easier to do things than a foreigner. Lun said, you are going to see the only 8th level special card maker in the Norton Kingdom. Her name is ancient and difficult to express in human language, so we only need to call her Ice and Snow Princess. As a native of the Norton Kingdom, he had certainly heard of the country's most distinguished card maker. It is said that this Snow Queen is a half-elf, good at ice magic, and most of the powerful cards she creates are related to ice. He is a big shot that ordinary people have no chance to meet. Chapter 89. But here comes the problem. Isn't Ice Princess at Tristan Magic Academy? He had just heard in the morning that the Resurrection Church was going to cause trouble at Tristan Academy, and now he was assigned to go there. Then think about it this way. The Resurrection Church may be playing a big game, and it is very likely that he has been arranged into this chess game. What is the goal of the mastermind behind the scenes? And what kind of strong men will the Resurrection Church send out this time? Dukan couldn't get an answer for a moment, but thinking about it, Dukan even got a little excited. How can you not be happy when a noble person comes to give you wealth? I hope everything that comes is of the highest quality. After all, in the real world, resurrectionists themselves are considered trophies. His mind was constantly moving, but Dukan's expression didn't change at all. He shouldn't act like he knows something he shouldn't know at this time. Just play dumb. Binksuji has a very cold personality. If she hadn't belonged to the Norton Kingdom and had some friendship with us, she wouldn't have agreed to come to review you. Don't make her angry when you notice her, President Leland patiently explained to Dukan. Is her temper weird? She just doesn't care about anything. If she finds you annoying, she will just ignore you. If you piss her off, no matter who you are, she will freeze you into an ice sculpture. That shouldn't be a big problem. Dukan's eyes flickered, as if he had come to some conclusion through thinking for a moment. You, Professor Arnold narrowed his eyes. Although he had not spoken just now, he was looking at Dukan. He felt that Dukan had just estimated his chances of winning against a strong enemy. Whose chance of winning? Ice and Snow Princess? Could this guy be harboring evil intentions towards Binksuji? Professor Arnold suddenly didn't dare to let Dukan go to Tristan City. Dukan, you have to remember that you are on an exchange visit, not an inspection, Professor Arnold warned, his tone uncontrollably becoming a little harsh. He was very worried that Dukan was mistaking other people's colleges for devil colleges. That will cause some serious accidents that are irreversible. Professor, I understand. I don't want to be sent back frozen into an ice sculpture. Dukan paused and continued, by the way, can I take Cornelia and Croix with me? What do you want to do? Professor Arnold suddenly became alert. He already didn't want Dukan to visit Tristan Academy. The iron triangle of warfare, animal husbandry and magic is indispensable. You are here to visit, not to challenge the shadow world. Professor Arnold was thinking, why are you going to meet someone else, Binksuji, and bringing your gang with you? Besides, Cornelia is still a normal warrior. Is there something wrong with you two good herding brothers? Who do you want to torture? After coughing twice, the professor continued, first of all, they will miss classes for a period of time, which is difficult for me to approve. In addition, we have not reported additional accompanying persons to Tristan Magic Academy before. If Cornelia and Croix go, they can only live and you have to pay for it at a hotel outside the college. Oh, forget it, I'll go alone this time. No one will protect me, I don't feel safe. Dukan sighed helplessly and muttered softly, Professor Arnold's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. Is your sense of security based on other people's insecurities? And Professor Arnold is very suspicious that the target of Deacon bringing Cornelia and Croix is Ice Princess. Ordinary students would probably just become toys in the hands of these three people. The only person in Tristan City who is worthy of the three of them dispatching in full force is Ice and Snow Princess. Move Binksuji? Even a madman would not think this way. But Arnold not only believed that Deacon had the evil heart, he also believed that Deacon had the courage. As the teacher who has the most contact with Deacon, Professor Arnold is already somewhat aware of Deacon's behavioral patterns. Although Deacon would never take the initiative to provoke Binksuji, but just in case Binksuji makes things difficult for Deacon, or actually takes the initiative to use force against Deacon, then Deacon will stand on the moral high ground, regard Binksuji as an enemy that can be harmed with all his strength, and then try his best to make her surrender. The most serious situation may lead to a complete breakdown of the friendly relationship between the two schools, and may even trigger an unrest in the Norton Kingdom. Deacon must not be allowed to bring the criminal team over. Author's note, recommended book Lobotomy Simulator? This is a Hammer Love Simulator. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, updated later today. The update at 7 AM on June 14th was not finished. The past 2 days of reviewing, taking exams, and rushing out manuscripts were a bit overwhelming. I wrote until 3 o'clock yesterday, and my schedule was a bit messed up. I probably won't be able to finish writing by 3 o'clock today, and I feel like I can't stay up late anymore, and I can't continue the vicious cycle. I need to take a break and adjust my schedule first. I will continue writing when I get up in the morning, and I will finish it before 2 p.m. There will be about 5,000–6,000 words. I'm so sorry. Group number 948,957,812. Because some readers will ask in other posts and comments, I will post it again. Welcome to Be a Supervisor? OA. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 097. Although Deacon is very strong, he is too cautious. 7,000 words long chapter. Deacon, actually that's what happened this time. Professor Arnold coughed twice. At the end of every year, there will be exchange activities between our two schools, so some students will also leave for Tristan Magic Academy tomorrow Monday. You will go with them, and you can rest assured about safety. Is there still such an activity? Deacon rubbed his head. But think about it carefully. What he is more concerned about is the intelligence outside the school. He really didn't pay much attention to these activities on campus. There was not even a relevant notice from the Knight's house. Usually outstanding second and third year Alchemy Academy students go there, and occasionally there are students from the Master Academy. After all, it's a technical exchange. Then at the beginning of the next year, there will be students and teachers there for a return visit. Professor Arnold said this and looked at Deacon. In fact, if we really want to say that the most outstanding technical talent among students is Deacon, even though he does not belong to the Alchemy Academy, but to the Knights Academy where reckless men gather, but Deacon was a technician and beyond the scope of school, so there is actually no need for Deacon to take up a spot. Anyway, he went to visit Tristan Magic Academy as a special guest of the Card Creators Association. Professor Arnold couldn't help but feel a little proud of Deacon, even if this guy is the most hellish student he has ever seen. By the way, do you have a list of students visiting this time? Deacon asked. It would be pretty cool to have his half-sister Me as a teammate. Although the two poison masters were very compatible in their research, Deacon had not tried to cause trouble with her yet. He's not there to cause trouble. He went on a visit and secretly maintained peace. I don't have a specific list here, but I know that Princess Alice is going, so there will be a 7th level Knight Commander escorting you this time. The reason why Professor Arnold is sure that this trip is very safe is because Alice is among the people traveling this time. Therefore, with the addition of a 7th level Knight Captain as a guard, even if the Resurrection Church dares to attack, they will be able to repel it. In addition, Tristan City also attaches great importance to receiving Her Royal Highness. Therefore, everyone accompanying you will receive the same level of security. There is almost no danger. If there is such an irresistible danger, even a 3-person team cannot handle it. Well, then I'll go by myself. Deacon held his chin and thought for a moment before saying, There is now another possibility for the Resurrection Church to target, but the probability is low. Once a member of the royal family is kidnapped, the king will never compromise with the kidnapper, but it will turn into a mad dog and chase the kidnapper to death. This is an unwritten rule of the Norton family. But no matter what the goal of the Resurrection Church is. Chapter 90. Since the Church of Resurrection has evil intentions, then Dickon decided to go to the Resurrection Church for a while. Bringing Cornelia and Croix along might persuade the people of the Church of Resurrection to retreat. It would be bad to scare the fish away. Dickon has a kind heart and cannot bear to disrupt the plans of the Resurrection Church that have spent huge amounts of manpower and material resources. In addition, since Maureen can deal with the resurrectionists alone, so can Dickon. This is sometimes the case. There is a strange competitiveness in men. Dickon, I believe in your talent very much, but please don't find me nagging. You must not offend Bink Suji. Professor Arnold looked at the way Dickon was thinking about something. He felt uneasy and gave instructions again. Okay, just keep it in your heart. I've always acted steadily. Dickon came to his senses and a bright smile appeared on his face again. The interest in his eyes grew stronger, and he could not hide his anticipation for the trip. If you say this, it will be difficult for me to sleep well. Professor Arnold covered his forehead, not wanting to see Dickon again. He already had an ominous premonition. At last, after President Lunn handed some tickets and certificates to Dickon, Dickon said goodbye to the two of them and left the office. Arnold, why do you look so sad? President Lunn observed Professor Arnold's depressed expression and couldn't help laughing. I hope I'm worrying too much. Professor Arnold let out a long sigh and stood up, getting ready to leave the office with Llewellyn. Don't worry. I think Dickon has always been measured and polite in the real world. He is a good young man. Too. The person who worries Arnold the most is Dickon, but the top student who likes Arnold the most is also Dickon. But this is Dickon's first time abroad. Professor Arnold wasn't sure whether Dickon would give him the whole job. I hope Dickon can at least restrain himself a little in the human world. Monday morning. It was not yet completely bright, and a pale golden light shone into Dickon's room through the early morning twilight. There seemed to be a few crows passing by outside the window, sending out sharp cries across the sky, which made Dickon, who had just woken up, feel particularly comfortable. It looks like something good is going to happen today. After making some preparations, Dickon picked up his luggage and set off immediately. He feels like he has been traveling intensively recently. My life experience after coming to the college can only be described as a perfect score. Dickon originally planned to take Teacher Cat with him, but when he thought about Cornelia having to face a week of classes alone, I'm worried that she might be uncomfortable. So Dickon assigned Teacher Cat an important task: spend more time with Cornelia these days. But now that Flora is playing with Cornelia, she should not be lonely. Well, I started to worry again whether she would be led by Flora to skip class. Dickon shook his head. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. He believed in Cornelia's perseverance. Dickon arrived at the Alchemy Academy's campus in advance, which was also the meeting place agreed upon by the Academy's visiting team. I saw that there were already students waiting here early. Dickon saw his familiar good friend me at a glance. He quickly said hello and walked over. I was worried that I wouldn't have any acquaintances this time. It's great to have you here, me. Ah, and Her Highness Alice. Me smiled and said nothing, leaving the space for conversation to Alice and Dickon. Alice, on the other hand, avoided her eyes and hummed twice in embarrassment. She only learned yesterday that Dickon would also join their team. Although the purpose of the visit is different, I will be with them on the way there and back. Your Highness Alice, please don't hold grudges against my childish behavior. I have always been taught by teachers, a true master has the heart of an apprentice. So I did humbly ask you for advice that day. It was a rare opportunity for Dickon to chat with Alice. I thought it would be better to take this opportunity to untie her knot. Dickon felt really guilty for scaring Alice to faint in me's dormitory last time. Were you really not laughing at me then? Alice will never forget the smile that made her feel ashamed at the last moment at the Card Creators Association. Later, when she had nightmares, Dickon's smiling face often appeared. What are you talking about? I made a good card, of course I will laugh. Dickon showed a puzzled expression. Alice is skeptical of Duckin's explanation, although Dickon seems extremely sincere now. But Alice has witnessed the process of Dickon conquering the shadow world. This man's freely retractable acting skills are like a mask that he wears on his face at all times. You can't believe even a single word he says. However, you don't believe me, and I don't believe you, so we will never trust each other. After hesitating for a long time, she sighed. Forget it, I believe you are the one. In fact, I didn't blame you at all. It's true that I was too embarrassed, Alice said helplessly. Whenever she recalled those lines from Duckin's poem at that time, she could not help but dig her toes into the ground. She actually recited it so proudly. How magnanimous your highness Alice is. I think the sentence holding the stars and picking up the sun and the moon, there is no one like me in their world is more suitable for you. Dickon looked at Alice with admiration and praised. Hand in hand. You're enough. Alice unconsciously missed these pretentious words again, but suddenly she realized that she was almost led into a misunderstanding by Dickon again. This guy definitely wants to add to his dark history. Me, Alice, if you want to get along well with Dickon, you must always be on guard against him. What are you talking about? I am obviously defenseless against you, Dickon said to me with some disappointment. Hugh me raised his hand to cover his mouth and chuckled. Alice, hey, I was very curious just now. Do you two know each other well? Dickon, we took the same elective course, we happened to be group mates, and we had similar interests and hobbies, so we hit it off right away. Me, yes. Alice nodded. Since you are me's friend, you are also my friend. Please get along well with me in the future. Alice looked at Dickon with a serious expression and clear eyes. Dickon was slightly stunned. In this case, I would be a little embarrassed to bother Alice again in the future, but it is. He didn't find Alice annoying from the beginning. She is a very friendly person, plus very generous. Dickon sighed in relief and laughed freely. Dickon, nice to be your friend. Alice, me too. It seemed that this was the first time that Dickon had shown a real smile to Alice. Dickon's expressions when interacting with his friends are unpretentious. Alice could see a change in Dickon's demeanor, but she couldn't place it. But she was sure it would be good. She felt as if a knot in her heart had been lifted. While the three of them were chatting about early morning gossip, the people for this trip gradually arrived. Dickon was surprised to find that the teacher leading the team turned out to be Professor Murgatt, whom he was familiar with. The person in charge of live streaming and business cooperation at the Alchemy Institute. It seems that there is big business to discuss this time at Tristan Academy. In addition, the 7th level knight captain responsible for protecting the princess was also waiting at the gate of the campus early. So, Takami Alice followed the team to the Magic Airship Transportation Center located on the border of the royal capital. A colorful magic ship is suspended in the spacious and spectacular open space. The corridor bridge in front of him connected the platform and the cabin. After Dickon stored his bag in the luggage compartment, he went to the first-class cabin with me and the others. This time they are going to Tristan City on a wind magic airship. By airship, it only takes 3 hours to reach Tristan City. Although the speed of the airship is not that fast, the distance between the royal capital and Tristan City is relatively short. Chapter 91. In the Northern Kingdom, there are only magic airship routes between a few big cities that are not far from the king. Remote places like the border cannot be reached by magic airship. First of all, there is not enough energy, and secondly, the cost is too high, and safety cannot be guaranteed. By the way, since Alice is traveling, why isn't it a chartered flight? Dickon thought for a moment and asked. He had already unceremoniously dropped the honorific for Alice. The boat tickets can be booked many months ago, and the school only booked tickets for a fixed number of people in advance. At that time, the school did not confirm that Alice would go. My EX explained. Although Alice can indeed use her noble status to make such a wind magic airship her special plane, but many businessmen and tourists have booked their tickets early. It's too overbearing to say you can cancel. If you ask others to cancel, there is really no need to go to this level when you don't know that someone will attack. An hour had passed before I knew it when I got on the airship. The flying speed of the wind magic airship is not as high as the plane in his previous life. The flight altitude is only a few hundred meters above the ground, so it won't hurt your eardrums. The sky was as bright as satin, and the wind magic airship sailed in the sea of clouds. Deacon looked out the window leisurely, and the blue sky made him feel particularly relaxed. For a moment, he was too lazy to think about the Resurrection Church, and just wanted to enjoy the comfort and beauty of the journey. At this time, they were far away from the boundaries of the royal capital and reached the neighboring provinces. It takes another 2 hours to reach the magical city of Tristan. Deacon was sitting in the cabin, flipping through a book leisurely, because Deacon's ticket was temporarily added for him by the Card Creators Association. Therefore, his seat is different from that of everyone else in Heavenlit Academy. Even if there are no acquaintances around to chat with, he will not feel bored. I feel really lonely, but I still have an old guy in my heart that I can chat with at any time. Well, it looks like he's sleeping. Safety. A few minutes later, the originally peaceful journey was suddenly broken by a scream. The sound seemed to come from the direction of the cockpit. Then there was a violent shaking, the whole cabin became bumpy, and then gradually stabilized again. The sound of fighting was heard again from the direction of the cockpit, and the ship's police rushed to the front of the ship. The 7th level Knight Commander walked to Alice's side, ready to protect her at any time. What happened? Did someone attack the cockpit? A feeling of uneasiness enveloped all passengers. Even if you are just guessing, you can guess that something bad will happen next. Deacon raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, it came. If the Resurrection Church wants to cause trouble, the first keynote is the magic airship from the royal capital to Tristan City. This is a perfect hijacking opportunity. If you want to kidnap Deacon or Alice, now is undoubtedly the best time to do it. That's what Deacon would do if he was asked to plan a hijacking. Although Alice didn't know that the Resurrection Church was secretly planning this trip, the 7th level Knight Commander following her would not have a problem protecting her safety. So Deacon doesn't have to worry about her side. In this way, the chaos continued for a while. The ship's police who rushed towards the cockpit were like pebbles dropped into the abyss, and there was no reply. When everyone's panic and uneasiness reached its highest point. "Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen," a clear voice sounded in the cabin. I saw a man in a formal dress dragging the body of a ship guard out from the direction of the cockpit. The boat policeman collapsed on the ground, his life or death unknown. It might have been a corpse. The white dress on the man's body was stained with a frightening red color, and even his neck was stained with someone's blood. He walked calmly, with a gentlemanly smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes. He surveyed the passengers in the cabin. That cold look was like a butcher looking at his own pig. "No, I don't want to die." The faces of the tourists in the cabin were pale with fright. They began to whisper to each other in a panic. Even if the man in the tuxedo hadn't revealed his purpose, everyone knew that the ship was in great danger. And the passengers' lives are probably already in the hands of this man. The 7th level Knight Commander in charge of the escort had taken out his weapon in an instant. However, the man in the tuxedo didn't panic and just showed a card. Death Spark. Category: Spell Card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 5. Passive effect: if the wearer is killed, it will cause extremely strong fire attribute explosion damage. Remarks: the Church of the Resurrection is an early masterpiece of Minos. Mean. This made the Knight Commander's pupils shrink sharply, and he tightened his grip on the sword, but was unable to take action again. "If you don't want all these passengers to die tragically, please calm down, Mr. Knight Commander." The man in the tuxedo smiled and said to the Knight Commander, "Besides, if you dare come any closer to me, my companions in the cockpit will send this ship plummeting." At the same time, the man in the dress showed another card and showed it. It's just that this card is displayed in a large arc, and it seems that it's not just for the Knight Commander to see clearly. Especially when he faced this card towards Deacon, the corner of his mouth curled up with an unknown meaning. Sentinel Alert. Category: Spell Card. Grade: Blue Precious. Level: 3. Passive effect: when the bearer is attacked, abnormally affected, controlled, or unconscious, other teammates within range carrying this card will receive a warning signal. Remarks: fireproof, anti-theft and anti-sneak attack. This card was used to warn Deacon, don't try to use curses, poison, mind control. Apparently, the man in the tuxedo had other accomplices who hijacked the cockpit. The Knight Commander said nothing. He just moved a little closer to Alice. If he really encounters an extreme situation later, he will choose to protect Alice, and then jump off the magic airship with Alice. At this height, With magic and physical enhancement, he could still bring Alice to the ground safely at the 7th level. But it's really going to happen. He couldn't take care of other passengers and students. Most people will die. Don't worry. Don't worry. Why are you so serious? Our target is not Her Royal Highness, and no one wants to be chased madly by His Majesty the King. The man in the suit sneered and finally looked at Deacon. Classmate Deacon, could you please come with us? The fate of the entire ship is in your hands. Deacon was still looking down at his book. He seems to be listening, but doesn't want to listen. Oh my, Mr. Deacon, you are in very good condition, and your mental quality is much better than others. But we will not hurt you. After all, you will become our future companion. The man in the tuxedo looked at Deacon with satisfaction. In the royal capital, they couldn't rob Deacon, but after leaving the royal capital, it was different. Deacon closed the book, raised his head, and glanced at the man in the dress. There was a hint of disdainful smile on his face. Do you think I would sacrifice myself for these unknown people? Deacon asked in a cold tone. It seems that the question of the man in the dress is ridiculous. We have seen your performance in the shadow world. You will never hurt innocent people, and you will even help them. However, this is your biggest weakness. Of course, if you choose to give up on them and preserve yourself, then you will be more in line with our teachings. No matter what you choose, you will fall into our arms. The man in the dress seemed to be singing a one-man show, enjoying the feeling of being watched by everyone. He opened his hands, leaned back slightly, and his smile became more and more generous. Oh, you despicable fellows, Deacon sighed, seeming really tired. It was a feeling of just missing the mark and accepting one's fate. Chapter 92. Promise not to hurt any innocent people, and I'll go with you. Although Deacon's tone was still calm, there was a sense of powerlessness in every word. Can't kill, can't control, pain shielding. I'm afraid the opponent is also ready. Even Deacon was powerless. The other party is too well prepared. Deacon. Alice bit her lip tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. She felt desperate. Although she would not be in danger, she could only watch helplessly as her friend, Rising Star, a card maker from the Norton Kingdom, was abducted by the Resurrection Church. Who could have imagined that the Church of Resurrection would suddenly attack at this moment? And the preparation was so rigorous, it just caught Deacon's weakness. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Deacon to be forced to compromise by them. Don't worry. Me gently grasped Alice's trembling hand. She felt that it was unlikely that Deacon would compromise so honestly. Deacon doesn't talk about the whole big thing. At least he's not the kind of person who would easily compromise with criminals. You can always trust the actor's acting skills. Bang, bang. The man in the suit clapped with satisfaction. Then he bowed slightly to Deacon and held out his hand. So, Deacon-kun, could you please give me your cards for safekeeping first? Please don't blame me for being stingy. Your methods make people have to guard against you. Hee. Deacon seemed to find it a bit ridiculous and sneered twice. Now that I can threaten him, I use all the passengers as bargaining chips to threaten him to hand over the cards and completely lose his ability to fight. What a seamless hijacking plan. You can indeed drive him to death and pull out all his fangs. It feels really uncomfortable to be targeted. The choice is yours, and this is our greatest sincerity. The man in the suit smiled like a winner. It seems certain what Deacon will choose. After all, if Deacon had any other way, he would have stopped talking to him so well. Oh well. Deacon felt that time had delayed enough. He stood up without saying a word, waved his hand and gave the man in the dress a big slap in the ear. The clear and loud sound suddenly spread throughout the quiet cabin. Not only was the man in the suit confused, but other passengers were also confused. You? The man in the suit looked at Deacon in astonishment. Because he was blocked from feeling pain, he could not experience the burning sensation on his cheeks. But Deacon slapped him so hard just now that it left a red mark on his face. Even without looking in the mirror, I can imagine that I look funny now. What are you pretending to be here? Do you think you are cool when hijacking a plane? Do you know you look like a clown? Deacon looked at the man in the suit as if he were looking at trash. Me covered her mouth. Although I was prepared to laugh in advance, I saw the dazed state of the man in the suit and half of his face was red. She still couldn't hold back her laughter. This tastes authentic. Me's chuckle seemed to break the man in the tuxedo's last defense. You bastard! The man in the tuxedo roared. He suddenly no longer looked as graceful as before. He grabbed Deacon's neck in anger, raised his leg harshly, and hit Dickon's stomach with his knee. Woo! Accompanied by painful whimpering, Dickon's body slumped down and he seemed to lose consciousness. For some reason, the man in the tuxedo felt a little pain in his knees. The kick just now didn't feel like a kick to someone at all. He let go of his hand and Dickon collapsed to the ground like throwing away garbage. And Dickon's condition is also very wrong. He just fell to the ground stiffly like a doll. Man in dress? He suddenly woke up. Something's wrong. Isn't this Dickon fake? Dickon, if it is fake, no matter how many hostages he has. But the person he threatened didn't come at all. So didn't he threaten loneliness? Before he could lift up Dickon, who was lying on the ground, to observe, he saw Dickon's body turned into a card. Stand-in doll. Category: Summoning card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 3. Effect: Can perfectly mimic the user's appearance. Note: This card must not be used for illegal activities. This card is not uncommon. Occasionally, high-level challengers will choose to use this card to confuse their enemies when exploring the shadow world. However, this card has a relatively big weakness. The puppet's combat power is extremely weak, and it does not use magic cards. Considering its expensive market price, whether it is cost-effective or not is a matter of opinion. The man in the tuxedo held his head and tore his hair. His eyes were bloodshot. Although the airship is still under his control, the plan to capture Dickon has been scrapped. Let the cooked duck run away, and he won't know how to deal with it when he returns. He clearly confirmed that Dickon was chatting and laughing with Mia Elise before boarding the plane. When boarding the plane, he and his companions took turns staring at Dickon. What went wrong? When did this bastard replace himself with a puppet? There is absolutely no way he could miss it. Could it be this guy didn't plan to use his identity to board the plane from the beginning? Are you crazy? Who the hell is so boring and can't even breathe? Author's note: I finished coding a little late because the number of words was more than expected. I'm really sorry. Burned out woo woo woo. O_O. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 098. Dickon kidnapped the robbers. The man in the tuxedo was shaking with rage. He felt like he had completely turned into a joke now. Hijacking can be done wrong. It can be said that it has become a shame for the industry. And he fell into the most tangled situation of a kidnapper. That is, it is impossible to determine where Dickon's true identity is. To threaten, you should at least make sure the person you threaten can hear you. If you have no idea where the person you are threatening is, then it's probably threatening the air. This makes him look like an incompetent and angry clown. Ha ha ha. The man in the suit covered his face, pushed his hair back, and laughed maniacally. Regardless of whether his actions will be successful today, from now on, he may become a funny villain spread throughout the Norton Kingdom and even the entire Resurrection Church. Disgraced. My own character has been ruined by Dickon. For people like him who engage in terrorist attacks, what they fear most is being treated like a comedian. His job was about to be destroyed by Dickon's operation. The man in the suit stopped his trembling laughter and restrained the anger that was about to drive him crazy. After gradually calming down, he shouted, Dickon, do you think nothing will happen if you hide? The man in the tuxedo looked at everyone in the cabin with extremely cold eyes. Chapter 93. Now it seemed to him that everyone could be Dickon in disguise, although at first he thought Dickon might not even be on the plane. But a careful analysis will reveal that this situation does not stand up to scrutiny. It is difficult for the summoning card to make dexterous commands after it is a certain distance away from its owner. A summoned object like a stand-in doll comes with the ability to manipulate expressions and words, and can even feed information back to the user. It is even more important that the summoner should not be too far away, so Dickon must still be on this wind magic airship. As for where Dickon is, he must be in the cabin. He must have used disguise to become a certain passenger. Although the situation was slightly reversed by Dickon, the man in the dress believed that the advantage was still on his side. No matter what, there is no reason for him to leave empty-handed today. It doesn't matter if Dickon never compromises or shows up. The man in the suit didn't believe that Dickon could sit back and watch him kill innocent people one by one. And Dickon's classmates. Dickon, I know you are here, so you still have to accept my terms. This time, the man in the tuxedo was 100% sure that Dickon was among the group of passengers in front of him. However, no one in the passenger room had any intention of coming forward. Are you pretending to be stupid? Okay. The man in the suit looked around and shouted, I will give you 30 seconds. If you are willing to come forward, then I will forgive you." Having said this, the man in the suit took out a small table knife with a gloomy expression and gently pressed it against the neck of the passenger closest to him. "But if you don't come out, I will kill you every 30 seconds." However, before he could finish his words, he felt a palpitation in his heart, causing him to stop talking. That's what he felt just now. The two companions in the cab were attacked in succession. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in the heart of the man in the suit. Shouldn't Dickon be in the cabin? Could it be that I was tricked by him again? Doesn't this make him look like a clown? After working on it for a long time, I was sure that the threatening lines were certain, and threatened my loneliness again? And is this bastard a ghost? When did he avoid his sight and go to the cockpit? Just when the man in the tuxedo was in a state of panic and couldn't think of a solution. Buzz. The airship's broadcast seemed to be switched on again. Then a broadcast sounded in the cabin. "Dear passengers, the robber in the cockpit has been hijacked by me. Please rest assured and enjoy a pleasant and colorful trip." The one in the cabin: "If you surrender immediately, you will be able to survive. Otherwise we will kill you together." This calm voice made the man in the dress stunned. Everyone in Heavenlit Academy was also very surprised. Isn't this voice Dickon? How did he get to the cockpit and kill the enemy's accomplices so quickly? But the biggest problem is Dash. "What do you mean you kidnapped robber? Is this what a student should say?" The man in the dress immediately understood his situation. The Knight Commander cannot kill him because of the self-destruct spell card. The Knight Commander cannot control him because his companions in the cockpit can crash the ship at any time. But now that the cockpit is controlled by Dickon, the Knight Commander just needs to find a way to control him. The Knight Commander also reacted, clenched his sword immediately, and planned a route to bypass the passengers and attack the man in the dress. He has tolerated this gangster for a long time. However, the man in the suit quickly picked up the knife that was placed on the passenger's neck. He pressed it hard against his neck. He even drew a bloody mark on his neck due to excessive force. He looked at the Knight Commander with a hint of desperado madness. "If you dare to move, I will blow them all up," the man in the tuxedo roared. Hateful. The Knight Commander stopped again. There was no way he could stop the man in the tuxedo from committing suicide at this distance and subdue him. On the one hand, it's the distance, and on the other hand, there are many passengers between Alice's seat and Dickon's seat. It would be nice if someone could create a chance for him, even if it means controlling the man in the tuxedo for a few seconds. The man in the tuxedo held the knife tightly with both hands, letting the blood on his neck flow downwards, staring at the Knight Commander with his head sideways, and kept getting closer to the window. Now he has lost his biggest bargaining chip. Continuing to threaten Dickon is also an option. But the tide is now set. Showing off your abilities is never a good idea. The most important thing is that he fully realized how evil this guy Dickon is. Like a ghost. Although the church members involved in the operation all know Dickon's behavior pattern in the shadow world and the information about the cards he used. But when he actually bumped into Dickon, he really realized the despair of those members who had died tragically at Dickon's hands. This is true despair. Every time you are sure of victory and think you are about to win, the next second, he realized that he was actually the toy in the opponent's hands. He didn't want to experience this bottomless feeling anymore. As long as he can keep an eye on the Knight Commander's movements and use Pain Shield to guard against Durkan's pain, he can escape, break the window and summon the flying summons you prepared earlier, and he will be safe. But just when he was about to complete his escape plan, silly exclamation mark. There was some movement near the cockpit, and three short-legged dolls popped out of nowhere. They have the appearance of Q version of Dickon. At this time, he was looking at the man in the dress with a joking expression on his face, and he was still talking trash. At this moment, the man in the dress was furious. Lost my mind. Author's note, sad news, because yesterday it burned out. Today there is only one chapter. There are 2 exams on the 16th and 17th, each taking 4 hours. Updates may not be stable these 2 days. If I really have to take leave as a last resort, I will make it up after the exam on the 20th. I thought I could survive the past few days by sleeping 4 hours a day, but the reality was that I had a headache all day long. I'm really sorry for affecting everyone's reading experience. The only good news is that illustrations should be published before the 3rd volume of Shadow World. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Right. 099 Dickon firmly believes in his righteousness. 3 dolls dressed in slightly different costumes are jumping happily. The dolls on the left and right have a small square plaque hung with a pin on their shoulders, with a line drawn on it. The doll in the middle has 2 bars pinned to its shoulders. It seems to be a status symbol with unknown meaning. If you install a rotating light ball in the cabin, it will definitely make people feel like they are dancing. As a resurrectionist sent against Dickon, the man in the suit knew what this doll was. It is one of Dickon's commonly used cards, Captain Dickon. Although the basic taunting effect is very weak, the taunting duration will be increased based on the enemy's hatred of Dickon. Confusion status will also be added. All men in formal wear know these truths. When he first looked at Dickon's combat record in the Shadow World, he just thought the doll's expression was cheap. He was sure that his firm mind would not be affected by this doll. However, in reality, he was full of hatred for Dickon and was chosen as the target of ridicule by Captain Dickon. All he felt was that his mind went blank. Apart from the overwhelming anger, there is only murderous intention. He was willing to drop everything to tear the damn doll that looked exactly like Dickon to pieces. The man in the tuxedo had bloodshot eyes and rushed in the direction of Captain Dickon without hesitation. For a moment, he forgot that he had to put the knife to his neck to threaten the Knight Captain. And further away, the Knight Commander tightened his grip on his sword, but he looked back at Alice, and after a brief hesitation he chose a conservative strategy. He couldn't leave Alice because he was not sure whether these summons sent by Dickon could control the man in the tuxedo for enough time. Moreover, there was a lack of tactical communication between him and Dickon. If you act rashly, it may conflict with and interfere with Dickon's plan. The worst-case scenario is that the man in the suit is driven into a dead end by accident and commits suicide, triggering a self-destruction. The Knight Commander had no chance to go back and protect Alice. Chapter 94. However, since Dickon chose to act without communication, he must have a complete strategy. The Knight Commander chose to believe in Dickon. He originally considered whether he should poison the man in the dress and help a bunch of Dickon. After all, Dickon's true self is in the cockpit and won't be able to make it to the cabin for a while. Before the main body arrives, it is still difficult to completely control the man in the dress who has blocked the pain. It didn't occur to her for a moment what Dickon was planning. However, she looked at the 3 dolls in the distance and frowned. I feel like the Captain Dickon in the middle seems a little different. Previously, she asked Dickon for a Captain Dickon as a peripheral doll, so she was very familiar with the Captain Dickon card. There should be only 1 bar on its shoulder. Me looked at the doll in the middle with 2 bars hanging on its shoulders and made an assessment. Captain Dickon. Category: Summoning card. Grade: Blue Precious. Level: 2. Effect: Inflicts an irritated state on the enemy, causing its attack to increase and its sanity to decrease. The deeper the enemy's hatred for Dickon, the stronger the effect. Note: Captain Dickon, go and die. Me soon discovered that this was another kind of Captain Dickon. This card is much weaker than Captain Dickon from a single card perspective. Without the most critical taunting effect, and rashly angering the opponent, it may lead to being killed. But it's not bad when paired with Captain Dickon. 3 Q version Dickons were mixed together, and the other party, in a state of panic, would not be able to tell the difference between them. Furthermore, the man in the tuxedo himself was very confident in the intelligence. He basically determined that this Q version of Dickon was Captain Dickon. So I didn't realize that there was also one that could impose the anger status mixed in. As a result, the man in the dress didn't even know why he was so angry. He just thought he was in a state of confusion and was really angry. In fact, he already had mental problems, and his thinking ability and rationality were greatly reduced. The cockpit at this time. Well, it's almost time. It's time to send the little dress on its way. Dickon put his feet up on the console, held the back of his head in his hands, and leaned against the back of the passenger seat. He obviously regarded this as his seat. There was no intention of going back to the cabin. Isn't this seat and this perspective much more comfortable than first class? For a moment, Dickon somewhat understood the happiness of the hijackers. As for why Dickon is here, the reason is simple. When he set out this morning, he had already changed himself into a stand-in doll. This stand-in doll was borrowed by Dickon from Croix again. The 3rd-level purple rare cards were too expensive, and Dickon was reluctant to buy them. In addition, stand-in doll is not an essential card that everyone in the team needs to have. Just one person has it. Before leaving the dormitory in the morning, Dickon's true form turned into an elf cat and hid in the luggage. The Dickon cat was stored in the luggage compartment by a stand-in when boarding the plane, so Dickon hid in the luggage compartment and controlled the stand-in doll. Later, when the cabin was bumpy and a hijacking occurred, Dickon ran as fast as a cat from the luggage compartment to the cockpit. Easily take away two gangsters in a sneak attack. The two gangsters did not expect Dickon to come, and they did not waste their mana on maintaining pain shielding. Dickon, who had plenty or preparation time, hid in the dark and hypnotized himself, then showed up and killed one with a 60x heartache attack. Then he immediately used the Ruin Poet to purify and evaporate the blood, which was 10 times more painful, and tortured the other one unconscious. Generally speaking, humans cannot use blood purification to cause blood-steaming effects on humans, because the necessary condition for blood purification to be able to purify the enemy's blood is a different race. However, when Dickon uses the elf cat form, the different race determination is successful. Purification is a very convenient instant, non-attack trajectory, target-locked damage spell for Dickon. It's a pity. When Dickon arrived at the cockpit, only the two gangsters and the pilot were left. Except for the pilot who needs to drive the ship, the other crew members have been abandoned by the robbers as useless people and abandoned their magic airship. Dickon had no chance of saving them. I can only avenge them. Don't be nervous, you are safe. Dickon put down the broadcast device and patted the driver on the shoulder with a smile. He hopes it will give drivers more peace of mind. Okay. Although the pilot was trying his best to control the airship, his body could not stop shaking. The driver knew that his crisis was probably over and someone had saved him, but the guy who killed the robber felt worse than the robber. Who knows if he is cheating or not? Maybe the real disaster is coming now. The pilot had little hope of returning to the ground alive. His biggest wish now is to have another drink before he dies. Seeing the driver's reaction, Dickon shook his head regretfully. Why do you feel that the driver has no sense of security at all? Dickon felt that his behavior was obviously a miraculous heroic appearance. Author's note: today is still a chapter, so sorry. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, Volume 3 Illustrations. The illustrations for the third volume have been released ahead of schedule. The scene corresponds to the opening scene of this volume's Shadow World. Picture: teacher cat taking photography. Location: images /1655394690138681089164344.jpg. It seems like a spoiler. Anyway, these two people are definitely not doing anything good when they wear these clothes, showing off and cheating. I hope the picture will not be sent. Then, due to the upload restrictions of Hedgehog Cat, the original image could not be released, so it could only be released in low definition. The 7M image was compressed into 450 kilobytes, which was very painful. The original ultra-high definition picture is in the group 948,957,812. If the picture is sent, I will have to re-upload it, and then I may have to refresh the chapter to see it again. Forgive me for taking a day off today. Taking 4 hours of exams every day for 2 consecutive days is really overwhelming. Of course, using the illustration as a leave request may only be used once or twice at most. It's a bit hard to remember. 2 slightly clearer single-person pictures. Picture: Further Dickon. Location: images /1655422013150681089164344.jpg. Picture: Sister Cornelia. Location: images /1655422013150681089164344.jpg. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 100. Dickon really didn't feel that he was in danger. Well, the next step is very simple. As long as the man in the tuxedo is killed, this magic airship will be completely safe. In fact, it is very difficult for Dickon to defeat a well-prepared enemy like the man in the tuxedo head-on. But let's talk about whether it can kill the man in the suit. Dickon still has many options, such as now, Dickon planned to stay in the cockpit and send the man in funeral clothes. The current man in formal wear is probably on the verge of mental collapse due to the influence of Captain Durkin, and Captain Durkin just push the tuxedo man one more time. Completely strip him of his sanity. He would become a toy that Dickon could play with at will. As for the last guard that destroyed the man in the tuxedo's sanity, Dickon happens to have it. That is the large-scale mental interference spell card. 3 corpses are violent. It can be used from a long distance without locking the target, so that the desire in everyone's heart will skyrocket. The strongest desire in the heart of the man in the tuxedo at this time is nothing more than the murderous desire to destroy Captain Durkin. If his murderous desire is amplified, the tuxedo guy is going to go completely crazy. His little reason will no longer be able to control his behavior. So Dickon tapped the card surface, triggering 3 corpses rampage, with a range that was large enough to cover the cabin. Come on, follow the truest desires in your heart. In the cabin. Chapter 95. It seemed as if a storm was about to come, and the air became very heavy. Even the light leaking in from the cabin window seemed a little dim. Everyone except the man in the tuxedo was motionless. After experiencing the hijacking, the passengers were in shock and restless. Many passengers' faces were as pale as paper, their lips were purple, and their eyes were tightly closed. It seems that he is waiting for the ending and does not dare to face it. Some passengers even stared nervously at the figure of the man in the suit running toward the $3 summons. I was afraid that something unexpected would happen in the next second. Although there seems to be some improvement now, but their lives are still like candles that may be extinguished by the sweeping wind at any time. As long as the tuxedo man explodes, most people who have no ability to protect themselves will definitely die. And the situation of the man in the tuxedo now looks terrible. Even if he drags everyone together to die in the next second, it will not be a surprise. At this time everyone, only Mayux, was carefully analyzing what Durkin wanted to do. She knew that the answer might be revealed in a second or two, but her gut told her so. If not prepared, it's going to be bad. It was Dickon's plan after all. None of the Dickons were known to be in the cabin. If he wants to affect the cabin, he will most likely need to release a range of magic. It will most likely be a spiritual magic that attacks indiscriminately. So Dickons carry cards that meet this characteristic. It's most likely the one, 3 corpses rampant. After coming to this conclusion, Mia's calm expression finally showed a slight tremor. Even she now has the urge to scold Dickon, but she still held back, because she must now adjust her mentality and prepare herself. I don't know how many seconds passed. At this moment, nothing seemed to happen. However, this moment is a dividing point in time. Until then, the cabin was depressing, but normal. After this, everyone in the entire cabin became uncomfortable. Bring it to you. Go to hell. Some passengers went crazy and snatched other passengers' belongings for unknown reasons, while others suddenly became furious and began to fight with those around them. Some passengers who were in better condition took out their food and devoured it like hungry ghosts, without caring about the image of themselves eating like pigs. There are also couples who start after looking at each other affectionately. All the passengers seem to have completely forgotten about the panic they should have felt now, although everyone's expression is different. But at this moment, the cabin became a madhouse. Mia buried her head and covered her face with her hands. He seemed to be thinking about something silently. Her breathing was up and down, trying to control her mind and body. Good. Mia took a deep breath and raised his head. His eyes regained their brightness. She put her hands on her chest and tried to adjust her breathing to get herself back to her best. However, she was soon shocked by the hellish scene in the cabin. Once you close your eyes, then open them again. Why do you feel like you're in the devil's world? Mia patted her fair and tender cheek and focused his attention in the direction of Captain Durkin. That side is the most important battlefield right now. If Durkin fails to deal with the man in the tuxedo cleanly, the entire magic airship will be completely in crisis. Because Mia was also disturbed by 3 corpses violence, just now. For a moment she had no time to continue speculating on Durkin's plan. The best way to deal with this man in a dress who can self-destruct is to use force to make him lose consciousness. If it were me, he would definitely find a way to use poison to solve the problem. Mia silently took out his spell card. If Durkin's plan goes awry, then Mia will help Durkin make up for it. However, she quickly put the card away, because the dress man, it's gone. Just now, it clicked, very quickly. I saw Captain Durkin climb over the window and jump off the magic airship when the man in the dress was about to approach it. The man in the suit who lost his mind also jumped down, accompanied by the explosion sound coming from the window and the brilliant fire shooting into the sky. After the man in the tuxedo fell to his death, a big explosion occurred on the ground. The turbulent airflow generated by the explosion caused the magic airship to sway for a moment. As expected of you. This is the first resurrectionist who has been thrown to death by you. Mi shook her head and muttered to herself. She seemed to have thought of something and turned her head to look out the window. At this time, the magic airship was on a plane. Mi discovered that Dukan should have calculated the appropriate time range based on the map to induce the man in the tuxedo to fall to the ground. When the man in the tuxedo lands and explodes, there must be no villages, towns, farmland or other places that may be inhabited nearby, and it is necessary to avoid lakes and forests, and not give the man in the suit any chance of surviving by falling into the water or hanging from a tree. But have you ever thought about what to do with the rest of this mess? Mi helplessly scanned the madhouse scene in the cabin. Although Dukan chose the most efficient method to kill the man in the tuxedo, but this time, Three Corpses Rampage also made the cabin a mess. She was a little reluctant to use poison gas to help Dukan deal with the crazy passengers in the cabin. In fact, it doesn't matter whether she helps Dukan or not now. After getting off the magic airship, it was almost inevitable that Dukan would enter the situation. Although Dukan may not be held accountable, maybe even get a commendation, but Dukan had to be interrogated and investigated for most of the day. Mi did not want to follow Dukan in as an accomplice. She just wants to be an ordinary exchange visiting student. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right. 101 Dukan transforms into an ace pilot, etc. Mi suddenly discovered a very important problem. What happened to Alice? Mi's attention was quickly attracted by Alice beside him. At some point, Alice stood up. She looked out the window and stood with her hands behind her back, only facing everyone with her back. Alice? Mi gently stretched out his hand to touch Alice, and asked tentatively, snort. But Alice just took Mi's hand away and smiled with unknown meaning. Alice, are you okay? Mi felt a little scared when she saw Alice's state. Alice seemed to suddenly become excited because of someone talking to her. The top of proud of the world, as long as my princess is there, there will be heaven. Alice turned around and read the sentence with great interest. The look in her eyes seemed to be a little delirious, intoxicated in her own fantasy. Alice, have the appearance of a special card maker. Alice couldn't stop talking once she started talking, and started talking all kinds of dirty things. Please stop talking about Alice, stop it. Mi remembered that these were the words in the story that Dukan told Alice on the road. Although Alice expressed her strong resistance to these lines after listening to them. But in fact, Mi found out, and Alice wanted to say something terrible. She may have been looking forward to the day when she could make an epic card and surprise everyone. Then he said the most pretentious line in front of everyone. Chapter 96. The perfect man appeared before him. Get some sleep, Alice. Mi took out hypnotic gas. She had to put Alice down. If Alice wakes up and finds that her unrestrained look has been seen by others, I will definitely cry again. However, pity, this. The Knight Commander's surprised voice came from behind me. She was still one step late. As the highest-ranking knight in the audience, the Knight Commander himself did not have a strong desire in his heart at this time. He was quickly relieved from the influence of Three Corpses violence. The Knight Commander was also shocked when he saw Alice's state. This is the last thing he should have seen in his career. He also had some brain shut down. Princess Alice may need to change her bodyguard in the future. Otherwise, every second is torture for each other. Alice, I can't help you anymore. Mi covered her face, as if repenting. Dukan looked at the fire outside the cockpit window and nodded with satisfaction. He was still very satisfied with the throwing cannon sent to him by the Resurrection Church. This Resurrection Church produces firecrackers of good quality. Dukan never thought that he could feel the strong flavor of the new year in such a world. It's amazing. In the future, if I have the opportunity, I will go and pay New Year greetings to the Resurrection Church and give some good gifts. Dukan stared at the Three Corpses Rampant card again. There is a feeling that I can't put it down. Of all the tier 3 cards he has made so far, which one is the most satisfying to him? That must be Three Corpses Rampage. He loves this card even more than Blood Purification. In the future, When your rank is high, you must make an evolved version. Although Dickon fully understood the uncontrollability and danger of the Three Corpses Rampage card in the Barren Mountain Villa last time, but for some reason, Dickon just wanted to use it. It has an irresistible magic. Generally speaking, it is extremely unethical to use this card in public, because Three Corpses Rampage can easily affect friendly and neutral units, catching them off guard and causing them to die. But in this crisis situation, Dickon used Three Corpses Fury, according to tactical needs. So it is normal use. It can even be said to be obligatory. It was definitely not Dickon's deliberate attempt to play. Powerful cards have risks. Ha 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 ha. Dickon stood up with a smile, ready to go back to the cabin to take a look. He couldn't wait to see what kind of interesting scene there was in the cabin. "Are you high?" A familiar voice came from Dickon's heart again. But this time the master didn't seem to have just woken up. She may have been peeking at the screen for a long time, but finally spoke at this time. "How is that possible? If I get the upper hand, how can I still resist provoking you?" Dickon sneered twice and asked, "Master?" Dickon felt his heart skip a beat. It was as if an invisible hand knocked on his heart. Very soft and very cold. What Shijiang means is that next time it won't be so gentle. I'm really hopeless. Do you know what my biggest desire is right now? Dickon quickly changed the subject. This old teacher cannot be offended. "Master, I don't know, Dickon. Actually, my biggest desire is to use Three Corpses Rage again. But I held back because I have a sense of public morality and a moral code. This is the best proof that I don't have a superior." The master didn't speak anymore. She didn't know how to evaluate Dickon. However, just when Dickon was about to continue completing his daily tasks, buzz, the entire airship suddenly shook violently. Dickon, who had just reached the door of the cockpit, almost lost his balance for a moment and quickly reached out and grabbed the door handle of the cockpit. What happened? Such a large turbulence should not be caused by air currents or external attacks, but there was something wrong with the driver. Dickon quickly turned back to look at the driver's seat. I saw that the driver was driving the boat with one hand for some reason. He was holding a wine bottle in his other hand and pouring wine into his mouth desperately. Tons, tons, tons. The driver seemed to feel as if bitter wine had entered his throat and his heart ached. The bottle of wine looked like he had almost finished it. The driver wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeves, reached into the cabinet under the seat, and fumbled around. "Seems to be looking for a second bottle." Dickon quickly ran back to the driver and found that the driver looked drunk, his cheeks were red, his head was swaying, and he seemed to be falling down at any time, lying on the console. "Ah! Why do you, a pilot, want to drink while working?" Dickon shouted angrily. This bastard. His desire turned out to be drinking. "Why are you, the driver, thinking about drinking? And why is there alcohol in this cockpit?" Dickon had planned to go to the cabin to observe. "Now we are all delayed by this incompetent driver." Dickon decided to report this driver when he arrived in Tristan City. "But I can't control that much now. It must be me, Dickon, who can turn the tide before it collapses and help the building before it collapses." "Get off." Dickon pushed the bastard driver away and sat in the main driver's seat. Ace Pilot Dickon is officially in action. It is his mission to bring safety and smile to everyone. Volume 3, Secrets of the Fading Sacred Rite, 102. Dickon is invincible from 0 to 100 kilometers away. Dickon reached out and pressed the joystick of the magic airship and began to try to push it into the air. This is the simplest operation, but it is also the most effective method. At least let the magic airship remain in the air first. Dickon needs the magic airship to stay in the air a little longer. Even if it takes more than 10 seconds, he will have a chance to master the posture skills of the magic airship. Ordinary people may not be able to master the magic airship's posture so quickly. But Dickon is different. Whether it's mechanics or magic engineering, he has a unique understanding. I just watched this driver operate for a long time. Dickon also probably has some impressions of several commonly used operations. Compared to the complicated controls of an airplane, driving a magic airship feels more like driving a car. The handling method is similar to a manual transmission car to a certain extent. After all, driven by wind magic, there is not that much difference between being in the air and on the ground. Simple. The corner of Dickon's mouth curved with confidence. He felt like he had already mastered it. A familiar road. Then, After a short experiment, Dickon has mastered how to control the wind magic airship. He gradually controlled the magic airship to become stable. Chapter 97. Now I am afraid that the passengers in the cabin will not notice the driver change. Dickon tilted his head slightly and glanced at the driver lying on the ground drunk and unconscious. Oh, am I here to travel or to volunteer? Dickon sighed helplessly. Can't count on this bastard anymore. Even if he sobers up, he cannot be allowed to drive again. Dickon had no choice but to do voluntary labor. What is an outstanding citizen of the Norton Kingdom? After defeating the robbers and rescuing the hostages, now you have to help fly the airship. Dickon thought that after he returned to the royal capital, the king would have to commend him without saying anything. Well, I don't know if the Church of Resurrection has any backup plan. Anyway, getting to a safe place as soon as possible is the best strategy. Dickon always feels that the plan of the Resurrection Church is not that simple. Since the information his informant Ullara gave him clearly mentioned Tristan Magic Academy, that means that the mission goal of the Resurrection Church is probably related to this college. The kidnapping of Dickon was probably just part of the plan. But logically speaking, the Church of Resurrection cannot make any waves under the sun. The only thing Dickon has concerns about is that the Church of Resurrection does not follow martial ethics and just cheats and lifts the floor. Although Dickon has rich experience in cross-level challenges, but if you go through too many steps without preparation, Dickon will still have a headache. Buzz. Dickon picked up the broadcasting device. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cakesin Airlines Flight T11557. In order to give you a safe, tense and exciting flight experience, please fasten your seat belts and take care of the elderly, children and passengers in need of help around you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Happy Airlines. Although the latter paragraph was useless, Dickon read it out of habit, out of professionalism. After finishing speaking, Dickon cut off the broadcast and put down the microphone. The moment he held the steering wheel with both hands again, his eyes became focused. The movements of his hands were brisk and firm. Dickon's personal driving style has always been "who dares to be my enemy" from 0 to 100 kilometers. As a result, the magic airship began to accelerate at an unprecedented speed under the control of Dickon. Yeah, the route is wrong. Dickon suddenly discovered that although he could successfully drive the magic airship, after a small accident, the direction completely deviated from the target route under the control of the drunk driver. You have to adjust the driving direction first. So normal people, at this time, you will definitely choose to slow down and adjust the direction. But Dickon doesn't. He's going to drift. Dickon performed a set of operations smoothly, and the entire wind magic airship began to drift sideways, drawing a miraculous arc in the air. Awu, the driver, who was so drunk that he collapsed on the ground, was suddenly shaken awake. Quick, quick. He just wanted Dickon to stop this outrageous operation. Even though he was drunk, he was not qualified to command Dickon, who helped him save the scene. But he knows that this is not how the magic airship operates. What? Not fast enough? Dickon held the joystick, directly engaged the highest gear, and then stepped on the accelerator. This moment, the driver feels himself turning into light, flying up. Then it was smashed against the wall like a pinball in the cockpit. As Dickon accelerated and drifted, the chaotic cabin suddenly became much quieter. More chaotic screams followed. Many passengers were forcibly awakened. They felt like their hearts were about to beat out. Me tightened her grip on the seat belt. Although her expression looked calm, the blood vessels near her temples were twitching slightly. Apparently she couldn't stand Dickon's violent acceleration. And Alice beside her, even though Me had helped Alice fasten her seat belt early, Alice still felt dizzy due to the operation of Dickon wave. Me, save me. She stretched out her hand and kept searching, trying to grab Me's hand, but found that she couldn't find the target direction at all. Alice cried helplessly. Dickon thought for a while and felt that now the passengers were almost aware of safety. Everyone who should be awake is awake. It's time to give them some time to sit still and fasten their seat belts. This way he can speed up with confidence. So Dickon pulled the lever, slowed down, and picked up the microphone again. Buzz. Please note, passengers, you will have 1 minute to fasten your seat belt. In 1 minute we will head to the Magic City Tristan at full speed. Thank you for your cooperation. Dickon's friendly voice reached the cabin again. He kept driving slowly and tapped the steering wheel. Wait a moment. The real speed and passion will begin. By then, he will never slow down again until he reaches the finish line. Well, the driver covered his head and struggled on the ground to get closer to Dickon. He was forced to wake up a lot by Dickon's operation. You can't do this again. The driver strongly condemned Dickon's driving style. What are you talking about? Dickon looked back at the driver in confusion. Then, Dickon no longer focused on the driver, but turned his head again to stare at the empty road ahead. Obviously you were driving the boat all the way, but you were drunk and confused, and you actually imagined that a student was helping you sail the boat. Dickon said to himself. Author's note: sad news, I have to update for 2 more days on the 19th and 20th. There is still one big devil subject left on the 20th. It is really difficult and I feel unsure. I have to review one last time and then go to bed early. After the exam on the morning of the 20th, I will be relieved. Normal updates will resume on the 21st, and then the missing chapters will be made up. Terribly sorry. And I really want to thank you all. I really didn't expect that the number of follow-up orders today would not decrease but increase. Thank you all for your love. OA Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 103. Dickon will become the biggest uncertain factor. In a dark ancient palace, surrounded by steep stone walls on all sides, this is a hollow space in the heart of the mountain. However, no one will detect that there is actually a dilapidated temple hidden here. Several clusters of lights hanging on the stone wall illuminated flickering lights and shadows. I saw a few scattered people sitting or standing around the huge stone conference table in the center of the temple. Their outfits don't look exaggerated. Some of them were even wearing 2 simple clothes, just like common people everywhere. But when they gathered at this moment, each person exuded a strange aura. Under the weak light, their shadows stretched long. Under the bottomless pool-like black shadow, their indescribable nature seemed to be hidden. No matter how ferocious the monster is, if it accidentally enters this place and encounters these people gathered here, it will probably run away with its tail between its legs as soon as possible by instinct. Sitting in the leading position is a figure with deep pupils. Even if it's just a figure whose face can't be seen clearly, it still exudes amazing oppressive power. Those soul-catching eyes slowly moved over and stared at a man for the first time. The man who was stared at immediately shuddered, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, the plan to capture Dickon failed. According to the agreed time point, if the man in the tuxedo successfully captured Dickon, he would have arrived with Dickon by now. The figure on the main seat still showed no emotion, and his eyes were still terrifyingly indifferent. It doesn't matter, he was just a spare, she said calmly. However, the next plan cannot fail again. Although her tone was calm, there was an indescribable determination in it. If anything goes wrong, the outcome for the wrongdoer will inevitably be death. I see. The middle-aged man nodded quickly. Chapter 98. He looked frightened and had no intention of being perfunctory. Hold your breath for a few seconds. Even after confirming that the leader of the meeting had turned his attention away from him, he did not dare to breathe a sigh of relief and still focused on the figure on the main seat. The leader scanned the crowd. He didn't focus on anyone anymore. She seemed to be looking at everyone, but also seemed to be looking at no one. My preparations are ready. When the agreed action comes, there will be strong men from the church who will restrain the other 8th-level strongmen from the Norton Kingdom and come to support us. We only have one chance. Although the leader's voice was very calm, even a little gentle, everyone in this hall felt a bone-chilling coldness. Of course, it's also possible that the weather is really cold. After all, it's the end of December. In addition, try to avoid Dickon during the mission. There are too many variables in him. Several other figures nodded without any intention of questioning, even though Dickon is only at level 3. Just looking at their ranks, Dickon can be said to be very weak compared to them. But this guy is so evil. Against him, ordinary methods won't work. From the current point of view, even if you send out 5th-level elites, they will be completely unable to do anything to Dickon. If you encounter Dickon, you will be completely crushed. Even if he has a complete targeting strategy, he will still be countered by Dickon inexplicably. The man in the tuxedo who is gone forever is the best example. Although I don't know what happened to the man in the dress, but even though he was so fully prepared, he still didn't succeed, so he must have been in danger. I'm afraid it would take members of the 6th or even 7th level to dispatch and absolutely crush and target Deacon to have a chance to capture him. So, only if the man sitting in the main seat took action personally could he be sure to capture Deacon. But as I said, Deacon is just a backup option. Their first target was not Deacon. Instead, the 8th level special card maker, Bingsj. What they are about to complete is the Resurrection Church's biggest move in the real world in recent years: capture Ice and Snow Princess. Thinking of this crazy plan, even the few elites who had already known that they would personally participate in the mission in the next few days could not help but feel their limbs getting cold and their hearts beating wildly. Of course, they are not the main force in this plan. The reason they were able to participate was simply because they happened to be the elite lurking in the Norton Kingdom. Everything depends on the performance of the person in charge. And that incredible card that was rumored to be the without the high-level orange epic that the core members of the church had obtained in the Shadow World some time ago, there would not have been such an unrealistic-sounding plan. Your Majesty, has the card been given to you? Someone swallowed and seemed to dare to ask. It seems that, except for the leader, several others have long wanted to ask this question. But I didn't dare to ask. But even if they don't ask, they always don't know. The figure on the main seat did not speak, only raised his palm slightly. Then a card with dazzling orange light floated in her palm. Truth Blood Pact. Category: Spell Card. Level: Orange Epic. Level: 7. Effect: it can be launched against targets below the 9th level who have lost the ability to fight or will to fight. An oath will be made to the target, chanting its true name, identifying its race, and identifying its gender. If all are correct, a master-servant contract will be forcibly signed with the target. If you get 2 right and 1 wrong, you will enter a 1-year cooling time. If one is right and the other is wrong, this card will be soul-bound to the opponent. If you make all mistakes, you will be enslaved by the other party. This card will disappear after the contract is signed successfully. Note: the forbidden magic was originally created to deal with the Immortal Blood Clan, but eventually ended up in a world where it shouldn't belong in some form. Miracle. God bless my church. The moment they saw this card with their own eyes, several members became excited without exception. This card is not made by anyone. It is not a magical product that can be constructed in this world. This kind of unreasonable card can only be produced naturally in the Shadow World. After obtaining this card, the Resurrection Church quickly began planning around it. This mantra blood contract can theoretically be used to enslave an 8th level powerhouse. However, the condition to be met is to make the opponent lose his will and ability to fight, that is, to coerce or completely defeat him. If they rashly target the 8th level powerhouse, they may pay a heavy price before this card successfully meets the conditions for use. In addition, it is necessary to fully understand the target's real name and race determination, and there is no room for any mistakes. Otherwise, the huge investment of manpower and material resources will be in vain. If the declaration is wrong, even if there is a chance to use this card again in the future, the existence of this card will be exposed due to the failure of the action, making all targets who may become prey extra defensive. In a worst-case scenario, if you declare 2 mistakes, you may even directly give this card to the enemy. Of course, this scenario is highly unlikely to happen. They have already done a thorough investigation of the target. Taking a step back, even if you guess, you can't guess 2 wrong, right? Author's note: double updates will resume tomorrow, and the plot of the 3rd volume will officially enter the main line. Thank you everyone for being so tolerant of me. Oh, this book is compiled by Nanjin. The copyright of the novel belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you want to read it, please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and reject piracy. If this resource inadvertently infringes upon your rights, please notify us to delete it promptly. Nanjin reminds you, arrange your reading time reasonably and avoid being addicted to online novels. More novels from all over the internet can be found in Nanjin Novel Group, 1,017,459,498. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 104. Deacon expressed satisfaction with the welcoming ceremony. Binksuji will be left to me when the time comes, and you can just complete your mission with peace of mind. The leader put away their Mantra Blood Pact. His indifferent tone revealing absolute confidence. She must succeed. If she failed, even she would not be able to escape the bishop's punishment. And these elites will not escape death. This action is of incomparable significance to the Resurrection Church. If you can use their Mantra Blood Pact to forcibly enslave a strong man, the best choice must be to capture an 8th level special card maker to maximize the one-time effect of this card. The 8th level combat class is already the top combat force in the world today. Even so, the benefits of enslaving an 8th level combat professional are far less than the benefits of capturing an 8th level card maker. If you are a special card maker, then it will be even more different. And the card maker's attribute growth is not necessarily as high as that of the combat profession, and his own combat effectiveness is not necessarily strong. For example, Ice Snow Princess. Even though she is as high as 8 levels and has a set of powerful cards, she only has high spirit. Her magic attributes are not outstanding, and her body is fragile. Even if she activates extremely high-quality attack spell cards, the damage is far inferior to the combat type 8th level magic profession. And I don't know why, Bing's almost never makes summoning cards. The only recorded time was when she summoned a giant ugly ice slime. But Ice and Snow Princess seem to call that slime a flying dragon. It can be confirmed that Bing's specializes in ice spell cards. If it's a one-on-one fight, maybe even the 7th level combat class could defeat her. Among the 12 card makers in the world who are certified by the Card Printers Association, although Bing's is not the weakest in combat effectiveness, capturing her is the most cost-effective. The other 11 are either too stubborn and wish they could live in the palace to ensure their own safety. Either the combat effectiveness is too strong, even better than the combat class of the same level. There are also card makers that even the Resurrection Church despises. There is also that mysterious existence whose true identity is unknown. Taken together, the Church of Resurrection decided that Binksuja was the best choice. Also successfully determined her ancient true name, her race and gender. Once you can successfully capture Binksuji, it will bring revolutionary changes to the combat power of the Resurrection Church. Unless they really can't catch Binksuji, they will change their target to Dickon, a quasi-special card maker. Although Dickon's card-making style is more in line with the Church of Resurrection, and to some extent has even surpassed the concept of the Church of Resurrection. However, the gap between the 3rd level and the 8th level is still too big. Just like the price difference between level 3 epic cards and level 8 epic cards is obvious. Moreover, in Dickon's limited lifespan, it is unknown whether he can grow to the 8th level. As a half-elf, Ice Snow Princess will have a long lifespan. This point is unmatched by several other human special card makers. Although capturing Dickon can still be our escape route, we should not take any chances and regard him as a life-saving straw. The leader of this gathering stood up and glanced at everyone here again. There was a warning in her words. Chapter 99. If someone thinks that even if they fail to capture Binksuji, they can capture Dickon to make up for it, then the success rate of the mission will be greatly reduced. Only by burning all the boats can we get things done. Yes. Everyone respectfully watched her leave. Unless our plan reaches the point of complete failure, we will not consider capturing Dickon at all costs. With these words, the leader walked towards the dim exit of the temple. Under the slanting glow of swaying light and shadow, it completely blended into the darkness. Tristan City, a magical airship transportation center in the outskirts. This empty magical venue looks immaculately clean, shows signs of long-term maintenance. There is a giant landing pad in the center of the magic circle, and a faint light is shining at this time. This light means that the magic airship is about to land here. The troops led by Lord Viscount Lampard were already waiting here. The young lord was wearing a white knight's uniform, with a silver belt hanging around his waist, marking his identity and his right to govern this place. He had a serious expression on his face, his brows were furrowed and his eyes were staring at the sky. There was a roar from the direction outside the city, and there seemed to be some flying beast approaching with wind and thunder in the cloudy sky. Although he doesn't know much about the specific situation in this magic airship, but the alarm signal coming from the magic airship meant something must have happened. The operating cost of long-distance communication magic is very high, but there are terminals equipped with communication magic between city-states. There is also a simplified version of the mobile terminal on the magic airship. As soon as they were attacked by gangsters, the gangsters destroyed the mobile terminal. It seems that they want to prevent all information from leaking out. There are not many accidents involving magic airships. Even if there are gangsters, they will not go crazy and think of ways to fly into the sky and hijack the magic airship. Only a terrorist organization like the Church of Resurrection could do something like a plane hijacking. In fact, even if the magic airship was hijacked on the way, no matter how strange it was, the Lord of Tristan City could not be blamed. But the Lord did not dare to neglect anything. If the magic airship can land here smoothly, but the rescue opportunity is missed due to his negligence, then it will be his responsibility. The most important thing is that there is a princess on board these magic airships, and the legendary card maker in the royal capital who is about to become the 13th in the world and the 2nd in the Northern Kingdom. Because of the presence of these two men, the severity of the hijacking was multiplied countless times. Along with the loud noise, the magic airship gradually slowed down when it was several kilometers away from the landing pad. However, the magic airship hovered in the air several times. It looked like it didn't know how to land. Then it seemed as if the pilot quickly learned how to land on the spot and began to land smoothly, creating waves of airflow. Seeing that the magic airship gradually landed according to the normal trajectory, the Lord's heart was half relieved. At least the magic airship came back intact. Even though it may still be under the control of the gangster, at least there is still room for maneuver. Besides, no matter how you think about it, it's impossible for someone to learn how to fly a magic airship at the same time. A more reasonable explanation is that the gangsters hijacked the plane, and the pilot wanted to delay some time for the troops on the ground to prepare for the battle. Everyone on alert. Yes. However, after the airship stopped on the landing pad, there was no movement for several minutes. The knights couldn't help but clenched their weapons and became nervous. Their alert state was like a group of beasts ready to attack. Next, I'm afraid it won't be easy. The worst-case scenario is a fierce battle of wits and courage with a vicious gangster. A few more minutes passed. Finally there was movement on the side of the magic airship. The gangway is lowered. Crisp footsteps sounded, and a figure walked out of the hatch unhurriedly. He held his neck and twisted it while yawning, and stepped off the magic airship with a look of fatigue on his face. He was slightly surprised when he noticed the night troops facing a formidable enemy. Subsequently, he looked over the knights with a kind smile on his face, and seemed very satisfied with the reception of the knights. From time to time, he would raise his hands to everyone. The lords and knights were shocked. What the hell is this? Are we welcoming you? Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 105. Mr. Deacon, you have been arrested. Although Deacon can find a way to push the matter away, for example, it will be explained later that the driver was drunk and speeding. But this would be too miserable for the driver. The driver was actually affected by 3 corpses rage, and was considered a victim. Deacon doesn't fool ordinary people. Previously it was just to scare the driver. Let drivers remember the dangers of drunk driving and take warning. Of course, this wave of teasing the driver can also be considered a form of revenge. As a result of this driver's mysterious operation, Deacon was forced to work overtime as punishment. But that's enough. If the driver loses his job and is imprisoned, Deacon cannot do such a thing. Then, a little trouble came to him. As the hijacking target of the robbers in this hijacking incident, the ordinary passerby who solved the kidnapper, and the ace pilot who was ordered in critical situations, Deacon will be investigated no matter what. So Durkin asked Squadron Leader Durkin to help him carry their stand-in doll from the cabin back to the cockpit. He had no intention of returning to the cabin and pretending to be an unsuspecting passenger. In addition, except for the man in the tuxedo who had been decorated with fireworks, the other 2 robbers were captured alive by Deacon. He needed to safely hand over the 2 Resurrection Church hostages. Arno, captive. After the magic airship landed safely, Deacon summoned the ruined poet, first waking up and then knocking out the 2 unconscious resurrectionists. Deacon made sure they had a peaceful sleep before disembarking. Deacon is also not sure about the strength of Tristan City's defense. Therefore, it is safer to give the 2 prisoners a set of general anesthesia. Although the gentle interrogators of the kingdom should not be able to find anything. Well, even if Croix is brought here, we can't hide these 2 for interrogation, so we might as well just cash them out. Life is not easy, Dickon sighed. At best, I can get a lot of bonuses, so I won't be working in vain. In this case, it is better to cooperate with the investigation as early as possible to speed up the progress of getting the bonus. As he walked down, Dickon raised his hand to the knights in a friendly manner, showing that he was not hostile. However, the expressions of the knights became more nervous, even with a hint of horror, and from time to time some people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They thought the robber's state was calm to a bit scary. It seemed as if he had absolute confidence that he could raise his hand to obliterate them all. Many knights are ready to sacrifice. Wait. He's not a robber. The Lord narrowed his eyes and observed Dickon, then raised his hand and ordered the knights to stand by. With this appearance and strange behavior, he is most likely the magical Dickon card maker in the royal capital. Dickon smiled and nodded, his steps full of grace and stability, and walked in front of the approaching lord. Fortunately, he is a sensible lord. Without much explanation, he guessed his identity. "Are you Dickon-san?" the lord confirmed again. Dickon didn't say much, he just summoned the ruined poet. Suddenly black mist swept across the ground, shocking the knight's eyelids. Compared to any certificate, this epic card further proves Dickon's identity. This is Dickon's signature card, and the epic card cannot be taken by force. The soul binding of the orange card can only be released if the user is willing and pays a certain price. Even if you haven't seen Dickon's Shadow World record with your own eyes, anyone who has heard of Dickon's deeds will know his ace card, the ruined poet. This is undoubtedly the best symbol of his identity. What happened on this magic airship? And how are the passengers? The Lord asked in a rather sincere tone without any aristocratic airs. Don't worry. The passengers are all safe. Having said this, Dickon paused. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that the word safety was more rigorous. It's just that the passengers may not be in good condition. Her Highness Alice is also safe, but she may be too frightened. Please take extra care of her. Dickon understood what the Lord cared about most. But Dickon also really felt that he should take care of Alice. If Her Royal Highness spits out the rainbow in front of everyone later, she will definitely cry again. Okay, no problem. The Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Something seemed to finally fall into place in my heart. Chapter 100. He couldn't help but sigh that although Dickon was still a student, he was after all a big shot and was going to become the 13th special card maker, and he had outstanding talents. It's really reliable as a friend. Lord Viscount Lampard, by the way, why did it arrive so much earlier than expected? Dickon, get rid of. No, after defeating the robbers, the driver also suffered unpredictable mental disturbances, and I had no choice but to take over the driving. In order to prevent subsequent incidents that threaten Her Highness Alice to ensure her safety, I escorted Her Royal Highness Alice to Tristan City as quickly as possible. Well, the Lord hesitated to speak. Legally, if you encounter such an air crash and the pilot loses the ability to control the magic airship, then if there are passengers who can safely fly the magic airship, they will not have any responsibility and will be praised. But, you arrived at Tristan City so far ahead of schedule. Are you speeding a little too much? So as a lord, naturally he cannot turn a blind eye. Dickon must be arrested. However, how should I say it in specific words? Criticizing Dickon seems inhumane. After all, his reasons for speeding up were reasonable, and there was also the irrefutable keyword escorting Her Highness Alice. Not to mention him, with so many knights watching, a lord must be selfless. After thinking for a while, the Lord coughed twice and said, "We will severely criticize and fine you for speeding after investigation. However, in view of your heroic behavior and accurate judgment under the circumstances, as the Lord, I will commend you and express my sincere thanks, and I beg His Majesty the King for your commendation." Dickon nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. The Lord was a just man. Speak carefully and reasonably. Oh, I'm so tired. Dickon breathed a sigh of relief. Killed 3 robbers and opened a magic airship. Dickon felt like he was dragging down Anderson for 19 years. It's a promised trip. The Lord immediately understood what Dickon meant. Mr. Dickon, could you please come with us? We still have many things we need to investigate from you later. After euphemistically suggesting arrest, the Lord changed the subject. Of course, considering your security level, we will protect you in the Lord's mansion and provide you with the treatment you deserve. After listening to the Lord's words, Dickon once again showed a satisfied expression. This was the first time he heard someone say "You're under arrest" so smoothly. "Lord, the pattern is opened." Author's note: I owe a total of 6 chapters, and I will try to pay them off within a month. I was a little overloaded the past few days, and my body felt like a pineapple. This week I will maintain the normal update of 4,000 words per day, and I will start updating next week. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 106. Dickon prepares for the long-awaited personal interrogation. Evening, Tristan City. Lord's Mansion. Dickon was sitting in the classical and dignified living room of the Lord's Mansion with a calm expression. However, something seemed to catch his attention. He closed the book in his hand. He looked thoughtfully at the swaying lights in the garden courtyard through the floor-to-ceiling window several meters high. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of horse hooves, the conspicuous light got closer and closer to the mansion. It was a special carriage painted with flowing gold that seemed to be larger than an ordinary carriage, and the several horse lanterns on the carriage were made of shells polished with immortal ice crystals and equipped with high-end Warcraft crystal cores as wicks. It seems that Lord Viscount Lambert is finally back. After Dickon was arrested at noon, the Lord himself hurriedly went to deal with the aftermath and receive Her Royal Highness Princess Alice. Dickon was invited to the Lord's Mansion. Then a series of friendly inquiries were made to Dickon by officials under the Lords. These officials were very polite to Dickon. It seems that the Lord gave special instructions. Dickon has roughly realized how stable this Lord is. I would rather keep my posture to the lowest level and not even look like a nobleman, but also want to leave a good impression on Dickon, the future special card maker. Of course, it may also be because there is a living special card maker living in the Viscount's territory, looking up for a long time. That's why I know exactly what a special card maker is, but this is fine. It seems that if there is anything that requires the Lord's cooperation, it is easy to discuss it with him. After explaining everything that happened on the magic airship to the responsible persons, Dickon was placed in the living room to wait. In fact, he is already free. If he wants to leave, the people from the Lord's Mansion will not stop him and will even send him to any location. But the steward of the Lord's Mansion expressed to Dickon that the Lord wanted to entertain Dickon. It happened that Dickon also wanted to ask the Lord for something. So I stayed here. I probably waited in this living room for an hour or two. The wait was a bit long, but Dickon didn't get bored. There are some interesting magic books in the Lord's house. In addition, the environment here is not bad and makes people feel comfortable. Whether you need a snack or a maid, you will always be there. To be honest, Dickon didn't want to leave anymore. Isn't this more comfortable than living in the temporary dormitories provided by Tristan College? With this noble experience, Dickon felt like he was the Lord of Tristan City. If he could show Dianping, he would definitely give full marks to Lord's Mansion. At this time, most of the servants in the Lord's Mansion were busy in the kitchen and dining room. When several attendants saw the Lord's return, they suspended their work and hurriedly went to greet him. She was so busy that she came back so late. Well, that's right. In the end, Alice couldn't overcome her seasickness and vomited out a rainbow, then cried miserably. To comfort the crying Alice in the storm, the Lord must also be in trouble. Well, everything is the fault of the Resurrection Church and has nothing to do with me. Dickon shook his head and sighed. Just when Dickon was condemning the Church of Resurrection in his heart, the attendant outside the door opened the door of the mansion first. The attendant quickly walked to Dickon and saluted Dickon. "Mr. Dickon, the Lord would like to invite you to dinner. You can wait here, or you can follow me to the banquet hall first." "Well, then I'll ask you to lead the way." Dickon nodded and stood up. He followed the attendant to the place where he would be dining later. It can be seen that the Lord has asked his attendants to decorate the banquet hall in advance. The dinner seems to have been prepared, and the waiters are just waiting for the Lord to take his seat, and then the attendants will serve it one by one. When the attendant opened the door and the Lord walked in, both Dickon and the Lord had smiles on their faces, as if they were old friends reunited after a long absence. At this time, the Lord no longer had the same avoidant attitude toward Dickon as he did at the magic airship landing pad. Instead, it became an unabashed desire to get acquainted. Dickon saluted gracefully. "Thank you, Lord, for your kind hospitality and hospitality." The Lord coughed slightly and waved his hands quickly. "When you complete the special card maker certification, it's not yet certain who calls whom, sir. It's better for us to call each other by our first names. Now you call me sir, and from now on I will call you sir. This change of title is very embarrassing. Do nobles respect special card makers so much? Even if I am not considered special, Dickon asked with some confusion. In his impression, there were some nobles who dared to provoke him. For example, Frater made a bet with Dickon for a duel and was beaten by Dickon until he lost his mind. That really doesn't care about Dickon's status as a quasi-special card maker. The Lord stretched out his hand to signal Dickon to take a seat first, and said with a helpless smile, "This is a matter of benevolence and wisdom. Anyway, in my eyes, there is no difference between you and an 8th level special card maker. In a few years, you will definitely become an existence that is unattainable to me. Of course, there are arrogant nobles everywhere who don't care about life and death. There is nothing we can do about it." After listening to the Lord's explanation, Dickon nodded. Reasonable and pertinent. This Lord is obviously the other extreme of an arrogant noble, a noble who is too sober and steady. "I want to ask you a favor." After taking his seat, Dickon dragged the seat forward, looked at the Lord, and spoke. Now that the Lord's attitude has been determined, then Dickon was rude. "Hold on." The Lord, who had not yet taken his seat, turned his head and waved all the attendants in the room to go out, and then picked up the wine bottle on the table. After the door was closed, the Lord walked to Dickon and poured him a glass of wine with his own hands. Chapter 101. Then the Lord looked at Dickon, his eyes full of expectation, and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything I can do to help?" If there is an opportunity to sell Dickon a favor, the Lord will naturally not miss it. Any investment in Dickon now may be returned thousands of times in the future. "I want to personally interrogate the 2 resurrectionists I captured." Dickon's understatement made the Lord's hand holding the wine bottle tremble. Allowing Dickon to interrogate prisoners was clearly a serious violation of rules and regulations, even if these 2 prisoners were indeed caught by Dickon. But rules are rules. What's more, these 2 criminals are felons of the Resurrection Church. Even Tristan City did not have permission to interrogate. It needs to be transferred to the royal capital, and may even be further handed over to the Kingdom Federation. However, the Lord quickly walked back to his seat and sat down, raising his glass to signal from a distance. "What is an interrogation?" "When you reported the case earlier, you couldn't remember some key details clearly, so you need to see the prisoner to verify the situation. This is undoubtedly reasonable." After listening to the Lord's answer, with a smile on his face, Dickon raised his glass without hesitation and drank it in one gulp. The Lord said these words. "Then these 2 prisoners, Dickon needs to be reformed." Author's note: the last chapter will be posted before about 7:30. Today's update is a little later. I will revise the text. Thank you all. Volume 3. Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 107. Dickon's dog betting interrogation method. Let's rest tonight, okay? The Lord seemed to have acquiesced that Dickon would stay at the Lord's mansion tonight. After all, Dickon seems very pleased with the place. "It would be best if I could trouble you to take me there tonight. After dinner, I will take you there." Afterwards, the 2 of them began to enjoy dinner quite comfortably. When Dickon remembered that the resurrectionists were still suffering in prison, the food in his mouth became especially delicious. The pain of villains is indeed the best seasoning. "I really want to move this long table to the door of the cell and let the prisoners watch me eat." Dickon couldn't help but think. After having dinner with the Lord and waiting for a while, the Lord arranged the trip to Tristan City Prison. Later, the Lord took Dickon to this huge underground prison in an exclusive carriage. In the dark underground prison, the slight roar of the prisoners coming from below echoed from time to time. Some extremely vicious high-level prisoners were imprisoned at the lowest level. If they wanted to make them docile, ordinary jailers simply couldn't do it. It can only ensure that the prisoners do not come out of the cage. After the Lord and Dickon entered the prison, they walked straight down and reached the lowest level. There are only a few weak lights on this floor in the corridor, and there is no ripple on the wall, as if the site is about to be swallowed by darkness. They must be holding the most vicious, evil and dangerous beings in the prison. Although these 2 resurrection cultists are only at level 5, but there is no doubt that members of the Church of the Resurrection deserve the lowest levels of prison. After all, each of them can be directly regarded as a death row prisoner. Dickon looked at the environment of the lowest prison. Surprisingly, it feels pretty good. In the future, Happy Church will also have to build a confessional room like this. Let's build it in this style when the time comes. That's it. The Lord led Dickon to the door of a separate, spacious cell. Behind the metal fence covered with magic wards was one of the two resurrectionists that Dickon captured in the cockpit. The other was kept in a separate area far away, preventing any communication between the two prisoners. Dickon. The prisoner gritted his teeth the moment he saw Dickon. But more of it is fear and fear. He had been tortured by Dickon a lot on the magic airship before. This guy who is not a son of man, no one knows where he will show up, or how he will behave when he shows up. To be honest, the prisoner still can't figure out what Dickon did to kill the 3 church members. Hey, don't be so nervous. I'm here to give you a chance. Dickon walked to the iron fence and smiled, looking at the prisoners inside and said, without Cornelia, he was not willing to open the cell and interrogate a 5th-level prisoner at close range. Prisoner, haha, it is our common sense not to negotiate terms with terrorists. Dickon, who are you calling a terrorist? Dickon's eyes widened and he seemed a little angry. He felt offended. The look in his eyes made the prisoner feel frightened, and he suddenly didn't dare to say anything anymore. Forget it, let's make a long story short. Take the initiative to confess and avoid the pain. It will be a different situation when I find out from you. Dickon sighed helplessly. If you are upright, you will not be afraid of a crooked shadow. It doesn't matter what any resurrectionist says. You can try to see if you can interrogate the information you want before everything is over. In addition, if you interrogate and lynch felons without permission, even if someone is protecting you, you will not be able to escape the punishment of the Kingdom Federation. The prisoner gritted his teeth and shook his head, saying with anger, no matter how good Dickon offered him, even if he was willing to let him go. Once he recruits, what awaits him will not be freedom, but the endless revenge of the Resurrection Church. He knew very well the significance of this mission to the Resurrection Church. No, you can rest assured. After the interrogation, you won't have any scars on your body, and Croix will never let you die. Dickon seemed to have recalled something interesting and laughed twice. Besides, it's okay if your action takes place tonight. If it's 2 days later, you'll be completely ruined. Dickon looked at the prisoner with eyes that were one part pity and one part mocking. The last person who was stared at by Dickon like this was Baron Batchel from the Demon Academy's cooking class. But when Batcher was tortured, Croix was not around. This is one of Dickon's great regrets. The prisoner's pupils shrank. He thought of something terrible. According to intelligence, Dickon has a healer teammate of unknown significance. Although his treatment volume is huge, the treatment is accompanied by painful side effects and will also increase the difficulty of the shadow world. At this moment, the prisoner's brain was working rapidly, and he instantly understood the significance of this therapist's presence beside Dickon. Mr. Dickon. He doesn't want a wet nurse at all, but an invincible interrogator. Croix's milkman mechanic, coupled with Dickon's pain specialization. No creature on Earth can withstand the interrogation of the two of them. No, that's impossible. Croix won't be here. The prisoner quickly took a few steps back until he could no longer retreat, leaning his back against the wall and shouting. Compared to just now, his words had completely lost their edge, leaving only endless fear. Dickon grabbed the iron bars, looked at the prisoner as if he was about to stick his head into the cell, grinned with unknown meaning, and whispered, "Your companion has confessed. Your target is Bing's." Hear the words. The prisoner's expression finally changed drastically, as if the earth was falling apart. His eyes were fixed on Dickon, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Do you know how he got him to say it? He was just as stubborn as you at first. It's just a pity that he can't speak for the time being. Croix is trying to wake him up, so you still have a chance to skip all the pain your companion suffered. Confess well now, and I promise that you will no longer suffer torture. Moreover, you can actually receive preferential treatment in prison, such as a better room and delicious food for every meal, right? Of course. You only have the chance to confess to me now, and you will be useless when your companions regain their senses. After saying this last sentence coldly, Dickon stopped talking and waited for the prisoner to make his choice. The prisoner's teeth chattered and his eyes gradually became hollow. I recruit. The prisoner replied without much hesitation. The corners of Dickon's mouth curled up with satisfaction. There is no Croix here. Dickon also had no idea that their target was Bing's. One is to lie, The other is to guess. Easily defeat the prisoner in 2 steps. Well, of course, if that doesn't work, we still have to shake Croix over. Anyway, Croix will be there at the earliest tomorrow. As for the conclusion of Target Ice and Snow Princess, Dickon is purely trying his luck. After all, Dickon learned the information about the Resurrection Church's target related to Tristan Academy from the informant Alara. As for Tristan Academy, apart from having an 8th level special card maker, there is actually nothing special about it that would warrant the Church of Resurrection to go to war. So the goal of the Resurrection Church, either there is some treasure hidden in the Academy, some evil existence sealed, or it is related to Ice and Snow Princess. Chapter 102. Only these 2 plots are more common. So Dickon tried this, tricking the prisoners. Anyway, there are 2 prisoners, so you can try each one once. Watch the prisoner's reaction. I was indeed deceived. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 108. Dickon accidentally discovered a relationship between heaven and earth. The Lord listened carefully to the conversation between Dickon and the prisoner. There was already a storm in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. No wonder Dickon asked him on the way here, no matter what information comes out of the interrogation, you must manage your expression well. The Lord knew that Dickon was deceiving the prisoners, but he didn't expect that Dickon would get such an outrageous answer from the beginning. In the end, was it really true? Does the Church of Resurrection want to take advantage of Pink Suji? How dare they? The Lord became anxious for a moment. It is a good thing to get key information out of the interrogation, but the problem is that there may be serious trouble. Since the Church of Resurrection dares to plan like this, it must be confident. So the key now is that the Resurrection Church should reach that level. If they wanted to steal Bink Suji's card, it might be okay. Nothing big will happen. If I were to make a bolder guess, what if the Church of Resurrection wants to steal some of Bink Suji's masterpieces? Then it is very likely that the security of the city-state will be seriously threatened. While the Lord was thinking, the prisoners of the Church of Resurrection had already begun to confess. The prisoner looked at Dickon seriously and said, "Actually, the 3 of us who came to kidnap you didn't know the specific plan to kidnap Pink Suji." Upon hearing these words, the Lord turned around on the spot and walked quickly out of the prisoner's view. This time the Lord really couldn't control his expression. He could no longer remain calm. "Kidnap Pink Suji? What kind of international joke are you kidding? Do you, the Resurrection Church, want to bulldoze Tristan City?" The Lord felt a chill in his back. Cold sweat also began to break out on his forehead. However, the Lord found that Dickon, who was standing in front of the prisoner, was still calm. It seems that this is not surprising at all. The Lord couldn't help but sigh. This young man's on-the-spot performance ability and mentality were indeed as stable as his performance in the shadow world. In fact, even Dickon was silent for a tenth of a second. He couldn't help but start complaining in his heart. "Ah phew, you guys are really impressive." This was the first time that Dickon felt that he had underestimated the Church of Resurrection. Let's not talk about whether this plan of the Resurrection Church is realistic or whether it can be successful. For the Resurrectionists, a group of cowards who only know how to play dirty tricks, this is already a commendable feat of courage. Dickon even wanted to give them a small red flower. "What is your purpose in arresting her?" Dickon asked. Of course, let her never stop making cards for us even if she is exhausted." The prisoner thought Dickon's question was nonsense. "If you catch an 8th level card maker and don't let her make high-intensity cards, is it possible to make her wash vegetables and cook?" But any normal person should be able to figure it out easily. However, when the prisoner thought that this might be a test for Dickon, he still answered honestly. Dickon nodded upon hearing this. He also thought that the Resurrection Church wanted to capture Bink Suji as a maid. "I didn't expect to go to make cards." It seems that the Church of Resurrection is still so vulgar. "Well, tell me everything you know. No matter how big or small the information is, start with the important ones," Dickon instructed. Then he stared at the prisoner without changing a word. The eyes are neither fierce nor gentle. Yet this appears to be an extremely horrific state of affairs in the eyes of the prisoners, because terrorists in this state are the quickest to turn against them. Just say the wrong thing and Dickon could suddenly turn into his worst nightmare. It is said that there is an epic spell card obtained from the Shadow World, which can be used to capture Ice and Snow Princess. But we don't know the specific effect yet. It was only after I got this card that I came up with the plan to capture Ice Snow Princess. The effect must be that it can forcibly enslave the enemy when certain conditions are met. And the Cardinal sent a confidant as the key to the entire mission. Some time ago, the Church made great efforts to investigate Binksuji's name, race, and even tried to determine her gender. Although she is indeed ordinary, it is really puzzling that the intelligence investigation work has reached this level. The Church of Resurrection's revenue this year has been in deficit for the first time. It wasn't until the annual accounting a few days ago that internal problems were discovered. The Pope was furious, but the direction of the funds has still not been found out. It is said that one of our bishops likes women's clothing. Of course, I only heard about it and I never dare to say it. Some time ago, a new word hell came out from nowhere. It can describe cards as well as people. Several card makers in our association were furious because of this word, but the reason for their anger seems to be it was pointed out that he was not hellish enough compared to a real card maker from the underworld. Listening to the prisoner's confession, Dickon nodded frequently with a calm expression, although the information later became less nutritious. But since someone said it, he would listen more. Teacher, have you ever heard of a spell that can forcibly enslave an enemy? Dickon separated a thought and called the master. I have heard of similar spells in a certain shadow world, but these sealing spells and contract spells have very high restrictions. The master quickly answered Dickon's question, and his tone was gentler than usual. The last time Dickon asked for advice so humbly was when he was in Demon Academy. For example, do you need the other party's real name, race, etc.? Yes, for example, in that world, the most critical part of the magic that sealed the immortal vampire ancestor was to declare his true name. Then I probably know, thank you, Master. Dickon felt that he had basically guessed the general effect of this card. I'm just not sure of its specific mechanism and determination details. It is indeed an excessive spell card. Such forced, complete, and permanent slavery is more terrifying than any kind of torture. If Binksuji is really captured by the Resurrection Church, then an extremely miserable fate awaits her. Certainly. If Dickon had been kidnapped on the magic airship before, then Dickon will be the alternative card maker to receive this enslavement spell card. This miserable fate will also belong to Dickon. When he thought of the Resurrection Church's plans, Dickon couldn't help but laugh. This wave is stirring up trouble on Taisui's head. In addition, does this 7th level epic spell card seem to have a fatal weakness? If you want to use it successfully, you must declare some key contents of the gold ash. For example, the target's name, race, and gender. So, Dickon silently took out a card of his own and thought deeply. Isn't this epic spell single defended by my speech spell? You can't even say anything. How can you make a declaration? Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 109. Dickon is ready to be the 6th child again. In this way, after getting information from this prisoner, Dickon was ready to go to another prisoner to deceive him. If the two prisoners' confessions are almost identical, the information is generally correct. Of course, just to be on the safe side. You can also check it out tomorrow with the little sunflower Mother Veritaserum jointly produced by him and me. However, this potion will only be effective when the enemy's spirit is tortured to a very fragile state. Otherwise, the enemy would have a way to rely on his own mental will to forcibly resist the illusion of the potion. Brother Lampard, I will give you 2 potions when I go back later. Please send someone to interrogate these 2 prisoners again. Dickon looked at the Lord and said, no problem. Lord Viscount Lampard nodded seriously. Originally, neither Dickon nor the Lord had any intention of violating the rules of interrogation. But now we are in this situation. Even if they completely ignore the rules and regulations for dealing with felon prisoners, Chapter 103, they must also investigate thoroughly. As for Dickon's promise that he will no longer torture prisoners, really, it's not Dickon who will be attending tomorrow's interrogation. He was only responsible for delivering the potion to the Lord, and the Lord would naturally send someone to interrogate him. By the way, what is this potion? How to use it? The Lord suddenly asked. Dickon, it's called Little Sunflower Mother Veritaserum. The child always doesn't tell the truth. Just give it a beating. Tomorrow, let someone beat these 2 prisoners until they are unconscious. You can inject them with potion and start the interrogation. Lord, it was not easy for him to evaluate the potions produced by Dickon. Author, is this considered pediatric medicine? The Lord even felt that Dickon was not imprisoned because the laws of the Norton Kingdom were too gentle. It was not long before the Lord followed Dickon's request and led him to the place where another prisoner was being held. Along the way, the Lord's face was ashen. He couldn't help but want to rush back to the Lord's mansion overnight and use communication magic to ask for help from the royal capital. But his reason told him that he had to confirm and verify it first. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the royal capital to believe it. After all, this is so ridiculous. Whether it's the mysterious plan to kidnap the 8th level special card maker, or the 7th level epic spell with unknown effects. After the interrogation, the results were no surprise. The two men's confessions were basically consistent except for some insignificant parts. The Church of Resurrection really wants that epic spell card with unknown effects to enslave Ice and Snow Princess. What should I do? What should I do, Dickon? The Lord stamped his feet anxiously, spinning in circles. It seemed that he didn't know how to explain it to Wangdu. Now he only had Dickon to rely on. After all this information was elicited by Dickon. Only Dickon could fully understand the Lord's situation. However, Dickon's expression did not change much. He was holding his chin and thinking about something. Don't worry, don't panic. Dickon smiled at the Lord. There seems to be no concern at all about the upcoming big move of the Resurrection Church. Lord, if we don't ask the royal capital for help, it might be too late. Dickon, there is no need to look for someone from the royal capital. The Lord said with some excitement, I must ask for help from the royal capital. Lady Binksuji must not make any mistakes. If the Church of Resurrection is confident in abducting Binksuji when Tristan City is fully defended, then the city defense force will definitely not be able to stop the forces of the Church of Resurrection that are about to attack in secret. The Lord felt as if there was a sword hanging over his head. The Church of Resurrection may arrive at his doorstep at any time. The fastest is now, the slowest is within a week. Anyway, according to the confession, the arrest plan is within the next few days. The Lord also knows the importance of Ice Snow Princess to the Norton Kingdom, and how much harm she will bring to the world if she is enslaved by the Resurrection Church. In the worst-case scenario, in addition to Binksuji being captured, the people of Tristan City were also mercilessly ravaged. As a lord, he could not sit back and watch these things happen no matter what. Dickon pressed the Lord's shoulders and said, if you rashly ask for help from the royal capital, the result will be that you will alert the enemy and make us lose the advantage we have finally established in intelligence. After the 3 hijackers disappeared, the Resurrection Church should have been in a state of suspicion. They would be afraid that the captives would leak key information. The Church of Resurrection has a more sophisticated intelligence network in the capital than you think. If you choose to call for emergency help, they will discover the anomaly immediately and take action in advance. The enemy may have already achieved their goal when the support from the capital is still halfway there. Binksuji was captured. Give me some preparation time. I guarantee that the Resurrection Church's plan will fail, and I will find a way to minimize the losses to the city and residents. After Dickon finished speaking, he released his hand on the Lord's shoulder. The Lord's expression flashed with complicated emotions as he looked at Dickon. He felt that what Dickon said made sense. After all, Dickon could claim to be an expert in dealing with resurrectionists. I believe in you. If you need any help, just ask. I will fully cooperate with you. The Lord's attitude was still as humble as before, but this time, there was more of an unconcealed sense of worship. Trust can keep safe. If you are willing to believe me, there will be no problem. Dickon chuckled in response. As long as there is key intelligence and preparation time, the enemy will be easy to deal with. This time, Dickon hopes to do something big. The next day, in the royal capital, the early morning at Heavenlit Academy was as peaceful as ever. Professor Arnold, the Deputy Dean of the Knights Academy and the head teacher of Class 1A where Dickon is at. After getting up in the morning, washing and changing clothes, he headed towards the school building. On the way he bought a cup of coffee and a copy of the Norton Morning News. Although I'm worried about Dickon, there shouldn't be any problems in at least these 2 days. If I really offend Binksuji, it will take a day or two. Professor Arnold comforted himself. Even if there is a high probability that he will have headaches in the future, what is supposed to come will come without having to guess. At least for the next few days, let's live our lives with peace of mind. Let me see what's new. He took a sip of coffee and picked up the newspaper. However, when I saw the headlines in newspapers and periodicals. The Church of Resurrection hijacked the aircraft. Fortunately, all members were returned safely. The magic airship is speeding, and the suspect has been controlled by the Tristan Security Department. Puff. Professor Arnold spit out a sip of coffee. He quickly flipped through the newspaper, forgetting to wipe it with a handkerchief for a moment, even though Deacon's name was not written in the title. But Professor Arnold, you don't need to guess to know that this has something to do with Deacon. This is only the first day. Professor Arnold shook his head helplessly. He was already a little afraid to buy tomorrow's newspaper. Finally, Professor Arnold stuffed the newspaper into the trash can. Already, it doesn't matter anymore. He felt that even if Deacon tried to live out his life in the next few days, it would not affect his mentality. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 110. Deacon visits the college and will attend the event. Today, Tristan City is celebrating a festival. It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning, and all the magic equipment in the city that usually wouldn't be activated during festivals is already in operation. Make Tristan City look like a dream. Many magic screens repeatedly played the promotional content of the celebration. Plan will officially start at 12 noon on December 25th. Although there are still a few days until the new year, Tristan City looks extremely prosperous and dazzling now. People are naturally happy. The long-awaited New Year atmosphere has now been brought forward. Isn't it beautiful? The entire city was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. They are looking forward to what kind of surprising plan will be released at 12 o'clock. It is said that the Lord, Viscount Lampard, will personally host it. At that time, a mysterious guest will also participate. People who were immersed in the festive atmosphere did not realize what kind of changes Tristan City would face. And I don't know what kind of undercurrents are surging in this city. The second floor of a mansion. Several people gathered. Their expressions were mostly solemn, and they seemed to be a little confused by the unexpected joyful atmosphere in Tristan City. Why is there suddenly a celebration? A middle-aged man touched his head. They are the ones who are clearly planning to cause trouble in Tristan City. Now I have an inexplicable feeling. The Lord is the one who wants to cause trouble. Did the Lord review the information? It's unlikely. Even if they use capital punishment interrogation, the two guys who were caught wouldn't dare to confess so quickly. The betrayers of the Resurrection Church cannot escape the revenge of the Resurrection Church, even if they are hiding in prison. One of the tenets of the church is to punish traitors at all costs, and the three guys who kidnapped Deacon had no idea what the action plan was. Be prepared for the worst. Lady Isabel may issue an order for early action at any time. Isabel is the name of the leader of the previous meeting in the temple. He is also a confidant sent by the cardinal. Originally, their plan would not officially start taking action until another day. Chapter 104. After all, Binksuj is in the light and they are in the dark. It would be to their advantage to be well prepared without procrastinating. Now it seems that if the Lord's actions are not a coincidence, they may need to act in advance. Since it is not clear what kind of medicine the Lord is selling in the gourd, Isabel may not dare to disrupt the rhythm of the plan and start early. After all, the Lord's mysterious operation doesn't look like he's preventing anything. The most important thing is that the intelligence personnel in the royal capital did not send a warning message. This shows that the Lord did not ask for help from the royal capital. It's probably really just event planning. After all, a press conference-style plan is not enough to interfere with their actions. Moreover, today happened to be the day when Deacon and Binksuji made an appointment for the special examination. Under Isabel's instructions, she hoped to avoid the uncertain factor of Deacon in her actions as much as possible. So even if she had to act in advance, Isabel would probably give instructions after the meeting between Deacon and Binksuji. It was also close to the time of the press conference, just in time to see what kind of plan the Lord will announce. Then decide whether to act early. Tristan Academy of Magic. Since Binksuji's time was precious, she only gave Deacon an hour. Their appointment time starts at 11 o'clock and ends before 12 o'clock. Deacon left the Lord's mansion early in the morning, took the carriage sent by the Lord, and was escorted by the knights to Tristan Magic Academy. Deacon was not wearing his Heavenlit College uniform today. Instead, he wore a black dress configured for him by the Lord, with a heavy cloak on his shoulders that showed a sense of solemnity, and his hair was combed particularly delicately. Deacon is also busy today. After all, after completing the special examination, he still needs to attend the celebration conference hosted by Lord Lampard. When the time comes, give the Resurrection Church its entire life. At this time, many students gathered at the entrance of Tristan Magic Academy. They watched as the guards directly under the Lord opened the door of the carriage respectfully, and Dickon stepped out of the carriage with an indifferent expression. His solemn look was like that of a powerful person. Many students from Tristan Academy were stunned. They had heard that one of the students coming this year from the Royal Capital's Heavenlit Academy would be a legendary quasi-special card maker. Unfortunately, the legendary grey-haired and blue-eyed Dickon was not seen in the visiting student team from Vanlit College yesterday. Rumor has it that Dickon was arrested for speeding. However, this ridiculous rumor was completely disproven today. When the students saw this handsome young man stepping out of the carriage and looking like a big man, they understood instantly. The legendary quasi-special card maker Dickon was not arrested, but was invited to the Lord's mansion as a distinguished guest. Does a person like him really only do underworld cards as rumored? I have friends who are at Heavenlit College, and they said that Dickon's nickname when he first entered school was the Cult Priest. But he obviously looks so noble and sunny. The more the students thought about it, the more they felt something was wrong. This guy looks more earthly, and when combined with his various deeds, he looks even more hellish. However, regardless of Dickon's card-making and acting style, and only considering his level as a card maker, the students in this college have mixed attitudes towards Dickon. I don't know if it's more admiration or jealousy. After all, as a card maker student at Tristan Magic Academy, the biggest goal is undoubtedly to become a special card maker. However, for most people, it is an achievement that is impossible to achieve in a lifetime. However, right now, one of their peers is about to succeed. The students who had always looked up to Binksuchi as a star in the sky now looked at Dickon as if they were looking up at another new star. They may even have the illusion that the star is not that far away from them, but in fact it is completely out of reach. Classmate Dickon, we will take you to see Lady Binksuchi. The teachers in charge of Tristan College and the officers of the card makers branch were waiting at the door early. They soon swarmed around Dickon. Well, thank you. Dickon followed them into the academy without saying much, although it was not Dickon's intention. But his current demeanor particularly highlights the aura of a giant. There are many teachers from the college around who are politely leading the way and following. It really looked like he was a leader coming to inspect. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 111. Binksuchi has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. As Dickon was walking on campus, a team from Heavenlit College happened to pass by in the distance. Dickon was also seen. They were all stunned. I didn't expect Dickon to be dressed like this. The nature of the visit changed instantly. Wow, I'm so envious. Alice bit her lip lightly, unable to hide the look of envy on her face. She also wanted to have a big boss meeting with Binksuchi like Dickon. She even wanted to go to Dickon now, chat and laugh with him for a while, and show off her princess-like character, no. Demeanor. It's all because of Dickon's mouthful of strange words. Now it makes her speak strangely. Me quickly grabbed Alice's slender arm and shook his head helplessly. Alice, don't disturb him today. After all, it is important for him to be examined. Me advised. If she didn't grab Alice, Alice would walk towards Dickon. My Royal Highness, why do you always heal your scars and forget about the pain? Obviously she cried so sadly last night because of her death. Haven't you noticed that as long as you have something to do with Dickon, the probability of you crying will greatly increase? Me couldn't help but rant in her heart. Me wanted to have a good sleep tonight. She didn't want Alice to come crying and hug her in the middle of the night. Without giving Alice 2 injections, her sleep state was really bad. Okay. Alice nodded obediently. She felt that Me's words did make sense. If you delay Dickon's time and make Binksuchi angry after waiting for a long time, you will deceive Dickon. Me is still mature and steady, so Alice reluctantly glanced at Dickon's retreating back, and then turned her head with difficulty. Following the team from Heavenlit College, they headed to the laboratory they were going to visit today. We're here. Lady Binksuchi is waiting for you inside. Dickon was led to the door of a room on the top floor of an ancient tower. This is a stone gate that looks like a mixture of white jade and dark grey. Even without opening the door, Dickon could feel the slight chill coming from behind the door. After thanking the teacher who led the way, Dickon knocked on the door twice. "Come in." A cold voice came from inside the door. Dickon pushed open the heavy door with a little force. Fortunately the door is not that heavy, otherwise, with level 3 strength he would be embarrassed if he couldn't open the door. At this time, Dickon couldn't help but start to miss Cornelia again. After getting used to having her by my side, I clearly felt a little incomplete after being separated for just such a short time. The spacious hall that greeted Dickon's eyes was like a mini library, or a combination of a living room and a study room. Books were placed high on the 4 walls. There was a desk in the middle of the hall, and behind it sat a young woman with white hair and silver eyes. Her face seemed to be perfectly sculptured, and her delicate skin like mutton fat jade and her elegant posture like a moonlight elf proved that she was not a work of art but a living creature. What is more conspicuous is her slightly pointed ears, which have the beauty of both elves and humans. Dickon understood the moment he met her eyes. This Binksuji is by no means an easy person to talk to. There was absolute arrogance and dominance in her eyes, as if she wanted to keep people away and push them away. Dickon stepped into the room with his front foot, before he could lift his other foot and fully enter the room. "Pass." Binksuji's indifferent voice came. Dickon was slightly startled. Binksuji's perfunctory response to the special review has exceeded Dickon's imagination. She didn't even bother to ask a question. Not willing to go through the motions. Only complete the most basic formal requirement. Meeting. This special review ended in 0.5 seconds. If it is normal, Dickon would naturally thank him and leave without saying a word. He is also willing to accept such special scrutiny. Chapter 105. It would be best if the next stage of the review could be so straightforward, allowing him to become an official special card maker as soon as possible. But now, Dickon feels a little headache. In order to prevent Binksuji from being taken away, Dickon had to tell Binksuji if she had anything else to say. If she is willing to cooperate, then the plan to deal with the Resurrection Church will be much easier. But looking at her attitude, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. "Lady Binksuji, I have." "Go out." Binksuji did not intend to give Dickon a chance to speak. Dickon smiled on the surface, and veins appeared on his forehead. "The Church of Resurrection is trying to hunt you." Dickon spoke faster and said the most crucial information. This time, Binksuji seemed to be silent for a moment. I don't know if she is willing to listen to Dickon continue to talk or is simply too lazy to communicate with Dickon in a short time. She always looked indifferent to everything and didn't even look at Dickon. They got a 7th level epic spell card that can forcibly enslave the enemy by declaring their name, race, and gender. Their target is you. They will start taking action in the next few days, so I need go out. Once again. Before Dickon could finish speaking, Binksuji interrupted him. The room, which was already colder than outside, seemed to get twice as cold in an instant. It seems that if Dickon asks Binksuji to say get out for the 3rd time, then what awaits Dickon will be that she will be turned into a nice sculpture and carried away. Dickon said nothing more. He turned around and walked out of the room, slamming the door. He had a kind smile on his face, but the teachers waiting outside were frightened. "What's wrong? Didn't it pass?" "What's going on with this feeling that makes people feel chills on the back and smells like gunpowder smoke?" After Dickon walked away, there were whispers. Dickon's fists were clenched repeatedly, as if he was restraining something. This was one of the rare times when he couldn't hold back and didn't take action. If he were in the movie world, he would definitely not be so stable. He really had the urge to kill Binksuji with his own hands just now. But in the upcoming offensive and defensive battle with Tristan, this 8th level combat power is indispensable. If Binksuji is gone, Tristan City may not be able to withstand the attack of the Resurrection Church. After all, if the Church of Resurrection wants to defeat Binksuji, it must prepare an 8th level combat power that is comparable to Binksuji or even stronger. Ice and Snow Princess must not fall down early. It's a pity that this arrogant and cold-hearted 8th level special card maker is not under Dickon's control at all. After all, not every temporary teammate can be as sensible and reliable as Lord Viscount Lampard. "Remember it for me." Dickon gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Wait until the Resurrection Church is dealt with." If Binksuji is not allowed to dance in a cat-eared maid costume, his name is not Dickon. Volume 3 The Secret Words of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 112 Dickon's Righteous Preaching. At noon, Tristan City was filled with expectant chatter. The streets are filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere, and various scenic spots are now crowded with people and lively as if the new year has arrived early. Many residents who had free time at noon gathered in a place with a magic screen to watch the press conference that was about to officially start today. Many attractions equipped with magic screens have been stationed with additional security forces and members of the Knights. Dong dot 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 dong. The clock tower chimed the hour. The 12 sounds are neat and vigorous, full of rhythmic beauty. I saw that the picture on the screen had begun to change, showing Tristan City and Cakeson Group Cooperation Project. Subsequently, the text image screen turned into the real scene. A Broadway-style interview-style parlor appeared in front of everyone. I saw Viscount Lampard, the Lord of Tristan City, sitting on one of the sofas, while the small sofa on the other side was temporarily vacant. Obviously, it is waiting for the key person in today's plan. That is the appearance of the mysterious guest. The citizens watching were whispering to each other, and their expressions were quite puzzled. Happy Group? Apparently no one had ever heard of such an organization, but I think the name sounds quite sunny. It should be a formal organization. Lord Lampard looked towards the camera with a smile on his face. Good afternoon, fellow citizens. I am glad that you can watch today's press conference. I guess I don't need to introduce myself anymore. Let's quickly start today's announcement. The Lord picked up an official document at hand, and the smile on his face became more obvious. First of all, I want to officially announce to everyone that our Tristan City will become the only city-state in the world with 2 special card makers stationed there. After saying this, the corners of his mouth turned up as if he couldn't hide his smile at all. At the same time, the content of the official document was displayed on the screen. The above is the agreement signed by Durkin himself with Lord Lampard. The whole city was boiling instantly. The chatter from in front of the magic screens everywhere seemed to be mixed together in the sky above the city. What's the situation? Besides Lady Binksuji, who else is a special card maker? Is it the newly promoted quasi-special card maker Dickon? It should be him. Let's not talk about whether special card makers from foreign countries will come to Tristan City. It is impossible for other countries to let special card makers join the Norton Kingdom. Oh my god, too special. People couldn't stop talking about the news that was about to have a huge impact on the city they lived in. The presence of a special card maker is closely related to the city's reputation. For example, for Tristan City, the popularity of the city brought to them by Ice Snow Princess is even far greater than that of the magic city Tristan City itself. This kind of reputation will have a great positive impact on the city's economy and development. Double special class is a concept that is difficult to estimate, because this will be the only city in the world where double special card makers are resident. Next, even people from other countries mentioned the Kingdom of Norton. I am afraid that I will give priority to Tristan City instead of the royal capital, Heavenlit City. Although, there are other countries in the world where there are multiple special card makers at the same time. But the permanent residence of the special card makers is not the same city. There is quite a feeling that there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. Originally, everyone thought that Dickon's permanent residence would be the royal capital. It is also very unlikely that it is the main city of Karen Border Territory, Dickon's hometown. But I never expected that Dickon would choose Tristan City so simply. Of course, this is a great pleasure for both the city and the Lord. But it's not necessarily a good thing for card makers, because it may cause competition and other troubles. But think about it carefully. The card-making styles of Dickon and Binksuji are completely different, and there is not much competition in terms of sales and resources. As long as Dickon himself doesn't mind being compared with an 8th level special card maker in the future, there will naturally be no problem. No wonder the Lord looked so happy today. The Lord continued, everyone must have guessed that the special card maker who is about to settle in Tristan City is Mr. Dickon. There may be many residents who have heard of Mr. Dickon's miraculous journey of conquering the shadow world, as well as his unique style of magic cards. However, Mr. Dickon has never officially sold the magic cards he created after obtaining the qualification of a special card maker. And the first piece of content in today's press conference is exactly about this. Cakeson Group, to which Mr. Dickon belongs, will also set up its headquarters in Tristan City, and it will become the only distribution channel for special card maker Dickon. Let's welcome Mr. Dickon. With the last words in a high-pitched tone, the Lord pointed towards the backstage. Accompanied by cheerful jazz music, Duncan walked out of a door backstage and waved gracefully and calmly to the audience in front of the screen. Duncan was wearing the same outfit that he went to Tristan Academy for the special examination in the morning. Of course, this look was originally prepared for today's conference. Oh my god, is he also a half-elf like Lady Binksuji? Are all special card makers so good-looking? He smiles so brightly. Oh, my heart melts. Suddenly a girl in front of the screen exclaimed, with only fascination in her eyes. Of course there are other women of all ages and even men. I really want to beat him hard. Compared to half-elf, he may be more likely to be half-demon. While the audience in front of the screen was talking a lot, Duncan also sat on another small sofa near the Lord. This press conference is about to officially enter its key content. With a confident smile on his face, Duncan looked at the camera and said, "Hello everyone, I am Duncan, and I am very happy to be a part of Tristan City. I will be strict with myself, set an example, and create a friendly and civilized city. The responsibility lies with you and me." Chapter 106. Most residents had little reaction to Duncan's opening remarks. Very ordinary polite words. However, the resurrectionists hidden among the ordinary people felt like they had a fishbone stuck in their throats. They had something to say but didn't know who to complain to. How the hell do you have the nerve to say such things? No change of expression. After introducing himself, Duncan began to introduce Cakeson Group. The Cakeson Group develops the company's for-profit philanthropy with a long-term vision, integrity and legal ethics, and the concept of common growth. We adhere to the concept of customers first and start by creating customers' smiles and happiness, thereby enhancing the company's value and promoting the prosperity of city-state civilization. We aim to grow together with all partners and share the value of growth. We never forget to care for and give back to our customers, lead by example, and promote the healthy development of the card printing industry, magic engineering, and idle planning. Become our Xinlu member and you will enjoy the most distinguished experience. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 113. Duncan fills the city with smiles. After explaining the company's basic information, Duncan stopped. Although this is a great opportunity to promote Happy Church, but the highlight today is the whole life of the Resurrection Church. Only after dealing with the Church of Resurrection can Duncan settle down with Binksuji in peace. And with the help of Lord Lampard, the development of Cakeson Group can be said to be unimpeded. No need to grab some advertising time now. So Lampard and Duncan began the most critical interview session. First of all, in order to commemorate Mr. Duncan's arrival in Tristan City, we will hold a special commemorative event, Lampard said as he took out a summoning card. The card is none other than Duncan's model worker card, Captain Duncan. Afterwards, Lampard summoned it, and the Q version of the Duncan doll that fell on the ground began to say hello to everyone in front of the screen. The expression on this doll looks so mean. It's actually quite cute. Is this the work of a special card maker? The audience was talking a lot. They can see that Captain Duncan's effects and detailed evaluation results are also displayed on the screen. Captain Duncan's taunting effect only lasts less than 0.1 seconds. For people who have no hatred for Duncan, it is even much worse than the taunting effect of ordinary first-level cards. The taunted target may have just had the slightest urge to clench his fist, and the taunt was lifted. It's equivalent to mocking loneliness. But if you have a strong hatred for Duncan, you will be ridiculed for several seconds, and you may even lose your mind directly. Being taunted for 0.1 to 0.5 seconds is considered normal. Maybe the person who was mocked for 0.5 seconds didn't hate Duncan, but was simply annoyed by Captain Duncan's expression. Anything that lasts longer than 0.5 seconds is considered to have at least mild ill will towards Duncan. After being insulted by Duncan, he may be taunted for more than 1 second, and for more than 2 seconds. It means that Duncan has been completely scolded and angry. This was tested using ordinary prisoners in a prison. In the test, the 2 prisoners who were taunted the longest even lasted about 5 seconds. They were the 2 resurrectionists captured by Duncan. After honestly confessing the information last night, they originally thought that Duncan would stop torturing them as promised. Unexpectedly, before dawn, they were beaten indiscriminately. The most hateful thing is that the knights who beat them didn't want to interrogate them. I just want to beat them until they lose consciousness. They hated. But there is nothing they can do. Later, when they saw Captain Duncan, They almost went crazy. It also allowed Dickon to obtain valuable experimental data. This is a blue quality first level summoning card made by Mr. Dickon. Lord Lampard began to explain to Captain Durkin. Despite its appearance, this is a card that can only be used to its greatest effect by Durkin himself. However, please think about it carefully. There is a group of people who also have malicious hostility or even hatred towards Mr. Durkin. That's a member of the Church of the Resurrection. You must have heard about yesterday's magic airship hijacking incident. 3 5th-level elite members of the Resurrection Church hijacked the airship and threatened the lives of all passengers in an attempt to take Mr. Durkin away. However, Mr. Durkin not only successfully rescued all the passengers, but also killed an extremely difficult resurrectionist. 2 other robbers were also successfully captured by Mr. Durkin, along with the Lord's words. The screen suddenly switched to a wonderful replay of the time on the magic airship where Captain Durkin induced the man in a dress who lost his mind to jump from the airship and fall to his death. This footage recorded by the magic device in the cabin was originally not allowed to be made public. But under Lord Lampard's operation, it became the promotional image of this conference. The audience stared wide-eyed at the sight of an elite cultist who could self-destruct being teased by a first-order summoning card, and couldn't help but exclaimed. In fact, they all heard about yesterday's hijacking incident, but they were unable to learn the specific story. It was originally thought that the investigation information would not be made public until some time later. Unexpectedly, the Lord would directly release the record now. The screen switches back to the interview. Mr. Durkin, after seeing the scene just now, I can't help but wonder, how many members of the Resurrection Church have you killed so far to be so skilled? Lord Lampard suddenly asked. Do you remember how many pieces of bread you have eaten so far? Durkin smiled and asked rhetorically. Ha ha. So Mr. Durkin, do you think the Church of Resurrection has a high level of hatred for you? Lord Lampard was not angry because of Durkin's arrogant attitude, and his expression became more excited. I'm quite confident about this. Durkin nodded slightly. If there is anyone who is more hated by the Resurrection Church, it is probably my best friend Maureen Hanover. But the Church of Resurrection is really pitiful. It can't deal with me, and it's even more fooled by Maureen. Well, after all, I'm Maureen's exclusive card maker. In order to gain more of Maureen's hatred, Durkin even lied and claimed that he was Maureen's exclusive card maker. The Church of Resurrection comes to deliver food to us every time. I really don't know the meaning of this organization's existence. They are really a bunch of poor people who cannot stand on the stage. Durkin couldn't help but sneered and shook his head with disdain. Oh, it's so scolding. Durkin's speech obviously caused a burst of cheers in Tristan City. Normal people hate the Resurrection Church deeply, although every word of Durkin's words is terrifyingly crazy. However, not many people dare to openly criticize the Resurrection Church like this. Damn. The resurrectionists who were hiding in the crowd watching the broadcast were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Even across the screen, they wanted to promote Captain Durkin and Durkin together, but now they still haven't seen what kind of medicine the Lord and Durkin are selling in the gourd. The Lord smiled and clapped, looking towards the camera. It seems that the most important content of today is finally ready to be revealed. Our official celebration is called Mascot of Tristan City. Today, the Delcan captains will appear in every corner of Tristan City with warm smiles and send blessings to everyone. As the Lord finished speaking, many viewers in front of the screen noticed that there were knights summoning Captain Durkin around them. Tristan City purchased thousands of Captain Durkin from Durkin. This large batch of Captain Durkin is all the inventory flown in from the royal capital this morning. Next, citizens and friends can interact with the mascot, Captain Durkin. Please help them spread their smiles to others. Complete the event and you will have a chance to receive Captain Durkin as a prize. Of course, if any residents find someone trying to attack Captain Durkin or try your best to avoid Captain Durkin's suspicious people, please notify a nearby knight or sheriff as soon as possible. The Lord's voice echoed in every corner of Tristan City. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right. Unlimited reward. Reward at the end of the month. Recycle color TVs, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, Old computers. Sorry for being a bastard. I'll take back my monthly pass. Every 200 monthly tickets plus one update. The current monthly ticket data is 3,770. The reward period starts from the release of this chapter and ends at 2400 hours on June 30th. I said before that there will be a reward at the end of June. Now it's hot. If you still have the remaining monthly tickets this month, you can feed the Xixi dog. Dads, readers, please note that only a monthly pass is required. I don't dare to do unpredictable things like rewards and blades, and I don't want everyone to spend money. Because the base of recommendation votes is too large, it is difficult for me to predict. A coward stands out between the lines. What is the soundness of an actuary? I only offer rewards to those who can cast up to 5 monthly votes. And it's the end of the month. You must not have many monthly tickets on hand, right? I roughly calculated that I only have one June, and I am chasing 6,000, which is much weaker than those authors who offered bounties for overturning their fortunes. I also very robustly banned rewards and blades, which are key elements of overturning the game. Chapter 107. Even if there are 1,000 readers who read this chapter and are willing to give me monthly votes, even if each commander is forced to vote too, it will only be 2,000. Then there are 10 chapters of bounty, plus the 6 chapters that are already owed, which can be easily paid off next month. Am I afraid of a de? It's impossible to give me thousands of monthly tickets at once and send me to the Aku, right? Unlimited bounty. Indeed unlimited. If you can do this to me, I can only say that you are kinder than Dickon. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 114. Dickon successfully turned the knights into a gang of knights. Run quickly. Big brother of the Resurrection Church. Captain Durkin ran happily down the street on his short legs. Now in the entire city, wherever there are dense crowds, Captain Durkin is everywhere. The vision of pedestrians on the road seemed to have been covered by Captain Durkin's magical smile. He, I saw you. Your ingredients are very suspicious. Captain Durkin kept saying hello to various people. Ordinary citizens were initially a little confused as to why Captain Durkin's voice was so strange. Later I thought about it carefully and found out. Captain Durkin has a significant countermeasure effect against the Resurrectionists, so it is normal for the voice to be set to taunt the Resurrectionists. They seem to be diligently testing everyone as a Resurrectionist. Pedestrians passing by caught Captain Durkin's gaze, although there is a slight urge to punch it, but soon this thought will fade away. I even wanted to touch the doll. The way it performs its duties seriously is particularly funny and cute. He seemed to be making a serious joke. Try to bring joy to everyone. This must also be part of the performance in the celebration. After all, how could there be any Resurrectionists on the streets? Even if there are really 1 or 2 hidden resurrection believers, it's impossible for such a big Tristan city to just happen to be bumped into by you, right? However, some people walking on the street became a little stiff, although the warm winter sun is shining brightly in the sky. But for the Resurrectionists lurking in the crowd, in the blink of an eye, it was like a bone-chilling night had fallen. Originally, they just wanted to see if the Lord's press conference would have any impact on their action plan. The result has not yet been seen by the Lord. The overwhelming number of deadly dolls has spread throughout the city. It was too late to run away. In the eyes of the Resurrectionists, they seem to be dragged into a death game with no hope of survival in an instant. If the doll sees it, his identity will be revealed and he will be arrested. The end may be worse than death. Everyone will be afraid if you leave it alone. Now, all Resurrectionists are convinced that Dickon must have successfully uncovered the information. He could actually pry open the mouths of the Resurrectionists with the power of lightning. What does it mean? This shows that the consequences of not confessing to Dickon are far more terrifying than being fully retaliated by the Resurrection Church. The Resurrectionists can hardly imagine how the 2 captured members were treated. The only thing that's certain is, even if he dies, he must not fall into the hands of Dickon. In the park square of Tristan City, a girl was walking at a leisurely pace. Her heart was beating wildly and erratically, and she felt the cold air stinging her lungs. She tried not to be noticed by the passers-by around her. Soon she will be able to leave the crowded place in front of the magic screen. Go home and it will be safe for now. However, the Lord's voice sounded again on the screen and began to explain the rules of the event. In order to commemorate Mr. Durkin's outstanding contribution to the extermination of the Resurrectionists, We will use this event to pay tribute to Mr. Duncan. Let everyone fight side by side with Captain Duncan. Find the resurrection cult hidden in the town. We invited many extras to play the role of resurrectionists to perform in conjunction with our celebrations. Once Captain Duncan finds them, they will play the role of resurrectionists with excellent acting skills and resist in a large way, even very aggressively. At this time, please be sure to notify the nearby knights and sheriffs. They have been professionally trained in fighting performances and will put on a wonderful show for citizens and friends. Citizens who spot the extras must keep a distance from the actors to avoid being accidentally injured. And as long as the identity of the extras is found, all nearby citizens will be awarded a large number of points. Please help Captain Duncan complete his work. Earn event points and exchange them for rewards within a limited time. After listening to the Lord's introduction to the rules, the girl who was about to take the opportunity to leave just felt that her calves were sore and weak, and her knees were getting cold. What kind of underworld game is this? It doesn't give you any way to survive, does it? Now the enemies of all resurrectionists in the town are not just this group of Durkan captains and knights, and all the people in Tristan City. Mobilize, confuse, induce, and use the people to deal with the enemy. Not even the Resurrection Church can do this kind of thing. Only those who commit heinous crimes and are insane would do this. When she felt a little hopeless and at a loss, a chill gradually began to creep down her back. It seemed like countless eyes were focused on her. She turned around tremblingly. I found that the residents all had innocent smiles on their faces and shouted to the girl, "Maybe it's her. Look at her face. She acted so well. She must be an actress." Send Captain Duncan to her quickly. Then, the fast-running residents directly picked up Captain Duncan and wanted to bring him to the girl. Don't come over. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. She screamed, covered her face and ran desperately. The knights stationed nearby had already discovered Nijuan. They predicted the girl's escape route and successfully taunted the suspicious girl by throwing Captain Duncan in advance. It's plenty of time. Then the knights moved forward and pushed the girl to the ground. "No. Let me go," she cried and struggled, and at the same time pulled out a windblade cutting spell card. The target of her spell is not these knights, but herself. She knew she couldn't escape, so she just wanted to die and trigger their death spark to self-destruct. You can even add some extra back padding. However, the knight took out a handkerchief from somewhere and covered her mouth and nose. Then, the girl rolled her eyes. His limbs collapsed on the ground and he fainted. The people around him were stunned for a moment. Is this a wonderful martial arts performance? Why do you feel that something is wrong with the behavior of these knights? Generally in this case. After witnessing all this, I wanted to call the police. But it seems that the police should also go to this group of knights. Is there something serious wrong with the celebration? The knights also noticed the disdainful looks of the citizens. He looked away awkwardly. They don't want to do that either. But this group of resurrection cultists who came to Tristan City to cause trouble had a high probability of possessing the spark of destruction. Will self-destruct. To subdue it, the best way is to use what to contort them. 1 hug, 2 covers, 3 times to put it down. Efficient and safe. It really affects the image of the knights. Soon, the knights approached the citizens. Tokens representing point rewards were distributed to them. The residents immediately stopped paying attention to the strange behavior of the knights and quickly took Captain Duncan to find other targets. Volume 3, Secrets of the Fading Sacred Rite, 115. The Beautiful World Duncan Wants. The Lord's carriage was driving down the street in the center of Tristan City. Chapter 108. There was a commotion ahead of the road, causing the carriage to stop. Another extra actor was found by Captain Duncan. It's just that this extra actor is running away like a desperate man. It seemed that he didn't want to be ridiculed by Captain Duncan. The extras were followed by a large group of smiling people, and a knight with a potion and a syringe in his hand. This sight of the entire town going crazy made the knight escorting the carriage twitch at the corner of his eye. Is this hell scroll really the Tristan City he is familiar with? Obviously, Tristan City was still fine yesterday. Why did the style of painting change? After one night, the carriage stopped like this and waited for a few seconds. Not only did the road ahead show no signs of being cleared, it was also increasingly blocked. It seems that due to the lack of strength of the patrolling knights, The extra actor was not caught. "What's wrong?" A confused voice came from inside the carriage. "Someone is running away in front, blocking the road," the guard knight replied. Hearing this, Dickon opened the curtains of the carriage and took a look, then retracted his hand and lowered the curtains. "Get rid of him." Dickon's indifferent voice came from inside the car again. "Okay, Mr. Dickon." The guard knight, who was a full 6th level, responded and quickly took out a potion and walked towards the extra's direction. Although as a knight, you shouldn't use such dishonorable methods, but think about it carefully. Found indeed. Dealing with terrorists like the Church of Resurrection who threaten the safety of civilians through self-destruction. Poison is so useful. Although the items produced by Dickon are in the underworld, after being used once, they may never return to the earthly world. Many knights now really want to buy cards made by Dickon. For example, the famous, toxic ground nails, hypnotic gas, and so on. Isn't this better than chivalry? He who can ravage evil is the real justice. Inside the carriage, will we arrest many people by mistake today? Lord Lampard looked at Dickon and asked worriedly. "It's okay. If they are not resurrectionists, I will give them a clean slate." Dickon replied lightly. "Okay. Then these people will be left to you to deal with." The Lord naturally understood what Dickon meant. Dickon's approach to clearing their names may be harsh. It's nothing more than interrogating them all. Anyone who endures several more rounds of painful interrogations and refuses to die is not a resurrectionist. However, Dickon felt that the people arrested today were not unjust regardless of whether they were resurrectionists or not. What kind of person is this person who runs away when he sees Captain Durkin? No need to explain more. Even if they are not resurrectionists, those who are inexplicably hostile to Dickon should be arrested and interrogated. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. This is a great opportunity for Dickon to conduct a comprehensive screening of humans. One of his ultimate goals is to sell Captain Durkin as a must-have summoning card for counter-terrorism all over the world. Make it permanent in every city in the world. In this way, no one dares to be hostile to Dickon. The world will become a wonderful place. There is only love and peace and goodwill. Soon, with the help of the escort knights, the streets were cleared again. After the crowd got to new points, they took Captain Durkin non-stop to find other extras. The carriage began to drive towards Tristan Magic Academy again. For Dickon and the Lord, getting as close as possible to Binksuji is the best choice now. The Resurrection Church will most likely have other extremely tough response plans. After all, capturing Binksuji is crucial to the Resurrection Church. There is a high probability that they have also prepared Plan B or even Plan C to ensure that the operation will be successful 1000%. Now it can only be said that the resurrectionists were blown out of the darkness and disrupted their rhythm. An encounter that had no hope of winning in the first place became evenly matched. The cars of Lord Dickon and Lampard were on their way to Tristan Magic Academy early on. In fact, the recording is played at 12 o'clock. The two of them had already ended the recording session ahead of schedule. The reason why the event was not officially released until 12 o'clock is, they have to wait for the goods, Captain Durkin, to be delivered from the royal capital. Durkin made much more, Captain Durkin, than Brigand Goblin. After all, Dickon doesn't often use Bandit Goblin. Although this card is in the underworld, its weaknesses are also obvious. The body is brittle and can be easily killed by a. Before he could activate the effect at close range, he was already shot to death by the enemy. Of course, the most critical thing is that the core systems of Bandit Goblin and Dickon are not very painful. And Captain Durkin is the snake oil that Durkin often uses, and because this card is often sacrificed and consumed, so Dickon would make a few backup cards when he had nothing to do, as a daily practice. In addition, once the number of this card is too large, its functionality will change from quantitative to qualitative. Durkin has been looking forward to the day when he can use thousands of Captain Durkin to create a super cool mental pollution. Over time, Captain Durkin's inventory became quite large. There is a whole box of thousands of them. However, a large number of Captain Durkin are stored in Durkin's dormitory, and no one can enter. The key to Durkin's dormitory was with him. Fortunately, there was someone who could easily open the door to Dickon's house. That is Dickon's good partner, his most recognized locksmith, Cornelia. So Cornelia, with Dickon's permission, opened the door lock of his dormitory all at once. Help him move all the inventory of Captain Durkin stored in the workshop to Tristan City. But Nelia was able to receive the message and come here in such a timely manner, thanks to the Lord's urgent contact with the Royal Capital Heavenlit Academy last night. Finally, the principal of Heavenlit Academy informed Cornelia and Croix, "Take the goods that Deacon wants and take the morning magic airship. Rush to Tristan City to do social practice activities." "I didn't expect that I would have to call you all," Deacon said with a helpless smile. Now the three-person team gathered together again, all sitting on this carriage. This will be their second official team-building event. "But, I'm very happy. School," the principal said, "this is practical learning and does not count as skipping classes." Me too. I can finally travel with you." Thank you for the hard work." Deacon thanked him in advance, especially to Croix. After all, there are so many people waiting for Croix to interrogate. Deacon wants justice for those who are mistakenly arrested as soon as possible. However, the most important task at the moment is to protect Pink Suji. She couldn't let anyone else take her away. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right. The reward ends urgently. Please vote for other authors with your monthly votes. When Xixi the dog is hungry, he will pick up the trash and eat it. Very delicious. I love you the most, my treasure. Woohoo. Really scared. The reward ends early. Please stop feeding. Currently, a total of 3,800 monthly tickets are being offered as rewards equals 19 chapters. In addition to the 6 chapters originally owed and the 5 chapters rewarded by the boss, the total amount owed is 30 chapters. I don't dare to owe more. This issue's bounty ends here. Please wait until I finish paying off these 30 chapters. Thanks to the 17-year-old beautiful girl boss for the silver box. Although there is no reward for it, I feel embarrassed not to update it, so I will add 5 updates. If there is any reward in the future, I won't be able to add more updates. I really can't add more. The momentum is beyond my imagination. If it continues like this, I'm afraid you'll give me the entire 10,000 monthly votes. I don't understand. I banned the reward blade and even the recommendation ticket, and I also offered a monthly reward at the end of the month. I thought you were running out of votes and wanted to collect the remaining ones, and the maximum number of monthly votes is 5 per person. Chapter 109. Why are you all saving up your monthly passes? There are also small accounts for betting. There are even people who come to vote. It's really Deacon behavior. This wave has taught me how to be a good person. If you go to Happy Church, the whole cardinal will be responsible for your ranking. I feel scared now. If there is a bounty for all, I will probably take it when I wake up this morning. My summer vacation has just begun and is already over. Yibo turned into a big loser, and the child became stupid. Go buy a box of Red Bull code words. Picture, before the crime. Location, images /165620004991000381089581113.jpg. Picture, after the crime. Location, images /1656200051610881089581113.jpg. In addition, I would like to mention here that when the reward was first issued yesterday, I changed the initial monthly pass number of 3,770 to 3,370. Although I quickly changed it, some readers may have seen that the initial number I wrote was 3,370. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 116. Wilder can get used to being a villain and pretending to be cool. 6,000 words. Updated to 130. Lord Viscount Lampard sat in the carriage and listened to the conversation of the beautiful soul trio. He felt something was wrong anyway. Aren't you here to defend Tristan City? Why do you feel like you are really here for sightseeing? And they are also tourists who come to join in the fun during the celebration. The Lord wanted to say something, but held back. He had heard of the reputation of the Deacon team before. But no matter how tyrannical Deacon and Cornelia are in Demon Academy and Snow Mountain, they are still in the shadow world. This is the present world. Are you still that nervous? It can be said that there is a huge difference between the battles in the real world and the shadow world. If you encounter a major crisis, the real world is far more dangerous than the shadow world. The most obvious point is there will be reasonable mechanisms for protection in the shadow world, which do not exist in the real world. In addition to providing certain intelligence instructions, the shadow world also provides enemy strength within a certain range to ensure that the challenger cannot fall into a dead end at the beginning. Even the final powerful enemy in the shadow world can infer its approximate rank through the shadow world level. If it doesn't work, it will be overturned. The challenger can also survive until the time limit ends and be transported back to the present world to relieve the crisis. People like Deacon can completely let go of their moral burdens and do whatever they want in some shadow worlds. But in this world, Deacon cannot completely let himself go. Many of his actions in the shadow world will directly lead to jail time, such as those great things done in Demon Academy. Deacon, are you sure? Lord Viscount Lambert hesitated for a long time, and still asked Deacon with some concern. The close of the critical moment came. The more he found that he was incompatible with the other three, he felt more and more nervous and had strong heart palpitations from time to time. Although the current situation seems to be good, but probably soon, the Resurrection Church is about to show its real ultimate move. If an unstoppable disaster comes, everything will turn upside down in an instant. Maybe not only Bingsja will be taken away, the entire city of Tristan will be destroyed to pieces. If there is an opportunity to massacre the city, the Resurrection Church will probably not let it go. The actions of Deacon and Lambert must have completely angered the Church of Resurrection. Seeing the Lord's frowning expression, Deacon burst into laughter. Don't worry, as long as it's not the Pope of the Resurrection Church who comes, I should be able to do something. He patted the Lord on the shoulder. Deacon still has a high opinion of the Lord. This reliable Lord also helped him a lot. The most important thing is that the Lord's attitude towards Deacon makes Deacon very comfortable. What he likes most is this kind of person who makes him worry-free and at ease. So Deacon decided to settle things with the Lord for now. Deacon is not an arrogant person. He is very aware of the difference between the real world and the shadow world. Once something big happens in this world, at any time, you may encounter an enemy several levels above your own and be killed instantly. After all, the plot where the protagonist is at level 3 and the enemies just come to level 4 to give away experience is simply unreasonable. It only appears in novels with cerebral palsy. Deacon has long wanted to complain about the many novels he read in his previous life. Regardless of whether the villain team has a clear understanding of the threat level of the protagonist, even if the protagonist encounters enemies randomly, it shouldn't always happen that you meet someone who is just a little higher than you, right? It is unreasonable from a statistical and probabilistic perspective. Therefore, Deacon is always ready to face enemies several levels higher than himself. Even if one day he returns to the dormitory and finds a cardinal from the Resurrection Church sitting on his sofa, he won't be too surprised. If you really encounter someone, you can win regardless of whether you fight or not. At least Deacon had seriously considered how to fight. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. But for now, Deacon doesn't think things will be too bad in Tristan City. The Pope must have been subject to certain restrictions and was unable to leave in person. Otherwise, there is no need to plan too much, and there is no need for the elite group of resurrection believers to cause trouble. He could just come and catch Bingsja and that would be it. Judging from the intelligence reviewed, the main force sent by the Resurrection Church this time was only a close aid of a cardinal. In other words, the enemy's highest combat power this time is very likely to be level 7. Even the Cardinal couldn't deal with Bingsja personally. Just trust our professional team. Deacon said, I believe in your combat capabilities, and I feel extremely at ease following you. But what I worry about are the citizens who cannot withstand the devastating blow. Lambert lowered his head feebly. As a lord, he had too many things to care about. He knew that Deacon's combat ability was difficult to measure by rank. After all, Deacon's unique system means that as long as Deacon can play a set of coordination, he can achieve strong control regardless of the level gap. What the Lord fears most is the unrestrained methods of the Church of Resurrection. Don't worry, civilians will not be threatened much. Deacon spread his hands and explained quite easily. If I'm not wrong, the Church of Resurrection should want to use 5th and 6th order elites to attack the key facilities of Tristan City one night, such as attacking the Lord's Mansion and the Magic Energy Station, kidnapping students from Tristan Academy as hostages, and directly blowing up the prison. Then he might even threaten Binksujia and put her in a combat situation where her hands are tied, and create a period of time so that the knights and security forces of Tristan City cannot come to support Ice Princess. In the end, the enemy's main force will find a way to defeat Binksuj under such perfect conditions, and then take her away. But we have now successfully dealt with the elite resurrection cultists, so whether Binksuj is unsafe, you don't have to worry too much about the civilians. Their follow-up method is most likely to prepare a countermeasure card against Ice and Snow Princess. There should be no spare power to affect civilians anymore. Dickon slowly finished explaining, as an expert, how he judged the action strategy of the Resurrection Church. The Lord was stunned when he heard this. You speak so eloquently. Why do you feel that you have seen the plan of the Resurrection Church with your own eyes? Tristan Cathedral. There was only one nun sitting in the empty and spacious church. The sunlight penetrated the glass of the church, refracted and emitted a faint light, illuminating her side as bright as day. She sat in an inconspicuous position with her hands clasped together, as if a devout believer was praying. However, she seemed to feel something, and her body trembled slightly. It seemed that it was gradually becoming difficult to remain calm, and he gritted his teeth. His expression gradually became ferocious. She just used the scout spell to detect the situation outside. The entire city of Tristan has become a hell for resurrectionists. Are the masses hunting church members? Such a ridiculous scene that would not appear in the shadow world even made her suspect for a moment that there was something wrong with her detection spell. She put her hand on her chest, and Dickon's underworld plans made her a little angry. What a shame, especially for her, the commander who led this operation. She had already considered avoiding Dickon. Chapter 110. Unexpectedly, this kid actually took the initiative to hit the gun. It actually succeeded in disrupting their plan. Dickon, you will regret it. Soon, she adjusted herself. The shadow wrapped around her body, and when it dissipated, she had turned into another person. The jet-black leather armor was covered with scale-like steel, shining with a cold metallic light under the sunlight. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes, as if it could freeze a person's soul. She is none other than Isabel, the confidant sent by the Cardinal. In the original plan, she was absolutely sure to defeat Ice and Snow Princess with a set of countermeasure cards without interference. However, something changed now, and it was impossible for her to have a chance to challenge Binksuji. Fortunately, this kind of unexpected situation is within their tolerance. Even if that group of elites were rounded up, they would be restricted from moving even an inch in this city. There is no way to change Binksuji's fate of being captured. The church has a comprehensive plan and more preparations than Dickon can even imagine. Even if it was a countermeasure card against Dickon, Isabel had prepared several cards. If Dickon insists on getting involved next time, she will not hesitate to deal with this reckless guy. But the most important thing now is to report the current situation to the Cardinal. So Isabel triggered a spell card. Ultra Remote Communication Magic. Category, Spell Card. Grade, Purple Rare. Level, 6. Effect, Ultra Long Distance Communication can be carried out without a terminal. Communication will consume a lot of mana, and the farther the distance, the greater the mana consumption. Note, I can be the best version of myself. Isabel, my Lord Bishop, Dickon tried to remove our elites hiding in Tristan City and gradually increased the difficulty of our activities in the city. I need your support to capture Ice Snow Princess as soon as possible. The other end of the communication seemed a little noisy, but a voice soon came. Okay, support will be here soon, be ready to take action. After saying that, the other party cut off the communication. At the same time, Tristan City is in a small town in the province adjacent to the city. This town is on the border of the province, only a few hours' carriage ride away from Tristan City. It was lunchtime, and the sound of laughter and cheers filled the tavern. Oops, interesting, it seems Isabel is in trouble. A red-haired young man with a gentle temperament sat in front of the bar and exclaimed with a smile on his face. He was wearing the attire of a clergyman, his eyes were calm, and he seemed to have a sense of maturity that was inconsistent with his appearance. Mr. Father, what were you talking to yourself just now? The diners around asked him. The priest was just chatting and laughing with the strange diners around him. After a brief exchange, the surrounding diners found that the priest was a very cheerful person. It's nothing. The church has encountered some troubles. It seems that I can only bear the burden and move forward. He sighed helplessly, but his expression was actually very relaxed. There seems to be a margin for being absolutely strong. Then Father, is there anything we can do to help you? You? Well, let me think about it. I'm afraid not, but I really appreciate your willingness to help me. The priest smiled and waved his hand. It's like rejecting the other person's kindness. It's like saying goodbye. So, goodbye. With these last words, from afar, a burst of flame swept along with the air current. Flames rose into the sky, and the entire tavern and nearby houses were blown away. The priest's spell was used too suddenly and too quickly. The surrounding civilians were evaporated in an instant before they felt any pain. Among the ruins of the Sea of Flames, only the figure of the red-haired priest stood leisurely. He had a faint smile on his face, as if he was admiring his back garden. At the same time, a huge crimson flame rose into the sky and headed towards Tristan City at high speed like a comet. The priest raised his hand to his forehead and watched the flame shadow leave, as if the sunlight was a bit dazzling. Show me your struggle, little special card maker Dickon. He smiled to himself. Then, when he was about to walk out of the ruins, he seemed to sense some movement. Oh, it came so fast, he muttered to himself, and a strange red and black magic book appeared in his hand. Without looking back, he activated a spell. Suddenly, a whirlpool of translucent crimson flames surrounded him. When the flames appeared, the air in the entire area suddenly boiled, and the hot energy spread in all directions at an indescribable speed. At that moment, it seemed as if even the ashes were about to be ignited again. The spreading flames collided with a sword light coming from behind. Boom! A muffled sound erupted. The huge impact and counter-shock force swept around, and the entire ruins seemed to have set off a storm, and the rubble and dust were scattered. The priest remained where he was, but the figure that attacked him from behind just stepped back a few meters before steadying himself. Ho ho, didn't you have lunch? The priest narrowed his eyes slightly and turned around with a hint of joking. He saw a blonde and silver-armored female knight holding a long sword standing behind him. However, rather than looking directly at the female knight, the priest's eyes only seemed to be fixed on the sword in the female knight's hand. I saw a dazzling golden flow on the blade, like a sacred and never-extinguished flame. Even without identification, the priest can recognize that it is a high-level epic weapon. You crazy guy, why do you want to kill these innocent civilians? The female knight pointed her sword at the priest, her cold face showing a look of solemnity. HMPH, if there were civilians around when we fought, you would be very helpless, wouldn't you? I not only gave them painless relief, but also allowed you to fight with confidence and boldness. You should all thank me. This is my greatest kindness. The priest was still holding the book with one hand, his back straight and smiling calmly. Brute. The female knight stared at the priest. Destruction Bishop Evans. I will definitely bring down judgment on you today. Oh my, it's so scary. The priest said this, but he didn't seem to be panic at all. He just summoned more summons. An army of demons seemed to have gathered around him instantly. As the two 8th level powerhouses approached again, a fierce battle broke out in the town. Even if Evans sent away the ace card from a distance, he remained calm, unilaterally suppressing the female knight. It may take another 8th level powerhouse to be evenly matched with Evans, but this is the task of destroying Bishop Evans. Hold back other 8th level powerhouses who might go to support Tristan City. There is an astrologer in the Kingdom Union who is very troublesome to the Church of Resurrection. He can roughly calculate the scope of activities of the cardinals of the Church of Resurrection at certain intervals. If several cardinals suddenly gather together in a short period of time, it will trigger the highest level alarm of the Kingdom Federation. For example, once they were detected, all the cardinals were approaching the Northern Kingdom. The intentions of the cardinals will be directly exposed, and then they will be surrounded and suppressed by the 8-level powerhouses from several surrounding kingdoms. Therefore, the cardinals did not dare to gather together to arrest a special card maker. They can only try to maintain regular movements to confuse the Kingdom Federation. The only cardinal who often moves around the Northern Kingdom is Bishop Evans of Destruction. He is the only cardinal who can provide certain support for the Tristan City plan without disturbing the Kingdom Federation. If outside the country, the Northern Kingdom would generally not take the initiative to trouble the cardinal, because these bishops are too difficult to deal with and their methods are extremely insidious. But once the cardinal enters the borders of the Norton Kingdom, there will be 8th level powerful men in the kingdom who will hunt down and encircle the cardinal at all costs. So when Evans entered the Norton Kingdom, he had a taunting effect all the way and was hunted down by the 8th level powerhouse. There is only one female knight chasing him now, and he can easily deal with it. But it won't be long before more 8th level experts come. Then we can only fight and run at the same time. But that's fine. That's exactly what Evans was aiming for. Now even if these 8th level strong men don't look for him, he will find a way to stop the 8th level strong men who go to Tristan City to support them. Otherwise, even if Isabel could catch Bingsj, it would be difficult for her to successfully leave the Norton Kingdom. Above the wilderness of Norton Kingdom, a dark red flame streaked across the sky. Wherever it passes, it is like blocking out the sky and the sun. The temperature seems to make the cold winter a little warmer. It's just that this is an abnormal temperature change that is unsettling for any living thing. It seems that as long as this flame shadow comes, everything will turn into a scorched earth hell. Tristan City. Bingsj put down the cup in her hand, stood up suddenly, and looked out the window. Chapter 111. She felt that something terrifying was getting closer and closer to Tristan City. She looked away, frowning, as if trying to identify something. Destroy the Demon King's Esli. Category: Summoning Card. Level: Orange Epic. Level: 8. Effect: Immune to all control effects. Will be resurrected immediately after death. Cooling time is 1 hour. Each resurrection will cause a large area of devastating damage. Note: Destruction. Reborn. Soon Bingsj got the identification results, and her expression became extremely solemn. She used wind magic without hesitation to fly outside the city in the direction of the attack of the Demon King of Destruction, leaving a frost-like afterimage in the air. At the entrance of Tristan Academy of Magic, Dickon poked his head out of the carriage, raised his telescope and looked at the black shadow as big as a sesame seed in the distant sky. No identification was needed. He probably recognized it. This is the trump card held by Bishop Destruction, one of the 10 cardinals of the Church of Resurrection. No, Arfu, can't you afford it? This Bingsj can be beaten on the head. Dickon put down the binoculars and returned to the carriage with a frown on his face. Being free of control has ruined Bingsj's biggest strength. After resurrecting, Bingsj with low output cannot kill it at all. It can also blow up the field. Bingsj cannot fight it in the town. She must go out of the city to stop it. To be honest, Dickon now kind of wants to go back to the capital to go to school. Maybe I can catch the last class this afternoon. Bingsj just die. In addition to this, Demon King of Destruction, there is also a confidant of the bishop who can fight against Ice and Snow Princess hiding in the dark. The bishop's cronies hold the epic spell card that can enslave Ice and Snow Princess, and are always ready to defeat Ice and Snow Princess with one blow and then enslave her. It can be said that it has been sent by Ice and Snow. If Bingsj wasn't so cold and conceited, as long as she can cooperate with Dickon's preparation plan a little bit, things won't be so troublesome. All I can say is that this woman's brain is also made of ice. However, Dickon still wanted to try to save her, because she's not bad. Bingsj immediately chose to go out of the city to intercept, destroy the Demon King. If she was really indifferent to everything, there was no need to be so determined to fight such an 8th level epic summon that she had no chance of winning. Dickon, what should we do? Seeing Dickon's troubled expression, the Lord also panicked. This was the first time he saw annoyed written on Dickon's face. Now I can't say whether I can save Ice Snow Princess, because it depends on whether my companion is willing to accompany me on the adventure. Dickon replied. Then Dickon looked at Croix again and asked, Croix, do you want to play with the big ticket, or should we take the Lord and run away directly? Is it dangerous to play with big tickets? If we go to play a big ticket game, we two good brothers may end up together. But if the matter is done, the king will have to entertain us personally without saying anything. You don't want to kill this Demon King of Destruction, do you? Germany, be bold. Then you still want to capture the cardinal's cronies alive? Germany, be bolder. This time Croix was silent for a few seconds. A terrible possibility gradually occurred to him. He asked rather tentatively, You must not be targeting Bishop Evans of Destruction, right? Dickon nodded. I always feel like that guy is showing off from a distance. I can't stand it and I want to punish him. At this time, the Lord who was sitting nearby and listening to the conversation between the two was so frightened that his mouth opened wide. Others are stupid. If it were anyone else sitting here, they would definitely think that Duncan is a madman. Is Evans the enemy you should worry about now? And Cortha, you frowned just now not because you felt distressed. Is it because you can't stand someone pretending to be cool? Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 117 Ice Snow Princess regrets extremely, 2-1. Well, what about me? Cornelia asked, pointing at herself and moving closer to Duncan. Well, Duncan rubbed his head. Although he finally reunited with Cornelia, he once again experienced a moment of peace of mind from his soul. But for his plans later, he had to temporarily separate from Cornelia. Cornelia, you are mainly responsible for the logistics this time. It's hard enough to help me move the goods here. If you do something good for me, you can go to the Lord's mansion to rest. Their place is great. Duncan looked into her eyes and said seriously. Their Demon King of Destruction, they were going to deal with this time was too huge. Moreover, the level gap between Cornelia and it is too big, so they cannot confront it head-on. Taking Cornelia with her would put her in danger. So this time Duncan gave her other tasks. Oh. I'll wait for you to come back and have dinner. Cornelia answered happily. She didn't care at all which job she had. Anyway, as long as it can be done. All listened to Duncan, and her expression could not hide her anticipation for the 7-star hotel Lord's mansion that Duncan mentioned. Meow. I have to go back to the hotel early too. Hearing that it was a trip, Mr. Cat came naturally with Cornelia and Croix. It was originally entrusted by Duncan to accompany Cornelia. Cornelia even took her home these 2 days. Even it itself had the illusion that the owner is not at home and the cat is fostered at a friend's house. But it thinks this must be an illusion. How could the dignified cat teacher be a domestic cat? If you can't do it, just follow me and go to work. Duncan grabbed Teacher Cat's neck from his side, looked at it and said, Teacher Cat can hide in the shadows after all. Duncan doesn't have to worry too much about its survival, although he is a hardcore bastard. But Duncan can still take advantage of it occasionally. Why, meow. Why can Cornelia go to the Lord's mansion to enjoy herself? But I want to go to the front line with you. I don't want to commit suicide, meow. You are safe with me. The safest place in the world is undoubtedly next to me, meow. No. Even if I kill you, don't meow. Teacher Cat was fussy, breaking away from Duncan's control and pitifully getting into Cornelia's arms. Even in the carriage, it could hear the loud sound coming from the outskirts of the city. Knights were evacuating people on the streets. The knights did not rush to support Bingsuji. On the battlefield between Bingsuji and Demon King of Destruction, not only will they not be able to help, they will also become a burden. Teacher Mao didn't want to get involved. Maybe staying with Duncan was indeed the safest in a way, but it is also the most dangerous. Its heart couldn't stand it. Last time I was in Blizzard's old house, I was scared by the bad guy Duncan all that night long. Well, but Nelia was in a dilemma while holding Teacher Cat. She was reluctant to let go of Teacher Cat, and felt that Teacher Cat should help Duncan. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to hand over Teacher Cat to Duncan. Before she could hand the cat out, Duncan sighed helplessly. Oh, forget it, just stay with her, I can handle it myself. Yeah meow. Teacher Cat cheered. The weak and pitiful look just now disappeared instantly. It doesn't pretend anymore. Cornelia, really, is it really okay? Duncan, it's okay. Without this cat, I would have to, use some other tactics by myself. Duncan briefly explained to the Lord what the logistics team needed to do later, and then jumped out of the carriage with Croix. Chapter 112. Afterwards, Croix controlled the wind magic and took Duncan with him to rush towards the direction of the flickering fire outside the city. Outside Dristin, frost and flames intertwined and collided in midair, accompanied by the angry roar of the Demon King of Destruction. To the north, there is a vast expanse of dark, thick clouds. Several terrifying, huge vortexes of airflow in midair. The sound of the storm came like muffled thunder. In the southern sky, the sun is high in the sky. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky. It seemed like they'd all been blown away. The huge body of the Demon King of Destruction is suspended on the ground, unable to fly anymore. It is a giant dragon demon, with a red and black body wrapped in flames of terrifying temperature. the huge body does not appear bulky at all. Instead, it looks noble and mighty, with an indescribable aura of oppression. Bingzhi made various attempts to stop this uncontrollable demon king of destruction. The only thing she was sure of was that she had to maintain wind magic to interfere with the airflow so that the demon king of destruction could not continue to fly. After a brief battle, she had discovered that the demon king of destruction was not ordered to hunt down anyone. But it's very simple. Destroyed Tristan City. Evans, the master of the demon king of destruction, must be far away and cannot come to take command in person. When sending summons from a long distance, in order to prevent the summons from making mistakes or being tricked, the summoner usually gives the summons the simplest and clearest instructions. Compared with the order attack Bingzhi, destroyed Tristan City made Bingzhi even more desperate. Because of this, Ice Snow Princess will not be able to use herself as bait to deal with the Demon King of Destruction. He could only desperately stand in front of Tristan City to stop the Demon King of Destruction. Although she has tried her best to stop the Demon King of Destruction. However, the control resistance of the Demon King of Destruction and the powerful body of the 8th level epic summons made her feel deeply powerless. Just when Bingzhi was about to try a new strategy, the Demon King of Destruction suddenly raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound oscillates like an entity. From a distance, I saw a wave of terrifying sound waves spreading out quickly. An arc-like airflow struck out, instantly shaking away the storm vortices in the sky. The anger in the roar seemed to make the sky tremble. The violent Demon King of Destruction actually dispersed the storm in the sky with his powerful roar. It ended with that roar. The Demon King of Destruction opened his mouth without warning, and a crimson breath swept across the earth and mid-air, covering Ice and Snow Princess. Then it flew towards Tristan City again without any hesitation. No matter how much Ice and Snow Princess suspended in mid-air built an ice wall to protect her, she could not completely resist it. Her arms and face were burned by her breath and left blood stains. She cannot use the upper spell card of Ice Barrier to freeze herself. If she does that, she can perfectly avoid the attack. But when she resumes action, the Demon Lord of Destruction will arrive in Tristan City. Looking at the Demon King of Destruction who was about to leave, Bingzhi used a spell card with determination. Underworld Ice Valley. Category: Spell Card. Level: Orange Epic. Level: 8. Effect: Freezing the surrounding area gives a group freezing effect, and then the attack mode is switched. The normal attack is changed to cause Ice attribute magic damage, which continuously consumes mana, and the damage is fixed and is not affected by the user's magic attribute. Remarks: Bingzhi's highest masterpiece. The vibrating sound continued continuously, and the ground was instantly covered with thick ice. Starting from Bingzhi's body, the ice began to break. Countless huge cracks stretched precariously. It turned into countless cracks and abyss. Then, large chunks of ice emerged from the ice and floated in the air. In an instant, the ice cubes floating in the sky flew towards the Demon King of Destruction. The roar was mixed with the roar of the Demon King of Destruction. There was the sound of ice breaking, and the flying body of the Demon King of Destruction broke through the obstacles of countless ice blocks like a meteorite. But the speed is slowed down a lot. Finally, he was shot down again. Bingzhi's face was solemn, and her forehead was covered with sweat. If it weren't for her helplessness, she wouldn't be willing to switch to battle mode and fight against the Demon King. Even if this card can make up for her own lack of magic attributes, she can't completely defeat the monsters on her board with the mechanism of front hard. But now we can only fight the Demon King of Destruction. Otherwise it will run away. Continuous blocks of ice are still emerging from the ice. Like a ghost floating in the air. Under the command of Bingzhi, the huge ice blocks of different shapes immediately started to rotate rapidly. Mixed with the cold air, a raging ice storm formed. In the whirlpool, the ice cubes turned into countless ice blades, sweeping towards the Demon King of Destruction. The Demon King of Destruction finally fell. It roared unwillingly. The scarlet wings behind him spread out, and he turned around and spit out a stream of flames. In an instant, the flames formed a wall of fire in front of him. The countless ice blades in the ice storm simply melted away without being able to cross the flames. The Demon King of Destruction roared and used sound wave attack again. Under the oscillation of this sound, Bingsuji seemed to have been hit hard. His face changed horribly. She quickly raised her hand and activated a spell card. A huge arc of ice appeared in front of him like a transparent shield, filtered out most of the sonic attacks of the Demon King of Destruction. Otherwise, an attack from this distance could even directly shatter her alive, although her magic ice barrier blocked most of the damage. But she stood at the forefront of the opponent's attack. The demon's roar continues. Bingsuji had already spat out a mouthful of blood. If she continues to fight head-on like this, even if she can take out the first life of the Demon King of Destruction, it will be difficult for her to withstand the destructive damage caused by the Demon King of Destruction after his resurrection. She really couldn't get rid of this Demon King of Destruction. Bingsuji smiled miserably and took out a slightly old card. Even though this card is covered with traces of time, its orange halo cannot be concealed. A staff wrapped with silver chains appeared in Bingsuji's hand. Lock of the Starry Sky. Category: Equipment Card. Level: Orange Epic. Level: 6. Effect: you can use the power of stars to create supergravity to suppress the enemy's actions. During the use of its special effects, you will be under a huge load and continue to consume mana. Remarks: Bingsuji's treasure. She raised her hand and pointed at the sky far away, seeming to be silently reciting something in her mouth. Mom, help me. Suddenly the sky darkened. The sun's rays were forcibly suppressed. As if entering the night in an instant, countless stars appeared in the sky. Bingsuji seemed to glow with a holy and flawless glow under the stars. As he waved the wand, he saw several stars flashing across the sky one after another. The faint light was suppressed. Shrouded in the Demon King of Destruction, it was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. The movements of the entire body of the Demon King of Destruction began to become difficult. The indescribable huge pressure enveloped the whole body, making it very uncomfortable. It flapped its wings a few times, but could no longer move forward. Bingsuji's face was so pale that it was almost transparent. But her last-ditch attempt succeeded. Although this demon of destruction cannot be frozen, stunned, or paralyzed. That is, not heating the abnormal state caused by the strong control effect. But some physical rules can still restrict its movements, like tying him with ice shackles, or hold it down with gravity. But the attributes of the Demon King of Destruction are too powerful. The pressure is still coming in waves. There are less than 2 kilometers left between the Demon King of Destruction and Tristan City. But it finally stopped. It and Bingsuji are locked in a tug-of-war between will and vitality. Bingsuji's body was already soaked with sweat. She only felt as if her body was about to be torn apart. Chapter 113. If this continues, cracks may appear on the skin at any time. However, this pain did not weaken her courage to fight at all. Only her eyes remained clear and firm, with a fearless look in them. Although her life has been put in a critical situation, but she still didn't choose to give in. Other 8th level powerhouses from the Northern Kingdom are on their way to help. As long as you persist for a while, there will definitely be support. But if they wait until a random 8th level, they have a chance to reverse the situation. Before that, even if she died standing, she still had to block the Demon King of Destruction. If she gives in even half a step, there will be charred corpses everywhere and all life will be reduced to ashes. There is the entire Tristan City behind her that needs her to protect. She liked Tristan City, like those who spend time with her day and night. Although she has the blood of an elf, she also has the immortality of the elf species. But she was raised by a human mother. She has a human heart and considers herself to be a human compared to an elf. From the moment she can remember, she has discovered that human life is so short. The people around her seem to move at a different speed than she did. Farewells and losses again and again. In the end, she gradually became unwilling to have too much interaction with others. Compared to being serious about getting along with people emotionally, she is more accustomed to communication from one issue to another, from click to click. Over time, she was terrified. Not only from that day on, she was even afraid to talk to others. Although she always has a poker face. But when talking to people, she actually felt panicked. For example, the 3rd level quasi-special card maker came to her last time. She was so nervous. Bingsuji remembered that he told a bunch of jokes to make her happy. She is not good at dealing with people who think outside the box and speak nonsensically. So I became more and more nervous. Gradually, I felt that I couldn't get along with this person, so I instinctively said the word get out without thinking about it. Who knew that the ridiculous things that guy said were actually true? This outrageous possibility had never occurred to her. She regrets it now, but it doesn't help. Even now Bingsj is puzzled. Why does a third-level boy have such extraordinary abilities? Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 118. The Dark Hero of Dekkan appears, updated 230. The Demon King of Destruction roared unwillingly. The flames on his body ebb and flow like crazy. The stars in the sky appear and disappear, seeming to maintain a reluctant balance with the Demon King of Destruction. Just when Bingsj felt a little relieved. "Ha, you are very weak now." Accompanied by a sound like a silver bell, a figure came from nowhere and attacked Bingsj like a ghost. She punched Bingsj hard on the waist and abdomen, causing her to be knocked away defenselessly. Bingsj coughed up blood in midair, tried hard to activate the wind magic to regain her balance, and then reluctantly landed on the ground. The shadow that sneaked up on Bingsj smiled ferociously and rushed towards Bingsj again. Bingsj's eyelids were drooped, and blood continued to flow from the corners of her mouth. Her body was shaking violently, and it was obvious that the burden on her body was reaching its limit. Even if she spots the enemy, she is unable to escape. So he was kicked hard in the chest again. It rolled several times on the ice before stopping. Bingsj lay on the ice and tried to stand up, trying to see the enemy's face clearly. However, before she could lift her head that felt extremely heavy, Bishop Destruction's crony, Isabel, has already appeared in front of Bingsj. Isabel crossed her arms, raised her foot and stepped on Bingsj's head, looking down at Bingsj. "The majestic Lady Bingsj has become as cute as a rubber ball." Isabel smiled. Then he said, "If you let go of the Demon King of Destruction, I will let you go, okay?" "Impossible." Even though Bingsj's head was pressed on the ice, her voice was still cold and determined. "Ah!" Isabel sneered and pulled back her foot. Then he kicked Bingsj again, and took out several spell cards and pointed them at Bingsj. Bingsj felt her consciousness spinning again and flying out. However, when she first landed on the ground, her whole body was enveloped in a cloud of poisonous mist. The poisonous mist was not a flame, but it burned like fire. Bingsj's whole body was covered with that terrifying poisonous mist, which enveloped her like a burning fire. "Ah!" Bingsj screamed miserably, rolling on the ice desperately. The toxin even easily corroded the ice and snow, dyeing it deep purple. Bingsj worked hard to use her magic power to purify her own toxins. However, as soon as she was released from the poisoned state, she was enveloped in a black light again. This time, her whole body seemed to be surrounded by pain, which made her even more painful and on the verge of collapse. Bingsj collapsed on the ground, unable to stand up anymore. There was a group of terrible scars on her face, and even her left eye could no longer see its original shape clearly. Under Isabel's repeated attacks, Bingsj was almost crippled and completely lost her ability to fight. "I'm just holding on with my last breath." Even so, she still held the chain staff tightly. The suppression on the Demon King of Destruction was not allowed to dissipate. Isabel came over again. Then, he stepped on Bingsj's belly with a huge force, causing Bingsj to spit out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Only a series of sounds of breaking ice were heard coming from around Bingsj. Bingsj, who was already at the end of her strength, suddenly felt as if her whole body was about to shatter. "Quickly release the suppression of the Demon King of Destruction." Isabel sneered and twisted her foot on Bingsj, her eyes full of mockery. "No." Bingsj's voice was as weak as she was talking in her sleep. "It seems like it will disappear at any moment." But there was still that stubbornness in his voice that he would rather die than surrender. "Then I'll kill you first. Release it quickly." "I won't die." "Ha ha ha ha." Hearing Bingsj's response, Isabel finally couldn't help but laugh with joy. It seemed that she had been suppressed for too long and finally found the happiness that could liberate her heart. Isabel knelt down, held Bingsj's chin, and said sarcastically, "Don't worry, after I enslave you later, I will not only let you watch Tristian City being slaughtered by the bishops, Demon King of Destruction. I will also instruct you to kill all the people from Tristian Magic Academy one by one with your own hands. This is my gift to you, my future slave lady." As Isabel spoke, she took out the True Word Blood contract, and waved it in front of Bingsj. Woo! Bingsj tried her best to open her right eye, assessing the effect of this epic spell card. When she got the results, Her lips began to tremble. The pupils that were originally dilated suddenly shrank due to fear. No, do not want. Bink-Suji's trembling voice could no longer control her crying. She seemed to want to commit suicide immediately to end her life. But before she could take action, Isabel used another spell card to paralyze Bink-Suji's perception. Bink-Suji became completely unable to move. Isabel sneered and said, "By the way, did you think that an 8th level powerhouse would come to rescue you later? Think about it, why didn't Mr. Evans come to deal with you in person?" In Bink-Suji's dim pupils, something finally seemed to be completely extinguished. The moment she heard Isabel's words, Bink-Suji figured it out. The reason why Bishop of Destruction Evans did not come is simple. He went to hold back other 8th level experts who might come to help. Chapter 114. If Bink-Suji wants to wait until 8th level help is available, the time may be several times longer than the worst-case scenario she expected. And now, except for the arrival of the 8th level powerhouse, no one can save this situation that is on the verge of collapse. It's already a complete dead end. Ah ha ha ha. Your expression is really great. If the mission wasn't important, I wouldn't get tired of watching it for a long time. Isabel tapped the card of Truth Word Blood Pact. An enslavement spell was launched on Bink-Suji, who lost her fighting ability. A barrier filled with scarlet dusk unfolded. A blood-colored light curtain suddenly enveloped Isabel and Bink-Suji. 3 black crosses of different shapes appeared in the sky between the two people. These 3 crosses obviously correspond to 3 questions. Real name, race, gender. Real name, Artemis. Isabel smiled and read out Bink-Suji's real name. The cross in heaven is motionless. It seems that the process is that after the initiator of the spell has completed all the answers, the 3 crosses will point out the correct and incorrect answers, to obtain the final contract result. Race, half-elf. Hearing this, Bink-Suji's last hope was shattered. The other party even found out her real name, so there was no suspense about her race and gender. She didn't have the slightest bit of capital to struggle. Who can? Bink-Suji sobbed. She had not cried for hundreds of years. All she could do now was pray to the gods. If anyone can you help her, even the devil. Isabel was very satisfied when she saw Bink-Suji praying pitifully. Even his voice became a little more cheerful, and he shouted, "Gender." However, before Isabel could finish her 3rd sentence, her voice stopped abruptly. Isabel. She covered her throat, with a look of doubt on her face. She seemed to be trying hard to finish the last sentence, but no sound came out no matter how hard she tried. Even though I don't know what happened, but the first thing that came to Isabel's mind was a bastard from the underworld. It must be that damn Dickon who is doing something in the dark again. Author's note: let me explain the issue of chapter word count. The standard chapter is 2,000 words per chapter. The normal update of 2 chapters every day is actually 4,000 words. The extra words on the basis of 4,000 words are additional updates. For example, yesterday was a 3 in 16,000 word chapter, which is actually equivalent to 3 chapters, so I returned 1 update. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Ceremony, 119. Dickon's great mercy and compassion saved the world. Woo. Isabel made an angry sound, but she couldn't curse even if she wanted to. Although she had heard that Dickon had such an underworld card that specifically interfered with throat function, but only after experiencing it for real did she realize how disgusting the ban was. And she discovered that Dickon likes to have a bad attitude. She specially picked the critical moment when she thought she was almost done to intervene. The worst thing is, now the effect and process mechanism of Truth Blood Pact are completely exposed to Dickon. The people in the underworld are not scary. The scary thing is that the people in the underworld have seen through all your secrets. The sense of crisis turned into a chill, instantly running from Isabel's tailbone to the back of her head. Isabel did not dare to use the purification magic to lift the mute status immediately. Instead, they alerted the surroundings as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Dickon must be hiding not far away. If she handed over the purification easily, maybe before I can finish the last word, I will be hit by another poisonous spell similar to my speech spell. Then I was deceived into a purification for nothing. Suppression. The cost of inflicting this abnormal state created by Dickon is too low. Spells that disrupt the throat and vocal cords are simpler than most poison spells. It's just that generally no one in the world would focus on studying such poisonous magic. In addition to guarding against Dickon, there is another troublesome guy to guard against. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Dickon to escape the detection of a 7th-level assassin like her. He must have high-ranking helpers. Before Isabel could detect any trace of Dickon, suddenly, a bright light shone on the frost-covered ground. Isabel didn't even have time to close her eyes. The whole world had turned into light. It's Sunfist, Dickon's special blinding magic. Isabel roared angrily. Since Isabel had used pain shielding early on, she couldn't feel the stinging pain that should have come from her eyeballs. But she knew that her eyes were crying uncontrollably. For the first time, she realized how annoying it was to fight the people from the underworld. This super flash cannot have much impact on her detection ability. After all, with her scout's perception, she doesn't necessarily need to use her eyes to find enemies. She now finally found Dickon's hiding place based on the direction of Sunfist's launch. These two beasts. I just used invisibility magic and wind magic to hide in the sky. Even an excellent scout like Isabel would not be too bored to explore the invisible units tens of meters above the wilderness. The two people just looked in the sky. Isabel felt a powerful wave of magic power. This magic comes from the helpers around Dickon. It's just that she couldn't clearly see the faces of Dickon's helpers with her eyes for a short time. The sky glowed with fire. It was as if the sun was about to fall. The flaming spear that suddenly appeared where Croix's staff was pointing came down like thunder and hit the ground. Woo! Isabel instinctively pulled away and dodged the magic attack. But she didn't have any chance to take Binksuji away. The ritual of the mantra blood contract was also forcibly interrupted. The intensity of the magic attack just now made Isabel feel a little frightened for a moment. Even if it's just 6th level fire magic. In terms of accuracy and power, it has exceeded the 6th level category. If she had been hit hard, Isabel might not have had a good time either. However, the target of this attack seems to be aimed at Binksuji. Binksuji, who is still in a state of blood, will definitely not be able to survive. Isabel glared at the ice snow princess who was covered in flames and burning on the messy ground. She wanted to roar but could not speak. She didn't expect Dickon to be so ruthless. In order to prevent Isabel from capturing the 8th level special card maker, as soon as he appeared, he killed Binksuji without hesitation. Then Isabel could only look at the two figures in the sky with hatred. I saw Dickon and Croix with their backs to the sun, and behind them they seemed to have Buddha's light shining down from the clouds. As if two immortals descended to earth, they landed smoothly on the ground. What's weird is that both of them are wearing sunglasses, and their sacred and majestic postures have an indescribable sense of arrogance. In particular, Dickon is dressed very stylishly, looking like a powerful person. The godfather of Namogang, Bodhisattva, saves the world with great kindness and compassion. As soon as Dickon landed, he said something in the flat tone that Isabel couldn't understand. He took off his sunglasses and looked at Isabel with pity. This made the corners of Isabel's eyes twitch. Are they looking down on people? Since my speech spell is only a 2nd level magic, it does not take long to control the 7th level Isabel. She felt like she could finally speak. You two guys, watch out. After Binksuji dies, the freed Demon King of Destruction will destroy Tristan City. It was you who slaughtered everyone in Tristan City with your own hands. All this is your fault. It's your fault. Isabel was so angry that she pointed in the direction of Binksuji and shouted. Not far away though. Wrapped in flames, Binksuji closed her eyes tightly. Although she was suffering from pain, her expression was somewhat peaceful. Although she didn't know what happened to cause Isabel to interrupt her declaration at the crucial moment. Chapter 115. She didn't know who attacked her with this fire magic that was so hot that it seemed to burn her soul. But she was grateful to the person who could end her life. Let her die of her own will. Give her relief. She lost. I couldn't protect the people of Tristan City with my own hands. But now that reinforcements have arrived, then there is hope. The last thing she could do was to use the last mana contained in her broken body to suppress the Demon King of Destruction even for one more second. Then, it was time for her to say goodbye to this beautiful but cruel world. A second passes. 2 seconds passed. I don't know how many seconds passed. Bink-Suji gradually felt that something was wrong. This flame hurts. But why did she feel like she was back in shape? Bink-Suji stood up with doubts on her face and looked around like a girl who had just woken up. She saw 3 people not far away looking at her. Isabel's expression looked like she'd seen a ghost. And Ducken and Croix were looking at her with relieved smiles. It was like 2 attending physicians who had just finished their expert consultation. "It's you." Bink-Suji looked at Ducken. Her clear and translucent silver pupils seemed to be filled with light. She originally thought that the thing she regretted most in her long life must be that she ignored this boy's ridiculous advice. She thought about it over and over in what she thought were the last few seconds of her life. If you could talk to that boy more this morning, will the ending change? But she knew that all this was false. Not only did she give up her hope, she also personally pushed away the person who wanted to save her. Did not expect. In this darkest moment, it was this mysterious young man who came to save her again. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right. 120 Croix almost forgot that he could still milk his teammates. After confirming that Bing's had come back to life, Ducken looked at Isabel with a cold expression. He is now sure that Bink-Suji is a bit brain-challenged. But she is a rare good woman. Ducken would never watch her die. If there is any grudge between them, we can sort it out slowly after we go back. And Isabel is a hopeless bad woman. But Ducken likes to play games with bad women. Because of this, he can remove all moral shackles and torture and play with the other party without limit. Even Croix could not hide his angry expression at this time. He has put up with Isabel for a long time. In fact, Croix couldn't help but want to save Bing's several times just now. But they have to wait until Isabel uses her trump card, True Word Blood Pact. That's the best time to take action. The exact effects and mechanics of this extremely dangerous epic spell card are the only uncertain variables for Ducken. If you act recklessly, not only may you not be able to save Bink-Suji, but your team may also be destroyed. Only by successfully identifying this card can Ducken be completely sure. In the light of the fire, Bink-Suji stood up swaying like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. She struggled to support the chain staff, raised her head and looked at Isabel coldly. Even Bink-Suji didn't know what happened. But her body gradually regained its vitality under the burning fire. Even the burns on his body were healed. Ugh! You 2 bastards did a good job. Isabel held her head and roared. The current situation was beyond her imagination. Even if the person who came to help just now was a 7th level combat mage, she was not afraid. As long as she enslaves or kills the dying Ice Princess and frees the Demon King of Destruction, Isabel will surely be the winner. But if there is a therapist who can cure Bink-Suji, then the situation will take a turn for the worse. Now Isabel's vision, which was temporarily affected by Sunfist, has finally recovered. When she saw this young man with light brown hair holding a staff, she understood completely. This guy is the 6th level mage Isabel has seen in the intelligence, Croix. Although Croix is not well known, but as a student who is close to Ducken, the Church of Resurrection has information that has specifically investigated Croix. Croix has the blessing trait that forces his magic damage into a little amount of healing, with huge side effects. His cursed characteristics also lead to extremely bad luck. In the shadow world, he is a humanoid mass destruction engine and is despised by everyone. The evaluation of Croix by the students and teachers of Heavenlit College all pointed out that Croix was the most useless student who repeated a grade. He is a healer who is inflated in rank, and extremely impractical. There is no threat. This is the intelligence written by Ulra, the senior intelligence officer of the Resurrection Church in the capital, that Isabel saw. If only Isabel could have discovered earlier that the guy next to Ducken was the useless mage Croix, she would never dodge that harmless blow of fire magic. Instead, he will block the magic for Bink-Suji. Keep her from being treated. You can even control Bink-Suji in your own hands. How could she be allowed to regain her freedom? It's all this damn Sunfist's fault. But now that the situation is like this, a cold light flashed across Isabel's eyes, and she decisively ignored Ducken and Croix, and rushed straight towards Bink-Suji. She was now sure of what to do. Be sure to kill Bink-Suji instantly. She must never be allowed to recover. As long as the Demon King of Destruction is released from suppression, Isabel will have a chance to seize Ducken as a substitute. Fortunately, Croix is a loser, and Ice Snow Princess still has multiple poisons and curses on her body. Isabel is convinced that she can kill Bink-Suji with just one move. However, Croix said nothing and took out 2 more spell cards. In an instant, Binksuji was surrounded by poisonous mist, and a curse was added to her body, causing her to clench her silver teeth in pain. But Binksuji understood and did not avoid it. Holding back the pain, he endured Croix's magical attack. Just when Isabel's dagger was about to reach Binksuji's neck, Binksuji's whole body erupted with terrifying cold air without warning. There seemed to be icy mist floating in her eyes, staring at Isabel. The cold felt like a sharp knife cutting through Isabel's skin. She realized something was wrong, but it was too late to stop. Ice edges spread around, instantly freezing Isabel into an ice sculpture. Then the sharp ice blade whizzed by and cut the ice sculpture into pieces. At the same time, Binksuji's body also shook suddenly, almost losing her balance. The Demon King of Destruction let out a dull roar, as if he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to break free from his oppression. After several struggles, Binksuji finally managed to maintain her suppression again. Using other magic while suppressing the Demon King of Destruction was obviously too much for Ice and Snow Princess. Hey ... you are very good, you actually pushed me to this point. Isabel gasped, her expression twisted in a ferocious manner. Her figure actually appeared in the distance like a ghost. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she finally reacted and handed over her life-saving card. Binksuji's state is definitely not one with residual health. What kind of healing amount is this? It's almost giving life to a dead person. Beastly intelligence agent. You call this a little? Although Isabel was almost killed by this intelligence agent just now, she also tried it out. Even if Binksuji is revived, she will not have the energy to perform other actions besides suppressing the Demon King of Destruction. As long as Croix is dealt with, Binksuji will be a wooden stake that can be slaughtered by Isabel. Even if Isabel only needs to hold off Croix for enough time, Binksuji's life will be exhausted by the negative effects of Starry Skylock. Sure enough, it's the same as the intelligence that came out of the investigation. You have a lot of life-saving cards. It's really troublesome. Dukan looked at Isabel with a face full of teasing and said. Then he patted Croix on the shoulder. Croix, I'm sorry for you to be a therapist for a while. Leave this bad woman to me. Croix wanted to say something, but hesitated. If I remember correctly, Chapter 116. It seems like he was originally a therapist. I don't know when, but his healing target has habitually changed from teammates to opponents. Thinking about it carefully, he actually subconsciously felt that it was more reasonable to cheat his opponent than to cheat his teammates. On the contrary, I feel a little unfamiliar with the matter of breastfeeding teammates. This sudden awakening made Croix realize that his psychology seemed to have deviated a little from that of a normal human being. Author's note: the plot needs to be polished a little later, so I only coded 2 chapters today. 3 updates tomorrow. In addition, a new author's book let go of that Earl. The writing style is very similar to mine. You can say that he is imitating me, but it is a parody. The setting and plot are very immature, and some parts are so poorly written that I feel embarrassed to complain about them. Nonetheless, since I like that author very much, I would like to give it a friendly recommendation. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 121 Dickens Hide and Seek Game. Suddenly, Dickens' expression turned cold. In the distance, faintly, a violent aura came over. That aura was filled with an awe-inspiring sense of oppression, superior to all the enemies Dickens had ever encountered. Even the Demon Olive, the final boss of Demon Academy, is far less terrifying than the aura on Isabel. To make matters worse, Isabel can use magic cards, and Isabel's magic card must be aimed at him. It is possible to counter most of Dickens' cards, and there are also cards that Dickens cannot deal with. So at this time, if Dickens wants to win, he may have to come up with some cards that Isabel has never seen before. It's a pity. I have basically used all the first level and second level cards that Dickens made before. The remaining cards that have not appeared are almost all cards of the same type used to supplement tactics. For example, the same type of card, Pusan Silencing Barrier, was created to prevent Yi's Speechless Spell from being easily purified. There is no chance for level 3 Carter to make new ones. So if he wants to win this time, he has to rely on his old cards to win. But when Dickens wants to win, he always wins with one strike. The opponent can only make one mistake. If you don't have enough imagination to guess Dickens' brain circuit, Sometimes you won't even have the chance to make a mistake. For example, now, Dickon is ready to hide and seek. Isabel attacked from a distance with a dagger in hand, closing the distance between her and Croix in an instant. Of the three people present who could move, Isabel was naturally the absolute strongest. Although Croix's rank is not much worse than hers, but Croix is fragile after all, and as long as she gets close, she can be easily killed. Needless to say, Dickon will break into pieces when touched. Except for the life-saving and purification types of magic cards carried by Isabel, the rest are all countermeasure cards. After all, this time, Isabel's primary target is Binksuji, followed by Dickon, a pure law system and an acrobatic law system. Therefore, the magic cards on Isabel are very specific to spell cards. If professionals who practice the melee system want to target mages, this card configuration is undoubtedly the best. Focus on countering the spells and magic cards mastered by the mage. Find an opportunity to get close and use your physical abilities. Then a set of consecutive deaths can even be dropped instantly. No way to survive. In addition, although Isabel could not completely target the high-level Ice and Snow Princess, but she can target the low-level Dickon to death. Rank is Dickon's flaw. Because many cards with powerful counter-effects have the restriction of effective on level and below. The high-level Isabel can use powerful counter cards effective on level 3 and below to counter Dickon. Her cards carry super purification, spell counter, magic card disable and other types of cards that can target low-level spells to death. It's even an unreasonable epic card that can force the sealing technique to capture low-level targets at any time. As long as she is willing, she can seal Dickon at any time, and then connect the truth word blood pact to enslave him. Dickon appears in the light. In front of Isabel, she was as weak and pitiful as a baby. Buzz. It seemed as if a strong wind was whistling by, making a buzzing sound. Just as Isabel launched the raid, Dickon and Croix responded. Croix activated his wind magic without hesitation, using the storm air to blow both himself and Dickon away. On the ice, Croix quickly flew out in the direction of Binksuji. At the same time, Dickon was also blown in another direction. Isabel was also a little surprised when she saw that the other party dared to act separately. It would be too much for you two to deal with me together. Do you really think that one of them can hold me back? Isabel simply ignored Dickon and pursued Croix, although she hates Dickon even more. But her best strategy now is undoubtedly to kill Croix first, regardless of whether it is Binksuji or Dickon that she will take away today. Croix is the biggest obstacle in her mission. Just kill Croix. She can once again ravage Binksuji, who has lost her battery life. Even if Binksuji is on guard this time, she may choose Jade Broken and not let Isabel be enslaved. That's okay too. Without Croix to get in the way, Dickon was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, before Isabel could get closer to Croix, she suddenly heard a voice coming from another direction. Did I let you pass? Dickon quickly backed up on the ice and threw Captain Dickon, and, leader of Dickon. Two Q-version Dickon dolls appeared on the ice instantly, waving cheerfully towards Isabel. Suddenly, Isabel thought of Dickon's repeated provocations and his extremely arrogant face. A raging fire burst out of her heart uncontrollably. It was a kind of nameless rage that made her want to kill Dickon as quickly as possible at all costs. Isabel wanted to control her inner emotions and not hate Dickon, but the more this happened, the more the frustration and hatred in her heart made her angry. At the same time, she felt that her movement accuracy was also affected, and it seemed that even her sense of direction and ability to detect enemies were somewhat disordered. Now she is in three states: taunt, enraged, and confused. The attack target was also forcibly transferred from Croix to Captain Dickon, and he suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Dickon. Okay. You want to die? Isabel shouted angrily at Dickon. I originally planned to deal with Dickon later. Now he is trying to hit the muzzle of the gun regardless of life and death. Although she wanted to keep Dickon alive temporarily for the sake of the mission, but she decided to chop off both of Dickon's legs first. Card makers don't necessarily need legs. Even the parts on the body can be purchased later. Isabel took advantage of the situation and sped towards the direction of Captain Dickon and Dickon. Dickon took out two more, Captain Dickon, in his hand. It seemed that he planned to use the pulling tactics used against the dandy nobleman Frater at that time, and constantly used Captain Dickon to hold back Isabel. However, just when Isabel was about to swing her dagger towards Captain Dickon, The corners of her mouth suddenly curved in a strange way. A spell card appeared in her hand at some point. Immediately after releasing it, she successfully purified the taunting state and swung the dagger towards Dickon with the force of lightning. Dickon didn't seem too surprised that Isabel would use Purify. However, when he identified the suspected purification magic card that Isabel had just used, his pupils suddenly shrank. The name Person of Purification. Category: Spell card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 6. Effect: remove a certain abnormal status or control effect specified on the body, and will no longer be affected by this abnormal status, control effect within 10 minutes. The named spell-like card shares a cooldown time of 60 minutes. The cooldown time of this card is not shared with ordinary purification magic. Note: Don't control me all the time. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 122. Dickon seems to have been targeted. Isabel saw the unexpected change in Dickon's expression, and felt extremely happy at this moment. "You're a smartass, Dickon." She had already prepared countermeasures against Dickon's cards, although it is a great shame to use a 6th level spell to deal with a 1st level summon. Chapter 117. However, she must use Purified Named One to completely target Captain Dickon. Otherwise, with his hatred for Dickon, Dickon will use Captain Dickon to pull him back without limit. Only by completely getting rid of the damn state of taunt can we fundamentally break Dickon's tactics. In addition, previously, when Isabel was about to capture Ice Princess and was silenced by Dickon, she did not dare to hand over the purified name person easily to the strange and abnormal state of speechless, because she was worried that if suppression was named, Dickon would immediately give her a bunch of variant abnormal conditions with similar effects. But the mainstream control effect of taunt is different. As long as it is banned, no matter how many Captain Dickon or similar cards Dickon has left, he can no longer taunt Isabel. Isabel was waiting for this opportunity for Dickon to let down his guard. She wanted Dickon to think he could hold her, and then take down Dickon in one fell swoop. Although Dickon's pupils revealed his panic about the card, Purified Named One, but he still reacted as quickly as possible and activated Ice Barrier. In a panic, all I could see was the cold air. Dickon's body was instantly wrapped in ice and sealed into an ice sculpture. Ice Barrier can freeze itself, and within 30 seconds, you will gain a frost protection that cannot be broken by attacks below the 7th level. This card will be destroyed by Isabel's full attack at level 7, but it was just right to block Isabel's sudden attack. In other words, Dickon was forced to do this and had no other choice. Seeing Dickon trapped himself in a cocoon, Isabel sneered, raised the dagger in her hand, and swung it at Dickon. With just such a swing, Isabel's powerful martial arts skills were revealed. Several knife marks formed by condensation of airflow immediately appeared in the air. It tightly wrapped around Dickon. Dickon felt as if the ice protecting him had been cut open by countless invisible blades. Kaka. Then cracks like spider webs filled the ice soul. Suddenly their ice barrier was shattered. Dickon's eyes widened, as if he didn't expect that the ice barrier would be lifted like this. The defense was instantly broken, and even Croix had no time to rush over to rescue Dickon. Dickon just came out of the ice barrier, early, a stagger. He neither stood firm nor fell to the ground, because he found that his body could not move immediately. At this time, let alone any dodge movements, he couldn't even lift his feet. Shadow Imprisonment. Category: Spell card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 5. Effect: after a short cast, a single target within the range will be imprisoned for 1 second. The level gap between the two parties will affect the imprisonment time. Note: a regular work of Shadow Bishop Minos. Isabel used this high-level confinement magic to block Dickon's movements. This kind of unreasonable and forceful control only lasts for a very short time. However, if the target's level is too low, the control time will be much longer. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? As she spoke, Isabel's eyes flashed with coldness, and she raised her hand again to swing the dagger towards Dickon. But just when her invisible slash that cut through the ice barrier was about to reach Dickon's body, she seemed to be carefully observing Dickon's desperate expression with interest. The dagger stopped in midair. Hee. Isabel smiled vaguely and shook her head. Your acting skills are indeed good. You can continue to act more desperate. I guess you are laughing in your heart, right? But trust me, I will make your despair come true soon. Isabel retracted her hand and sneered. She turned her head slightly and glanced at Croix, who was standing in the other direction. Croix seemed to be preparing to activate some magic card, when he was locked by Isabel's keen eyes. For a moment, his expression could not hide the panic he felt when his ruse was discovered. Your cleverness ends here. Isabel looked at Duncan coldly, as if pronouncing his fate. She knew she had to be on guard against Croix behind her using Forced Dispel on her. Forced Dispersal can remove Pain Shield as long as Croix uses Forced Dispel when Isabel attacks Duncan. So Duncan, who has already worn their Crown of Thorns, 3 times the pain, Lock's Blood, and Cursed Doll, 2 times the pain feedback, can achieve 60 times as long as he summons their Broken Poet, 10 times the enemy's pain feedback wins with 1 hit. However, Pain Shield is a continuous status spell and has no cooling time and duration. Even if she is forcibly dispelled, she can quickly resume it again. In other words, Croix must seize the momentary opportunity to make the tactic just now possible. No matter what. Isabel just wanted to laugh. The 2 innocent teenagers were so arrogant that they lost their temper. After playing in the Shadow World, he actually thought that he could fight against the leaders of the Resurrection Church in the real world. This kind of tactic, which is as easy to see through as playing house, can only be used to bully ordinary believers. Now it seems that there is a stalemate between the 3. Isabel pointed the dagger at Duncan, while Croix held Forced Dispel, ready to use it on Isabel at any time. Once Isabel is about to attack Duncan, Croix will remove Isabel's Pain Shield. But as long as Isabel doesn't take action, both Duncan and Croix are in a helpless situation. After all, they lack opportunities to take the initiative to attack. There are only 2 ways that Duncan can actively cause a 60x pain attack. The first is a 60x heartache attack, but this requires Duncan to prepare for a longer period of time. Croix didn't know whether Duncan was ready, so he didn't dare to use Forced Dispel first and then let Duncan take the 60x heartache attack. And since Duncan's move was launched without any warning, Croix could not seize the right moment when Duncan actively released the 60 times heartache attack to release Forced Dispel, to remove the Pain Shield. For a moment, whenever Duncan sends any signal to Croix, Isabel will react faster. Therefore, it is almost impossible to use the heartache attack to defeat Isabel. If Duncan wants to win, there is only the second way left. The moment Croix used Forced Dispel first, Duncan successfully played the spell card, Spiritual Collision. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 123. Duncan claims to be a master of hide-and-seek. Update 330. Spiritual Collision. This card will trigger a collision of the spiritual powers of both parties. The effect is that the stronger party will cause a mental shock with a strong stun effect to the weaker party. In the collision of spirits, the strong will cause great pain to the weak. This is the card that Duncan used to defeat the final boss Olive in Demon Academy. But this card has strict conditions for its effectiveness. It will only be effective if the distance between the 2 parties is less than 1 meter. And the smaller the distance, the stronger the effect. At that time, Duncan coaxed and lied, pressing his forehead against Olive's, causing Olive's spirit to collide violently with his. In the end, Olive, who was stronger in spirit, caused tremendous pain to Duncan, who was in weaker spirit. Then Duncan multiplied the pain 60 times and fed it back to Olive, directly destroying Olive's brain. Only a little bit away, Duncan hopes to recreate a mental collision with 60 times the pain feedback and knock Isabel unconscious. Now the distance between Isabel and Duncan was very close. However, at this time, Isabel seemed to be on guard, deliberately keeping a distance of more than 1 meter from Duncan. This made both Duncan and Croix's expressions gradually turn ugly. "Ha ha, how pitiful you are. Do you think I can't guess what you are thinking?" Isabel chuckled, her eyes full of disdain. "So what? Aren't there still nothing you can do against me now?" Duncan responded coldly. "You had no chance of winning from the beginning. So what if I just follow your ideas?" Isabel shook her head with a meaningful smile on her face. In the next second, she stepped within 1 meter of Duncan without any scruples. Both Duncan and Croix were suddenly alert. Just when Duncan was about to use Spiritual Collision, he seemed to realize something was wrong, and tightly squeezed the card in his hand without using it. So Duncan did not activate Spiritual Collision, but activated another mental spell card, Spiritual Interference. short-term mental control. The intention was to make Isabel kneel down to create a little chance to escape. The situation is not good. The best strategy is undoubtedly to find a way to make peace with Croix first. Dukin had already guessed it from Isabel's reaction. Isabel must have a counterspell card in her hand. As expected, Isabel used a card. It seems that what he is waiting for is for Dukin to use the spell card. Shadow Silence. Category: Spell Card. Chapter 118. Level: Orange Epic. Level: 6. Effect: it can be activated when the opponent activates a spell card of level 2 or below, which will invalidate the spell and put the opponent into a silent state where he cannot use magic cards for 6 seconds, with a cooling time of 1 minute. Note: the masterpiece of Shadow Bishop Minos. All first-level and second-level spell cards were targeted to death by this card. And once the silence that follows is triggered, it will put the mage in a desperate situation. Isabel did not hesitate to take advantage of the 6 seconds when Dukin was silent, and swung the dagger fiercely to cut off Dukin's legs. Immediately blood splattered everywhere, and Dukin fell to the ground in great pain, his face pale and roaring in pain. In these 6 seconds, even if Dukin can purify the silence, she can use regular, silent magic, to make up for the silence again. And Dukin's purification will enter the cooling time and cannot release new silence. Dukin, who was silenced, could not make any trouble. Not to mention what spell card he used, he couldn't even recruit the most core, broken poet. That is to say, when Dukin dares to use a first-level or second-level spell card in front of her, his defeat will become a foregone conclusion. How about Dukin? Do you know what rank suppression is? Isabel said, looking at Dukin teasingly. Dukin's shrill screams made Isabel find it extremely pleasant. She finally saw how pitiful this clown-like, blindly confident guy looked. Suddenly the air around me felt wonderful. Wonderful? The tip of Isabel's nose trembled slightly and she sniffed instinctively. Her brows gradually wrinkled. Why does it feel a bit inconsistent? She found that the air seemed to lack the smell of blood. She quickly looked at Dukin, who was roaring vigorously. All I could see was the blood flowing out from Dukin's horrific wound, staining the ice surface red. How does it feel? It's a bit like the prop blood used in dramas. An ominous feeling surged strongly in Isabel's heart. Is this thing lying on the ground stand and doll? This bastard doesn't come to me. How far must he go to be willing to go out? No. No, Isabel roared, and she turned around hurriedly and looked around. And he immediately set up counterspell for himself. Counterspell. Category: Spell Card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 6. Passive effect: automatically triggered when the enemy activates a level 3 or lower spell card against you, making it invalid and entering double cooling time. This card can only be valid once in 24 hours. Note: prohibition takes effect. The one lying on the ground should not be the 3rd level summon. Stand in doll. Stand in doll. Only the appearance and clothing can mimic the appearance, and magic cards cannot be used. Dukin had clearly used magic cards several times before. This is why Isabel had never suspected that Dukin was a stand-in doll before. So what is this thing on the ground? And where is Dukin hiding again? The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. Dukin, the underworld person, will have 2 different concepts in the light and in the dark. Isabel is not afraid of Dukin standing in the sun, but it was hard for her to tell Dukin who was hiding in the dark. Although Isabel was undoubtedly at an absolute advantage, she still had life-saving cards and countermeasure cards that made her feel extremely at ease. However, there was a turning point in the battle with Dukin. Everything from the plot to the style may go wrong in an instant. Isabel didn't know where Dukin's true identity was and what he was planning, but she knew that the 6 seconds of silence had passed. The current Dukin is not absolutely threat-free. We must find Dukin's true identity, otherwise there will be big problems. However, Isabel has yet to find Dukin. Black mist suddenly emerged from Dukin like a fountain, and then spread across the ice. The ruined poet appears. Croix also, forcibly dispelled, their pain shield, on Isabel at this moment, as if receiving a signal. Isabel instantly understood where Dukin was. This bastard hid his true self in the opening scene again and used a stand-in doll to fight. He even wanted to prevent his opponents from finding out that he was a stand-in doll. He even hollowed out the belly of the stand-in doll, transformed himself into a small creature, and hid in there, stand-in doll. So every time their stand-in doll held a card before, it was actually Dickon's true form hiding in there, stand-in doll's belly that secretly triggered it. The initial victory conditions for Dickon have now been met. He cheated out of Isabel's key epic card. Within 1 meter of Isabel, Croix's support also arrived. Follow Dickon meow. Following this sound coming from the belly of the stand-in doll, lying on the ground, Dickon activated Spiritual Collision. #author's note, the monthly ticket will expire if you don't vote on the last day of this month. If dads still have a lot of monthly tickets that have not been used up, you can consider feeding Xixi the dog. I love the monthly ticket and rely heavily on it. Monthly ticket hiss? Oh, Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 124. Dickon started predicting a year ago. Innocent. After all, Dickon only has this ability. A thought crossed Isabel's mind. Fortunately, she had activated Counterspell before. Spiritual Collision is a first-level spell card, and it will undoubtedly be invalidated by Isabel's spell counterattack that has been set up in advance. Just when Isabel thought that Dickon's last struggle was about to be wiped out, the situation turned against her again. She suddenly felt as if her brain was shaking a little. It's like being touched. It seemed that a spiritual body much weaker than his own had just collided with his own. The next moment, the pain that came from nowhere was about to tear out the nerves in her brain. Ah! Isabel cried out in pain. Her body twitched violently, and then she collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut off. She didn't even understand what happened. Idiot meow. The Dickon cat popped out easily from the belly of the stand-in doll. It raised its front paws to cover its mouth, and looked at Isabel, who was unconscious on the ground, with a cunning light flashing in its pupils. Cost can't be happy. Apart from a slight pain in his head, the Dickon cat was fine. He didn't even faint because he was the loser of Spiritual Collision, because the stun effect was invalidated by Counterspell. However, the mental collision between the two sides was not invalidated by spell counterattack. Dickon has always been a person who will make preparations where the enemy cannot guess. As early as when he was making Spiritual Collision, he had considered that the enemy might use interrupting spells to target him. Spiritual Collision can be said to be one of Dickon's final methods. Normal enemies can be easily defeated without using this card. Once Dickon needs to use this card, it is almost always the moment when he faces a strong enemy and decides the winner. If this card is countered, Dickon may lose the entire game. Therefore, when he was making Spiritual Collision, he had already started to consider methods for spell countermeasures. As a senior card player, Dickon quickly found out the obvious weakness of counterspells in this world. These counterspells can only invalidate the effect part of the spell card, but it cannot counter the activation cost that has been paid when the spell card is activated. Theoretically speaking, only time-based spell countermeasures can retrace the activation price paid when activating a card, but cards involving time can no longer be called the same thing as counterspell. In the history of this world, time and space cards are almost the same as red legendary cards, and it is impossible to even determine whether they actually exist. After finding a countermeasure, Dickon devoted himself to research, and after constant attempts, he finally produced Spiritual Collision. Dickon deliberately considered causing a collision of mental powers as the price of activation, separate from the spell effect causing a strong stun effect. Chapter 119. So Isabel's spell counterattack only countered the stun effect, but it did not affect the strong collision of the two people's spirits at all. Dickon managed to return the pain he suffered from Isabel 60 times to her. Oh, it would be great if all duel venues were 10,000 meters in the air. Dickon returned to his human form and sighed helplessly. He is now facing a problem. It's too bad to have a place where you can't kill from terrain. The 7th level Isabel's body is too hard. Coupled with her armor, I'm afraid it can withstand a lot more damage than Bachelor and Olive. With Dickon's methods, only using blood purification can slowly kill Isabel. But Isabel is not the poor vampire in the snowy mountain mansion. She has troublesome magic cards. Once the blood purification wakes her up, before he could knock her out again, she will activate the pain shielding counterattack. Against a strong enemy like Isabel, it would be difficult for the same trick to work a second time. There was almost no chance of knocking her out again. So at this time, Dickon needs the help of his teammates, so he looked in the direction of Croix. Far away, Bingsji, who was holding the chain staff, opened her eyes wide. She knew that she should focus all her attention on suppressing their Demon King of Destruction. But from now on, she felt like she was intoxicated and couldn't take her eyes away from Dickon. The game between Isabel and Dickon lasted only 10 seconds in total. When Bingsji saw that Dickon was at a disadvantage and was about to be defeated and killed, she bit her lip unconsciously and didn't even notice that it was bleeding. A few seconds later, Isabel suddenly fell down helplessly. Bingsji suddenly let go of her worries. Dickon's every move was beyond her awareness. Even Bingsji, who has more than 200 years of life experience, is uncontrollably becoming more and more curious about Dickon. Did he win? Bingsji asked in a daze. Until now, she still couldn't believe it. Not yet. Both of our assistants lack the means to kill. Croix shook his head helplessly. If Croix rashly used the 6th level summons, it would only wake Isabel up, but not enough to kill her. Then I'll do it. Bingsji's expression became a little cold. If Isabel wakes up, it will be another disaster. However, when Bingsji just wanted to activate her magic power to release the most powerful ice magic, she killed Isabel in one fell swoop. Raw, Demon King of Destruction, suddenly started struggling violently, trying to take this opportunity to break free from the suppression. It seems that as long as Bingsji's distracted a little more, it will succeed. Bingsji gritted her teeth and poured all her strength back into the chain staff with reluctance. No, I have to deal with the Demon King of Destruction first before I can get away to kill that woman. Although Bingsji said this, she also knew it. Dickon and Croix, who couldn't even kill Isabel, were even less able to kill their Demon King of Destruction. Pity. Croix sighed and took out a few cards. If there are other students from Heavenlit College here, they will definitely recognize that this card is their Bandit Goblin, that gave them an extremely bad experience in the past few months. When the Bandit Goblin will cause damage to the enemy, the priority will be to forcefully seize an item from the opponent instead of causing damage. What you grab may also be items such as candy, keys, and wallets. Of course, it is also possible to directly grab the opponent's magic card and directly remove the soul binding for the opponent. If you have enough rank, you can grab it and tie it up yourself and use it directly. However, the most it can do is grab purple rare quality cards, because orange epic cards cannot be soul-bound against the will of the holder. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 125. Bingsji gradually becomes afraid of Brother Cakesin. The Beautiful Minds team has strict tactical agreements. Due to the start of the Shadow World, they may be separated to different locations, so random combinations of actions may occur. So, in order to deal with various situations, they first agreed on some cooperation that would be implemented even without communication. For example, when Dickon and Cornelia act, once Dickon stuns the enemy, Cornelia will immediately come to hit the target. And if there is a situation where the two assistants, Dickon and Croix, act together after Dickon stuns the enemy, if the enemy cannot be eliminated, Croix needs to use Bandit Goblin to collect the enemy cards. Because the enemies that Dickon cannot kill are often of high rank, therefore, the cards on the enemy will also be of higher level. At a low level, he was unable to successfully bind the soul of the powerful card he grabbed to himself and use it. Therefore, the best user of Bandit Goblin is naturally Croix, the highest ranking player in the team. Get me all the cards she can get. Following Croix's command, the fierce Bandit Goblins had ferocious smiles on their faces, and they locked onto the target as if they were seeing a piece of fat. Baring his teeth and claws, he rushed towards Isabel, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Then, the blue quality cards on Isabel began to decrease one by one. The ruthless goblins happily returned these things to Croix, and then ran to Isabel to snatch them. After that, I grabbed it several times but failed to grab a purple quality magic card. And Croix's expression gradually became a little unpleasant, because the ruthless goblin has sent him several things that he doesn't want at all. He felt that Bingsji's eyes beside him had become a little contemptuous. With the intense work of the ruthless goblin, Isabel's body gradually became cooler, and she finally began to use purple magic cards. Croix discovered that his luck was also very bad in using Bandit Goblin. At last, even the stockings were sent to me by the ruthless Goblin. Only then did Croix succeed in snatching the last purple rare card from Isabel. This. Binksuji's eyelids jumped as she looked at the trophies all over the floor and the weird scene just now. For a moment she couldn't tell who was the villain between Dukan, Croix and Isabel. And as a girl, even if she is a beautiful girl over 200 years old, Binksuji also instinctively felt afraid of these two good brothers. I don't know how long it took. Isabel felt as if a biting cold wind was blowing on her body. The coldness that stung her skin made her shiver, and she suddenly woke up. She covered her head. As soon as she woke up, there is still a lingering feeling of severe pain. She quickly searched her memory and found that it was because of a severe pain in her brain that she lost consciousness. No need to think, it must be Dukan who did it. Even she couldn't figure out why Dukan could break the spell. Counterspell. She glanced around immediately. Since she could still wake up alive, it meant that the enemy had no way of threatening her life. But something must be done while she is in coma. With Dukan's level in the underworld, it would be impossible for her to suffer less. However, before Isabel could fully scan the surroundings, she discovered the biggest problem at present. This is a feeling of being cool and relaxed. Except for some incomplete personal clothing, all his armor is gone. This is not too fatal. What makes her unbelievable the most is, where is the card? Because magic cards can be bound to souls, they are extremely portable and can be transformed into illusions and buried in the soul. So under normal circumstances, even if you are stunned, you should not have your cards taken away. Unless she is killed or some special means are used to snatch the card away. Dukan. Isabel quickly discovered Dukan's location. Dukan was still standing calmly not far away, looking at her indifferently, as if he had never been afraid of her. Isabel was about to attack Dukan with a wide movement, but she felt a sense of shame as a human being that made her body so stiff that it was difficult to move. This brief feeling of shame quickly calmed her down. Now that her pain shield has been stolen, attacking Dukan rashly will only make her suffer in vain. Once there are no magic cards, any warrior no matter how high their rank is like a blank slate in front of Dukan. So Isabel temporarily resisted the urge to rush over and kill Dukan, tightly clasping her forearms in front of her chest and staring at Dukan. Chapter 120. Let me make it clear first, I hate fighting with disheveled people, because it makes you look like a hooligan. Dukan frowned and said with some displeasure, You? This sentence seemed to finally make Isabel so angry that she couldn't even form words to curse Dukan. Not only were her eyes bloodshot, unable to hide the anger and humiliation, but the red eyes seemed to be trying their best to hold back her tears. I'm going to torture you, torture you, torture you again. Isabel roared crazily, as if she wanted to vent her anger. Having been robbed of cards, it was already possible to declare that there was no hope of capturing Ice Snow Princess. No matter how strong her body is, she can't avoid Dukan's pull from the underworld without a countermeasure card. But Dukan missed one thing. She always had the means to capture Dukan and enslave him from the beginning. It's just that Isabel is not willing to hand over the truth word blood contract to Dukan for the time being. If Binksuji can be made her slave, then her status in the Church of Resurrection will be greatly increased, and she will even be as good as the Cardinal. Evans will also find a way to elect her as the new Cardinal. However, if you just enslave a third-level Dukan, it is impossible for her status to be on an equal footing with the bishops. But now, she can only enslave Dukan. After she enslaves this down man, she will torture him 1,000 times and 10,000 times every day. Let him live but not die. Let him regret what he has done forever. Isabel snorted coldly, her angry expression gradually turning cold. Although she was robbed of all blue and purple quality cards, but she still has 3 soul-bound epic cards to play. The first one is that she had previously used, Shadow Silence, with spell counterattack and silence effects. The second one is the most critical spell card in this plan, Mantra Blood Pact. The third one is specially used to ensure 100% capture of Dukan as a guarantee of the sealing technique, Shadow Barrier. Shadow Barrier. Category, Spell Card. Level, Orange Epic. Level 3. Effect, after a short cast, the target will be imprisoned. Within 30 seconds. It will be entangled in a shadow that cannot be broken by attacks with strength below level 7. During this period, it will be unable to attack, move or cast spells. It cannot be released again within 1 minute after being released. Remarks: Shadow Bishop Mino's innovative work on the ice barrier. As long as she uses this card to connect, Mantra Blood Pact, she can directly start the ritual of enslaving Dickon. Volume 3. The Secret Story of the Decline of the Holy Rite, a reward for those who wish to take the bait. You don't have to expect me to offer rewards at the end of this month. I'm scared. It is expected to reopen in September. When I finish repaying the chapters and save some manuscripts, I'm going to scream again. Then again. Now that I am a good boy, I am addicted to everyone's votes and can't help myself. Once you have tasted the monthly ticket, you will never forget it again. I am going to become a slave to the monthly ticket. Abu Abba. In fact, I have a dream. I want to win the best of the year. But to be honest, it's really too far away. I'll be counting on it in the next few months, and it will take a lot of monthly passes to be able to qualify. Despite this, I still want to give it a try, because this is probably the only chance in this life. Zai Dog, for the monthly ticket. It doesn't matter even if I become Alcoin Q. If you are still willing to give me Modo monthly passes, I will give you an extra update for every 500 monthly passes you have during the entire 31 days of July. For example, in the end, I received 2,500 monthly tickets for the whole of July, so I received 5 additional updates. In addition, if July ends up in the top 10 of the monthly vote list, we will give everyone a silver treasure chest of 250,000 cat coins on the 1st of next month to celebrate. It is the kind of universal celebration type treasure chest that does not give the author any profit, and all 250,000 cat coins are given to readers. And only readers who have collected this book can see the treasure chest and grab the treasure chest. The starting data is 9,140 monthly tickets. According to previous experience, if the fathers do not ask for monthly votes, the fathers will donate about 2,000 monthly votes to Xixi Dog. I'm guessing, if you ask this way, in just 31 days, it may only be 3 to 4,000 monthly tickets at most. Then I'm afraid. He hesitates to speak. Clever. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 126. Dickon was signed into a master-servant contract. Dickon, do you really think you will win? Isabel stared at Dickon gloomily. It seems that she hates him and dare not act trashly because she is afraid of him. A card unconsciously appeared in the hand holding her chest. If not? Dickon, who had returned to his human form, had a disdainful smile on his lips. He wore a crown of thorns on his head, held a cursed doll in his hand, and stood the ruined poet behind him. He looked like an emperor in the black mist. This is the domineering aura of an absolute winner. It seems that in his eyes, Isabel no longer poses any threat. It stands to reason that at this moment, even if he just uses Captain Dulcan, he can turn Isabel into his toy. Although Dulcan cannot kill Isabel, he can restrain Isabel without limit. After all, the offensive pressure is on Isabel's side. If it drags on any longer, Bishop Evans' side will have to retreat first. By then, it will be Tristan City's victory. Seeing how confident Dickon was, Isabel sneered inwardly. Along with this, the corners of Isabel's mouth turned up at an undetectable angle. She completed the casting of Shadow Barrier. Suddenly, the space around Dickon seemed to turn into a dark fog. One after another, the silky shadow mist instantly formed a thin net of thorns, wrapping Dickon in it. Well, the shadow entanglement immobilized Dickon. The sudden change caused Dickon to panic, and he couldn't find a way to deal with it for a while. This feeling is similar to when Dickon himself used Ice Barrier. It's just that Shadow Barrier is the opponent's force to control him. Juvenile. Binksuji, who saw this scene from a distance, shouted anxiously. She never thought that Isabel had such a backup plan. Soon, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. It seemed that even the 8th level epic summon, Demon King of Destruction, that she had managed to suppress would break free. She must also cast a 7th level spell to break through their Shadow Barrier, and save Dickon. Calm. However, Croix felt the restless magic power of Binksuji, and quickly raised his hand to hold down Binksuji's chain staff. Don't mess around. If you let the Demon King of Destruction go, we will really lose, Croix said in a deep voice. Then, what should he do? Binksuji's eyes were full of uneasiness and panic that was about to break apart, and her voice was trembling. Because she had already seen Isabel take out the truth word blood contract, that left a psychological shadow on her. Next, Isabel will undoubtedly use their truth word blood pact to enslave Dickon. The horrific consequences still scare Binksuji to this day. It was Dickon who saved her from that horrible nightmare. However, now it is Dickon who has to bear this extremely tragic fate on her behalf. Croix remained silent and just continued to treat Binksuji. The action plan of the Beautiful Mind team. Never rescue a teammate if they are captured without calling for help. Isabel looked in the direction of Binksuji and Croix quite provocatively. He turned back and looked at Dickon with pity. Oops, it seems your companions don't intend to save you. Isabel is actually more happy to see Ice Princess let go of the Demon King of Destruction to save Dickon. Then she will make a comeback again and have the opportunity to capture Ice and Snow Princess. But this is enough for now. Being able to get a guarantee and escape unscathed in the event of a crash. Isabel did not hesitate to release the Truth Blood Pact on Dickon in the shadow package. She could be sure that the guy being controlled in front of her was Dickon and not the stand-in doll. Mantra Blood Pact cannot be successfully activated against non-living things. Moreover, their broken poet, summoned by Dickon, is the best symbol of Dickon himself. Unbinding an epic card requires consuming a special sealing wax, and will also cause the unbound person to enter a long-lasting state of weakness due to the loss of the soul. And the epic cards that have just been unbound will fall into a sealed state and will take a while to be activated again. So Dickon didn't switch contracts with anyone else while Isabel was in coma. Well, Dickon tried to struggle, but it was useless. The shadow entanglement could not be broken by his own attacks. His expression was full of unwillingness, as if he couldn't understand this sudden reversal.